Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today on a glorious Sunday as we just continue to get to bask in this long, beautiful off-season of championship bliss. I hope you're doing well out there. I do appreciate you for tuning on in. As you walk on in the door, hit that like button if you can for me. But today we're going to have ourselves a little bit of fun. And look, this whole offseason is just going to be gloriousness because your Seattle Seahawks won a Super Bowl. They did indeed. But beyond winning a Super Bowl, they did it, as many have said, a year early. A year early. A little bit like a comparison to winning essentially in 2012. And then you got 2013. You didn't win all the Super Bowl in 12, but it feels a little bit like that now with the timeline of this team, how young they are, how much this feels like you got a year ahead of this. And so now you run into this in a year where John Schneider would have been like, okay, I had to set the whole stage up. I had to clear bad money off the books. I'd let the talent develop, let Mike get his second year in the books there too. And then now this year, this offseason, now I'll really be able to be loaded for bear. I'll be able to go crazy. I'll be able to put this team over the top. We'll probably be close. We'll be scratching on the top of that lid. But this is the year we're going to push it beyond Thunderdome. Well, instead of that, you're Super Bowl champions, but now you still have the opportunity to still push it beyond Thunderdome nonetheless. The Seattle Seahawks are coming into this offseason without necessarily a huge load of free agents coming up that are going to put you into a pickle if you were to lose them one way or the other. They're also sitting on a grand amount of cap space, and their future cap situation is also in a very, very healthy place. So they have themselves set up and well situated here to make a variety of different moves this offseason. Go a variety of different directions. Does John want to push it hard, go over the top? Does he want to lay in a bit of the bed that the Philadelphia Eagles have recently in their attempts to push it forward with some of the void money years that they pushed down the line? A little bit of this is going to be hard to predict and exact, and partially a bit because we do know also that the team is now officially up for sale. And how much are you trying to set the books up for the next proverbial owner to be in really nice, clean shape? And just be able to say, hey, you can go crazy as you walk in now. So that could be a bit of this process that impacts this. What I do think is nice is we have John a couple of days ago on the 710. He's been going to be doing some weekly interviews over there, speaking to exactly Jody coming to him saying, not coming to him saying, hey, keep the books clean for the next owner, but instead she's coming to him saying, hey, how can we go back? What do you need to do? How are we going to be able to push this even harder now? So this does lead me to believe that there is going to be at least some essence of aggression here from the Seattle Seahawks this offseason as it pertains to their direction they go this offseason and how hard they look to push. Now, we're going to go in a lot of different directions here today in talking a little bit about which ways they could go, how they could go, why I've kind of landed at the offseason I have. Because I do this every offseason. I always try to kind of look out ahead of what they possibly can do and sort of predict it a little bit, partially because John being here for so many years is such an unusual type of general manager in that he's given you such a static baseline to go upon to be able to kind of make these sort of predictions and look at it and get around get around the arena, around the area, around the avenue of being accurate. You're never going to be 100% accurate on this stuff, but I think you can be, relatively in that place of things. So we're going to go through and go end in on this. We're going to look at releases, restructures, who I think they're going to target in free agency. And yes, we are going to roll you through and show you what I had as far as a draft goes for the Seahawks and give you kind of the complete aspect of this offseason. And the first place I want to lead into before we kind of get into some of the weeds on this one is the aggression aspect of it. And I think, as I said, you're going to see a little bit of a split the difference kind of situation here. There will be some aggression. I think John's going to keep some of that money in the hip pocket here as it pertains to getting up through training camp, the trade deadline. You just saw that he made a really nice aggressive trade, the trade deadline with Rashid Shaheed. No matter what happens with Shaheed at this point, that trade was a home run type trade. And it is a trade that's another representation for John of when I make a move at the trade deadline, really good things tend to happen. I brought in Quandre Diggs, who was elemental to, really being the glue that particular year and then being a very steadying force back there at the safety position. Then you have Carlos Dunlap, move you made at the trade deadline that worked out great. You have the Jadeveon Clowney that wasn't the trade deadline, but you made a little bit, right at the beginning of the season. that worked out really well for you that year as well. And you have this trade now. In addition to that, John's had a lot of success with this stuff. And one of the real keys to being able to make those kind of deals is making sure you have the money available to you in order to make those deals down the line. And so where I want to just lead before we get into some of the details, and you guys are going to have to hold on with me today because, like I said, we're going to go along quite a variety of different paths today in our directions. So hang on in there with me today on this one. We will get you guys as far as the Q&A. See, Pumpkin's locked in. She's ready to go. She's absolutely like, let's get this going. But the reason I think John's going to be keeping this money in the hip pocket a little bit. Now, he's still going to spend. Don't get me wrong here. I'm going to show you guys what he's going to look to do. But I think in certain general terms, he's going to look to keep the money in the hip pocket because of the fact of what you see on the bottom of this cap situation that I'm presenting to you right now. Because what you'll notice on the bottom of this is that if you're in the black, that's positive. That's money, cap space. That's positive cap space. I've got to go out there and spend. Titans, Raiders, Chargers, all got a lot of money to spend. Your Seahawks are about the 6th most amount of cap space right now coming into this offseason. A lot of money to spend. But when you look at the bottom of this, Vikings, Cowboys, Jaguars, Bills, Chiefs, Lions, Saints, Texans, Bears, Packers. All of these teams are in the negative as far as their cap space is concerned. The Chiefs just based the bonus Patrick Mahomes' contract, and they're still $11 million in the negative. Now, why does this pertain to the trade deadline, Brandon? That's a good question. The reason being is that these teams are going to clear what they can clear to get their offseason business done right now, and then they're going to find their nose touching that wall. And it's going to happen with these teams. And if you look just beyond those teams, Dolphins, Browns, Giants, Panthers. Panthers got $12 million, but the rest of those teams, almost nothing. You can throw them on top of the stack. So they'll get their normal order of business done this offseason. And then you will be getting into the trade deadline. And then you're going to be not necessarily having the competition if you're ready to go make that go for it move. And now if you've got the money in your hip pocket to spend, that can sometimes be the sure determinant force as to which team is able to get the deal done versus the other team. Like the trade capital might be even Steven, but this team just does not have the reserve in order to make that deal kind of happen. They don't have the means to make it happen. So some of this and how I go with my plan is not going to be as maybe hyper aggressive as some of you guys are maybe expecting me to be walking into this. The reason being is because I think John's going to look at this and know that he's a guy that likes to try to add to the roster 365. One of the ways to really do that is to make sure that you've got the money in your hip to be able to make that roll. Because if you tighten yourself up to the top of the cap and you can't convert base to bonuses, that's where you're kind of into a stuck territory where you may have the want, the will, you don't have the drive, you don't have the capital, the pure monetization that you need to make it go. So some of this is going to be a bit driven by that. Let's get into this. Let me stop dancing around on the edges of this. And let's first target in on where we find our Seattle Seahawks. So they are in this realm now at a spot where they're going to be $61.879 million of cap space to spend. They are in a phenomenally good space, as you can see as well, because you have $483,000 of dead money, which is tiny, insignificant. Just look at the teams around them. The Bengals just below them with a little bit less cap space than they have at $53 million are sitting on $11.248 million of dead money. The team above them, the Washington Commanders, who have about $8 million or so more, they're sitting on right now at the moment of 12.5. This is important because the amount of dead money you're sitting on will sometimes determine how much cap flexibility you have. You may have cap space, but it's really a hard ceiling at that point. If you've got cap space and then you don't have a lot of dead money, you have the twofer. You have both the ability to create more cap space, number one, and then you don't have the dead money that you can't do anything about. Because when dead money's on the books, it's just sort of sitting there like an albatross. It hangs like an anchor upon your cap. And this has been happening to the Seahawks for the past couple of years. Since the Russell Wilson trade, Jamal Adams, Quandre Diggs' contract, Draymond Jones, the trading of DK and Geno Smith, all of these created, Tyler Lockett's release last year, created a phenomenal amount of dead money in recent years. You're off the hook. The books are clean, as I was talking about earlier. So let's walk into this and let me present to you guys a little bit of what I'm kind of seeing here on this is as far as the approach I think John is going to take. Again, this is not me wish predicting here or what I would hopefully want to see happen. So let's be clear by this, okay? This is by me trying to predict the John Schneider moves, what he would look to do this offseason. And so it's just a fun exercise for this, not to be meant to take it too seriously, but it isn't me taking it seriously, is trying to get it accurate here. But do understand that's where the intention is on this. Isn't exactly where I would run this, but this is where I'm expecting the team to run it from, just so we're super clear there. All right, let's kick it off here. First, you've got free agents that are up for play. I think it's a very strong feeling here on this that you're going to retain Drake Thomas, Tayakata on restricted deals. So those guys will remain. You're not going to let them get out of house. I don't think that either of them are going to get an extension either, but I do think that they're going to remain. Josh Jobe, Tariq Woolen, Coby Bryant, Boye Mafe, and Josh Jones are all going to leave, I would believe, in free agency as I'm currently trying to read the tea leaves out there. In the case of Bryant, too expensive. Mafe, too expensive for the production they've gotten. Tariq Woolen, I think there's a variety of reasons on this one. Josh Jobe, I think he's going to get just a little bit too expensive, though I think the team's going to make a run at him. But I think once you get up to about $9 million per year, it starts to get just a little bit too expensive. Now, these numbers are based upon Sports Track, who does tend to be pretty accurate in their outlook of things. Reek, they have at $8 million, but they're off on that one. And we're getting plenty of reports out there that he's just not going to, at this point, it's just not going to happen where he's going to be able to come back to Seattle. Just everything points in the direction of him being gone. I think Josh Jobes at $6 million a year proves to be just a bit too much too as well. And that they look at that and they go, okay, that's a bit too pricey there for the backup swing tackle, though they would like to probably retain them if they can. So you're losing a lot out the door here contractually with these guys moving on. Coby Bryant is another one where I know many people love Coby, but the thing with this is that the team came to Coby before the start of the season. They said, hey, here's a contract. Here's a 3-year, $24 million deal with the signing bonus money. And he's like, yeah, I'd like to almost double that if I can. And they're like, we're trying to balance the safety books here. We can't have both safeties being at that price. So this is an indictment at every point about a player not being good or good enough. It's just about, is that the best way to spend this amount of money that this is going to cost? A guy like Jobe might be a 1-year, $9 million deal that he gets out there. And that's one where, do you want to have that hit that books so hard? Because, you got $61.879 million, but 10 comes off and that starts to hurt quick. That starts to come in and hit. So these are the guys that I'm anticipating will move on to other teams. This is a very important part to consider and think about with this, is that look at these deals, look at these contracts. Boye, probably a 2-year, $24 million deal, maybe a 1-year, 12 even. Bryant is going to get probably a 3-year, $14 million per deal. Reek will probably get a couple year deal at about $11 million per. Jobe, maybe a 1-year, 9. Josh might get a 2-year, 12, 2-year, 15. But that's a lot off the books there. So now let's look at where this would pivot to as far as Seattle with the in-house deals they would do and how they would look to spend their money here. So Marlon Humphrey is a guy that I'm anticipating. This is all but just kind of common knowledge almost at this point that Marlon Humphrey is going to be released by the Baltimore Ravens. They're not sitting in the greatest of cap situations. They've got in-house free agents and guys they need to re-sign already on top of that. And so they're just not going to be able to keep his money, I think, on the books here as it stands. So he comes over to Seattle on a 1-year, $8 million-ish deal. Give me a little bit of room here on this one. It's not really going to be mattering about me being exactly on the number. Well, it'll be $10 million. Let's just call 1 year 8 on this. I think Kenneth Walker, some people are trying to look at the deal that was just signed here by Javonte Williams yesterday, 3 years, $24 million, and say, well, this should help to get the Walker deal moved along. I don't think it quite does. I think Walker considers himself in a different shelf from Javonte Williams. I think 3 years, $39 million probably gets it done somewhere in this area of things. And so I do think the team ends up returning Kenneth Walker here back to the team. I think people have taken the fact that they haven't put the franchise tag on him as an indication that the team isn't intent on having him come back. But I think that this is a little bit of a red herring here because John doesn't tend to use the franchise tag on anybody. And so when he has used it in the past, where it's to keep a vital asset, his vital asset is what Walker is. It was with Frank Clark, and then it was with the intention to trade him. So in a lot of ways, you could say not putting the franchise tag is more of an intention to trying to find a way, I think, in my opinion, to get him re-signed. Rashid Shaheed is the really difficult one to try to pinpoint here. And I struggled with this one as I was turning it over as to how this situation is exactly going to play out, because he is going to potentially maybe really be able to break the bank out there in free agency. He's basically the third in line as far as you have two guys ahead of you that are going to be the higher priced free agents, if you were on this. And so he's the third guy kind of in line on this one, which puts him into a position of maybe getting overpaid. I'm a little bit worried about it at this point. When we look through at the wide receiver free agents here, as I will post up here to you guys right now, when you take a look at these guys and we look at the biggest guys and what they're going to get paid, Pickens seems like he's going to remain with the Cowboys. You got a Juwan Jennings. Alex Pierce is going to get paid big time. He's going to definitely get a benefit from this bump of there not being very many receivers available. But once you get past these guys, Tariq is even healthy right now. I'm hearing reports that knee is not right. Deebo Samuel is nowhere near the same player he once was. Wan'Dale Robinson is a good player, but he's strictly really a slot type of guy. Mike Evans is a potential guy out there who's going to be probably ring chasing, I would estimate. But then you've got Shaheed kind of right in there. As you look at the market value here where they're saying, okay, Pickens will get average 30. Juwan Jennings, they're saying 22. He probably gets like 15, 16. Pierce, 20 is about right. Wan'Dale Robinson, 17. That's really pricey. But if Wan'Dale's getting 17, where does this put Shaheed at? And where's that price going to kind of land with him? Could it push up into 20? Could Kubiak just get into the Raiders' ear and say, hey, Raiders, you've got a ton of cap space to spend right now. We have no wide receivers. You traded Jacoby Myers here mid-year. Why don't we bring this guy in? He can be our deep guy over the top. And why don't we give him 18 or 19 million? So I will admit with this one, the very important key point here is that while I think they're going to re-sign Rashid Shaheed, if it gets up into that 18, 19, $20 million territory, I think from John Schneider's perspective, I think he starts to get a little bit nervous at that spot. I think he wants to keep him down at a certain price. And I think even more than Walker, Shaheed's the guy to me that's maybe the one that they'd like to keep, that's maybe as much likely to move on as anybody else, because the price could quickly elevate here. Pickens goes off the board, and now you're just looking at Juwan Jennings, Pierce, and Shaheed as your true best outside threat guys. And he's really the difference of those two guys as far as speed goes. He can give you that component at least purely on top of the special teams value he throws on top. It does make it a little bit tough to exactly predict, where the market's going to fully land. I put him in about $15 million per year or so, or I think I had him at 16 on that. So I tried to land where I could accurately be. They've got him at about, I think 14 million on Sports Track is where they've got him, which I tried to bump it up just a little bit from there. Yeah, they've got 14. So I was like, I think he's going to probably go a little bit higher than that. So I've got him at $17 million per year right now, as I do think the price is going to go up a little bit more for him with some of the competition out there, because a couple of those names go off the board, and now you're looking at him being the hottest commodity out there on the market, and what is not necessarily, it is a good receiver class, at least for the draft, but that would be the one with me. I'm like, I don't know about this one for sure, but they will try, and if they don't, I think they've got to pivot over to potentially the draft, or even looking back at maybe a guy like a Mike Evans, who may be out there ring chasing. You never know there. I do think there'll be a couple of contract extensions also that come up here. Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think, signs a 4-year, $148 million deal this offseason. I think Devin Witherspoon signs a 4-year, $120 million deal. I know Jackson did just mention about being the highest paid wide receiver in the sport, and I appreciate those comments from him, and I'm sure his agents and him are angling for it. The thing to remember with this is that Jamar Chase became the highest paid receiver at $40 million per year after he had played through his 4th year. So that's where we come back into the leverage aspect of this, to where John goes, okay, well, if I'm not saving any money by putting you on this deal right now, why don't I just wait until next year at that point? And then I'll make you the highest paid there after we get through 3 seasons. And so that's where, Jackson, if he's going to want to get this deal done, I think he's got to come down a couple $1 million per year to make this happen. Not asking him to take a leap off the edge here. $37 million per year is still very healthy. And then I have Devin Witherspoon kind of resetting a bit of the corner market. This is the unfortunate part of the Ahmad Sauce Gardner deal, is that thing at $30 million per year makes it hard for any other player that goes beyond Sauce as the player they are to not say, I deserve every penny of that and probably a little bit more. So that is why I landed on that contract for him, why that price is being paid at that point. And let's go over here and take a look at now what we're looking at spending on these particular deals. So 1 year deal for Marlon Humphrey, maybe it's a 2 year, $18 million deal where you can lower this down a little bit beyond that. There's some flexibility here. He comes in at an $8 million first year cap hit. So this is the cap hit for 2026, right? So we start out here at the $60 million plus that we're sitting on, $8 million for Humphrey, $7 million is the first year cap hit for Walker, $9 million approximately be the first year cap hit for Shaheed. Then you've got Jackson and Devin Witherspoon essentially collectively about $19 million for new money on their deals. There's a ways I know to lower down the first year cap hit as far as base salary goes on these, guys like this on this new contract you're signing, but the bonus money is still going to push it up, especially when you're talking about Jackson being up around that $40 million territory. Maybe you can just bury some of this in guarantees for him to offset the exact cap hit of coming into Bloom right now, but they're going to want a lot of bonus money on top of that. There's no way around that. And I would estimate it's going to be probably around somewhere in this neighborhood as far as that goes. Now, as far as free agency, and let's cover the Crosby bridge right now, shall we? I don't think the Crosby deal happens. And there's two really major reasons why I don't think it's going to happen. Number one, I think that there's going to be too many teams in competition for the services here. And that's a big part of this that I really, even maybe beyond the second reason, just kind of ends up standing out to me. I think that the teams that are there that could stand through or not, that there's like a dozen of them. I don't believe in that there, but Broncos, I don't think would make the run, for instance, but could a Charger team? Well, Raiders aren't going to trade in the AFC. Okay, fair enough. Maybe we just go to the NFC. Philadelphia Eagles. They're coming off the year they're coming off right now. They had to get Brandon Graham off his couch. They had to make a desperate trade out there for Jalen Phillips. You could still make the argument they still needed more from the edge than they got. They're a team that's shown a willingness to be aggressive in the past. They've traded for a star player before, like AJ Brown, as they did in the past in that way. They may actually be able to offload AJ Brown to kind of offset some of the draft capital they'd have to give up to go after Max Crosby. But they would be a team to me that'd be very willing here at this point, driven by the fact that, again, we're the Super Bowl champion here. So there's a little bit of the chasers aspect of this. The chasing aspect makes you a bit more aggressive. The chasing aspect makes you go, man, Seattle's this juggernaut. We gotta go over the top to take this thing down next year. We can't just run it back the same way and hope that we're going to get the same results. It's not going to work that way. So the Eagles coming in here in that way stands out to me in a major way as the team that's probably going to come in here willing to throw more than you're willing to throw. I don't think that you'd see the Dallas Cowboys enter into the fray on this one. The Commanders are a team that certainly is possible of coming into this situation because of the fact that they need edge help as well, and they've got cap space, and they can get aggressive and say, hey, come play Jaden Daniels. Chicago Bears are a team that's being linked right now to Max Crosby as well. You can understand why they would look at maybe needing it. You pair Max with Montez Sweat, that'd be a pretty lethal combination. Detroit Lions need some help over on their other edge, aside from Hutchinson. Carolina could come into this. Tampa Bay could come into this. And then you have the Los Angeles Rams in your own division. Are they just going to sit by idly and hearing, oh, Seattle's going to offer 2 successive first-round picks for Max Crosby? And they don't come into that and they say, hey, we'll just throw you 2 first-round picks in this year's draft. Sorry, one sec. So the Rams are the one that are really the team to me that are going to jump into this even ahead of us as much as the other teams that might. They've got the 2 first-round picks this year. They've got a potentiality of being able to, franchise Byron Young. I think he's coming up for a contract, or they've got him under, I think they've got him under the 4th year still control here, but he's up for a contract extension. You could package him, put the couple of the first-round picks, and that would supersede anything Seattle could offer. And I think that that's going to be the thing that comes in and kind of neutralizes this potential as the first point of it. And that's the main point of this as to why I'm not sure that the Crosby thing can happen. I think Seattle's going to have an intention to want to do this. I think Seattle's going to be willing to throw the 2 first-round picks onto the table. But I think another team's going to come in hot, and they're going to say, man, we need to take this over the top to chase that team at the top. especially within your own division. Say nothing of maybe even a Niner team with a Bosa coming off his ACL might jump into this one. So there's a lot of different teams here, I think, in the NFC alone. If you want to just eliminate the AFC and say, well, they're not going to trade him within the AFC, a lot of teams out here in the NFC that they could go through, say nothing of some of the teams in the AFC. So don't think it's going to go down. Don't think that you're going to be able to quite match. And don't think John's going to go past that 2 first-round pick range of things, because he's probably also looking at this like, why do I have to necessarily do this? What is the feeling of requirement inside of me that I must do this, that I got to drive on this aggressively? I'm the team coming off the Super Bowl. When you look at the other big trades John's made over his time here, let's go through them really quickly. Percy Harvin, Jimmy Graham, and then Jamal Adams. They were all driven by a need. In Coach Carroll, he's a guy that valued special teams, and getting a guy like Percy Harvin, the value he brought there alone, great. And then also you looked at your wide receiver room and you were saying, well, Golden's kind of come along slowly. We didn't exactly know Doug Baldwin was going to develop in what he developed into. Sidney Rice has got all of these injuries that just they seem to be kind of building up, and he seems to be winding down and maybe not long for the football world. And so there was a hole there that needed to be filled. When you look over at the Jimmy Graham trade, there was a real struggle for you to be able to work inside the red zone, and that you thinking if you need to get a red zone target in here that can really be a problem down there. This is missing from your offense. And with Jamal Adams, of course, it was in a lot of ways to sort of cover up for a pass rush that just wasn't built up enough right through the offseason. So you were looking to put the Jamal Adams Band-Aid on the pass rush with his blitz ability, and that's why you were driven to make that move as much as anything else there. And along with not being able to put as much talent in the defense in your trying to reinvent the D as you had over the years through a couple of times. It's not as much of a similar need here as far as a gaping hole on the team that you've got to address. And that's including the edge, because even right now, you're still running back 3, losing Boye Mafe, you're still running back 3 of your edges as it stands. So I know I'm long-winded on this one, but I just don't think Crosby's going to be as much on the board as a possibility here. I've gone through it a bunch, and I just think a team's going to come in over the top. I think you're going to see some aggressiveness this offseason and teams feeling like they've got to get on top and pursue us here. We're a team that blew a lot of teams out last year. We lost by a collective 9 points. I'm not saying that we're going to be this necessarily. I'm just saying that this is a drive from a psyche standpoint from these teams, and understanding that I just can't just kind of keep this in cruise control and hope it just naturally will develop to take us up over the top. We're going to have to tangibly do something here. And John, I think, is going to feel good about, like, I'll make the right deal, but I'm not going to pay every price in the book. So let's get to the interesting part, I think, from what you guys are going to find in regards to me doing this. And that is, I'm going to throw you a little curveball here. I'm not making the big trade for Crosby. I've showed you the in-house signings I'm looking to make. And, those are no small measure signings, by the way. Those aren't just like, well, they're just, you sign this guy and sign that guy. So that's a little bit of your money. It's using up a significant portion of the cap space there with those deals that I just signed. Even as I kind of broke it down for you guys as far as like what you're looking at, price wise here. Just going through my notes here that I got. But let's keep it going here. I had something set up here, and I just lost my track of my thing here. Sorry, folks. Bear with me for a second. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. So you're about approximately $43 million or so in signings. And remember off this, as we go back to this, so 19, 20, 28, 235, and yeah, so $43 million just these signings. We've addressed corner, we got a running back, we got Sheeback, Jackson, new money, Devin money, and boy, does that money go fast, doesn't it? How much did we start out with this? What was our beginning? Well, we started out with $61 million. So these signings, you can see here, $61.89 million. You've taken quite a bit off the books, haven't you, with that? And this is the part where we will be getting aggressive, but not aggressive in the name of necessarily signing free agents. Because if you look at this, this is why I don't think you're going to be aggressive. There's a couple of reasons with this why I don't think you're going to be aggressive. But you're 61.5 minus 43, you're at $18.5 million remaining in cap space. And the thing people don't tend to build into their math on this that's very much worthy of paying attention to on this is that you have to create a reserve fund. And the reserve fund is for half the fund is for your draft picks to sign the draft picks along with your practice squad. Half the reserve fund is kind of there for you needing to do your order of business throughout the course of the season. It's going to be approximately about $13 to $14 million. Maybe this year, because you're down 2 picks, you can take it down to like $13 million or so. But that's a reserve that you've got to hold here on the team for those things I just mentioned. So when I say $18.5 million, it's not really $18.5 million that you're sort of sitting on there. You know, it's more like about $5.5 million of true cap space there. This is why we're going to pull my aggressive levers. And the aggressive levers that I'm going to pull are 2 contracts. I'm going to take DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp's contract, and rather than base to bonus it, I'm going to take those contracts and I'm going to base to void those contracts. What I mean by that is I take them down to a vet minimum, $1.3 million, whatever or so in there, and then I'm going to turn the rest into void year hits into successive years in the next 2 years. If you want to split them up, you can split them up into 2 years. You can put it all into next year. We'll deal with that down the line. We've got plenty of cap space down the line, but I'm going to do that. Convert their base to void, both of their 2 contracts. This is going to free up $18.54 million by doing that. I can still down the line end up pulling in extra levers, but these levers I'm pulling into right now with the 5.5 cap space, you throw that on top. Now you've got a little bit more money to work with here. You can be a little bit more aggressive, but I'm not going to be super aggressive still yet in free agency. Number one, what holes do I have to fill? I've brought in Marlon Humphrey. I've got to get I need to address safety, but Okada's there to be the starter initially. I'm sitting there with Tyrese Knight and Drake Thomas coming back, and I think O'Connell still comes back in, so your linebacker crew's great. Interior defensive line, Jaron Reed's back. Riley Mills is on the rise. You're 3 stacked deep at the edge. All 5 of your starting offensive linemen return. With Shaheed coming back, I got Kupp, Shaheed, JSN, Horton. Wide receivers are set. I'm 4 deep at the tight end position. I got my fullback. I'm 3 deep at the quarterback position. There's not a lot of need here to go out there in free agency and strike unless you're going to strike something that really does take you over the top as far as a difference maker of a position. You're not going to just do something to kind of go lateral. The one thing that we do need is a 4th edge. So we walk into this needing a 4th edge, and this is the one free agent signing I'm going to anticipate that John Schneider is going to make. And it's not a specific one. It's more of a, in general, kind of fashion one. And that is going to be the vet edge, the ring-chasing vet edge. You're going to sign him to a 1 year, maybe it's 1 year, $7 to $10 million, $8 to $10 million deal. He comes in to be that 4th edge. Some of the thought process here was a little bit of maybe looking at moving on from Uchenna Nwosu as well. And if you want to make the argument to me that that's something that's going to happen this offseason, I could see it as a possibility. He didn't necessarily play very good in the playoffs. It was pretty disappointing overall. I know the touchdown on the interception return was great, but it didn't do a lot. Had a nice run of about 5-6 games mid-year and then went very quiet. So this is really on the part where the team finds himself. So you might find them releasing both Uchenna and needing to do this as a double dipper. But the thing with the releasing Uchenna Nwosu is that you really only save $3 million by releasing him. And he does carry with him an $8 million cap hit in that release. And so you kind of go, well, is that worth the while? Is the guy that you're going to return in going to give you a much better player than that? It's a bit of a question mark. This is one where I think there's a little bit of uncertainty. When it comes to the type of guys, why I didn't go specific here is I think specificity is not as important as 4th edge, a vet, a guy who's got a lot of production on the books in his career with still a little bit of something left in the tank. This is the type of guy that you're going to look to target. 1 second. So, what would these guys look like? Well, here you go. We're going to say these would be the kind of I suppose you could say, ideal type of dudes I'm looking at here. So you've got Khalil Mack, 35 years old. Overlooked Mike Evans for just a second here, but Jadeveon Clowney, who had his best year not 2 years ago, had his best year of his career in the Mike Macdonald defense. He was very productive for the Cowboys, serving in that rotational role. Von Miller lamented many times not coming to Seattle and choosing instead Washington in a ring-chasing move last year. Had a pretty decent year for Washington overall, considering what was going on with that team. Maybe he's a guy that looks to come here. And you've got, of course, Joey Bosa as well. I don't know how interested he is anymore at playing the run, as Joey is definitely getting into that mode of where it's like, I just want to rush the passer. And what you're kind of feeling from him at times contributed to the struggles of the Buffalo Bills in the run game woes at times. But these would be guys that all be about around the same price. Maybe guys a little bit more, like Bosa might get $12 million on a one-year deal. But a guy like Clowney, you bring him as the fourth edge in this group and allow him to rotate through. Still could be a very dynamic player, a good physical fit. All those guys that I targeted there can be those kind of physical, beastly power edge types that do fit to Mike Macdonald's defense. And this would be the only free agent move I'd see you making. You've gotten your receiver in house here. I think that you're going to look to the draft. Potentially, if you're going to look to accommodate more running back help. But I think that you sign Walker, you feel pretty good about where that position stands and that you're going to get Charbonnet back at some point. McIntosh should be good to go to get back immediately. And so I just think that some of this comes down to not needing to do a lot because of where your team is at, not needing to feel impelled to have to get hyper aggressive right now, but instead you can kind of sit back in the cut and let this thing play out. See if somebody comes up and presents themselves right before training camp, as has happened in recent years past, or at the trade deadline. You need some piece to go over the top. Some guy who's not available now becomes available at the trade deadline. This is another thing we see. A team that thinks they're contending right now, a team that thinks they're contending August 1st, a team that thinks they're contending September 1st is not letting player A out the door. But now as they get into midseason and their year's kind of turned in a bad direction, suddenly the books are open and they're ready to move. And you just got to be ready, as I said at the top of the show on this, to be able to be flexible and willing to roll with those punches. So first off, where are we at cap-wise? Okay. We started out with $61.8 million. Our in-house free agents that we signed, these would be the Marlon Humphrey, Walker, Shaheed, and Jigba, and Devin Witherspoon, are then on extensions. That's going to come in. Pumpkin's a little needy today, folks. Got to deal with it. That's going to come in at $43 million of in-house free agents. Outside free agents, an $8 to $10 million deal for that edge, that one outside edge. You could obviously look to go in a couple of other different directions here as far as free agents for some low-end price guy on a vet minimum. I'm not going to count that in the books right now. It's kind of hard to predict. They may make some flyer out there for a guy or not who may or may not actually end up making the final roster. So we'll see when it comes to kind of those type of signings. The restructures, Cooper Kupp, DeMarcus Lawrence. I'm creating base to void on the final years of their deal there, or not the final years of their deal, but on this second year of their deal here, and extending a little bit the cap hit down the line on that one, but creating then some cap space, which takes us to gives us $18.4 million in plus. You take it all in the wash, all of the total net. You come out of all of this with your in-house signings done, getting that edge out in free agency, and now you still have $27.2 million. I mentioned, though, you got to remember, $13 million or so is to that reserve fund that I talked about. So you're sitting on about actual cap space at this point, $14.2 million in cap space, and like true real cap space at that point. I don't want to necessarily make this money now because we're predicting partly by what John's done in the past. John's never been a guy that's been hyper aggressive out there in free agency for the most part. Certainly not a wave one guy. He's going to look to get his own house guys in signed. He might look for some value deals. He's going to tend to look for 1 year kind of contracts. If he goes out there in free agency, it's just not a place that he's going to tend to be active. Whereas I think he's going to be more active and has shown more of a penchant for being active when it comes to around that training camp time period or right there before the trade deadline. And I think he's kind of learned, it's one of those lessons over time that I think he's picked up, is that it suits me very well to have this money in my hip pocket to be able to make those moves at the right time. So no activity in free agency really outside of that edge. And what this ends up netting you is something kind of nice in this whole situation. Because remember at the top of this, Josh goes out for $9 million a year, Woolen out for $11 million per year, Bryant out for $14 million per year, Boye Mafe $12 per year, $6 million to Josh Jones. And you're only offsetting that then with basically an edge contract at $8 to $10 million. So you lose all that out the door. You only pull in an $8 to $10 million edge. This is how the compensatory system works, right? As it kind of takes in what you've taken in versus what you've lost. You've lost more than you've gained. So you're going to get compensatory action here. This is what I would anticipate the return would be. Coby Bryant, 4th round pick. Combination of Jobe and Mafe would be a 4th round pick because that'd be a bit of the offset, going on there where Josh Jones, you get nothing for that with the edge. And then that eats a little bit into partially the Jobe Mafe contracts, but still that'd be enough, I think, to get you a 4th. And then Woolen would get you a 5th round pick. So you come out of this with 3 compensatory picks. This all goes together because what you then can do is then you get to the trade deadline, let's say, and there's a deal on the table you want to go make. Now you have the extra ammunition you're going to get back in compensatory value in the draft, so that if I give up another 4th or 5th round pick, well, that's fine. I'm going to get a couple of those back anyway when I get to the compensatory side of this. So this only aids John. This only gives John much more reason to be able to be aggressive and to have more capital he can throw on the table at the trade deadline by working some of this compensatory system. It's not as much about, well, you're going to go land these grade A players at the very far end of the 4th round or the very far end of the 5th round. I get it. They stack those picks on the end of those rounds, but they are a value to teams when you can throw those extra picks on top of the pile. You're giving a team a 2nd round pick and then you're like, oh, and we'll give you our 4th or 5th with the 2nd. And you've got that 4th or 5th compensatory. Now you're not just going into it like we are with this draft where you just lose those picks wholly. They're kind of getting returned to the coffers a little bit. And this is where I do believe that, John can kind of play this game to really set the whole stage up, set his sniper scope on that trade deadline and getting it specifically with the intent of getting a player who's not available right now, made available at that time, and not having to go up against the amount of teams that you have to go up against this time of year in competition for those type of services. C. Max Crosby. All right. So let's get to a couple others here. I want to get to a few of the donations here because I don't want to get too far behind. You guys are so kind on this, and we'll keep rolling through on this. So we're going to look at the draft here after this, and then we'll discuss with you guys a little bit of how this and why I rolled this way, and you guys can yell at me for not spending the money. Simogen, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, you need to wear that shirt on the NFC Roundtable chat. I did. I wore this shirt this last week, Simogen. So great minds must think alike. This was, I had to have this thing ready for the round table. And I got a couple pairs of them. I'm going to make sure I got a little bit in the reservoir on this one. So it was a must, man. It was an absolute positive must. Great suggestion. Thank you for the donation. IOW, thank you for the $5 donation. Was in the mood for the Seahawks Spurs Mariner content. Way to deliver fire. If we go back to back, how many of our guys do you think have a good shot at the Hall of Fame? Well, I'm glad I could hop on at the right time. We'll be back rolling strong here throughout this offseason with Sunday streams. You guys can count on it. 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. We'll go live for sure week in and week out in this way. And we'll begin some Mariners coverage this offseason in addition to that. As far as Hall of Fame goes, it's an interesting question. Very, very interesting question. I think that certainly at this point, Jackson Smith and Jigba, through 3 seasons, as young as he is, has a pathway to getting there. You get back to another Super Bowl, and he's a centerpiece of that. Got to think he's in alignment to have that possibility on him. I would think same thing I would apply to Devin Witherspoon. He's gone 3 straight Pro Bowls, got the All-Pro this year. His reputation is only going to continue to rise coming off that Super Bowl performance. I would expect him to be another guy. If you got him back another Super Bowl, that's another guy you're talking about. Nick Emanwari, IOW, how good he was right from the get-go, right from the jump. Didn't take time for him to acclimate. I said it all year long. This guy's playing like Kyle Hamilton in his rookie year. And Kyle Hamilton was not Kyle Hamilton in his rookie year. Took him some time to get there. Took him some time to figure it out. This guy figured it out right from the rip. And a guy that I was blown away when Corbin said at the training camp a little bit, walking and we were doing the meeting there, and he was talking about him being a Hall of Fame talent. But I saw it on the field myself in training camp, saw it show up throughout the course of this year. I think the picks are going to really come with Emanwari into the future. That's something that he was doing in training camp, this last year a ton. And that's going to come as he gets more comfortable in the scheme and he just gets more and more used. And I think sometimes at points there, they could just kind of play it so safe defensively at times this year that they didn't really bring out all the stuff they could have brought out, which would have driven some more of those turnovers. Those would be the 3 guys that certainly stand out to me You do start to wonder a little bit about Leonard Williams and what he's doing with his career here at the end of his career. If he went and got another one, though it's probably hard because he might not statistically quite have enough defensive tackles. It can be hard to get in there. Byron Murphy is a guy that, he's going to really go off, I think, once he gets into the 3 tech. But even still right now, he's a guy that's, rising. And I'm not going to say Hall of Fame path or anything. But again, if they're doing back-to-back, these are guys that are definitely flashing in a major way if that's what you're pulling off. So probably those would be the ones that I would look to as being the ones that have that potential. Hard to say on with the rest of the team with that. Does a guy like Gray Zabel have that potential in him? Maybe it's a little early. It's a little early and hard to tell. But you're definitely going to be having a couple of those kind of guys rise up. You don't get back-to-back championships in the NFL unless you've got some Hall of Fame players probably on your roster. That's just how hard it is to pull it off. Great question. Those would be the only ones right now. There's certainly some guys who could be kind of tickling a little bit there too, depending on the kind of year that they had. But those would be the ones I'd be pretty solid on. Thank you, though, IOW. John Naylor, thank you for the $5 donation. I believe Jackson Smith-Njigba deserves 40 plus when eligible, but at what point are you willing to let him walk versus commit too much to the wide receiver room? Well, I think that with Jackson Smith-Njigba, I think that I'd come back to him with this and say, like, all right, here's where we can stand with this. I can pay you the $37 million right now and you can get paid and rewarded and you deserve that contract. But if you're going to be talking about wanting to be the highest paid guy in the sport at that position, then you're going to have to wait until you're through your 4th year. That's just the reality of that road at that point. Because from John Schneider's perspective, what is the cost going to significantly uptick to next year? Who are the wide receivers out there that are going to push this? Puka's going to take it up to probably 41, admittedly speaking. But then when I go through the rest of the league right now, who's the guy pushing it above that, beyond that at this point? There's really not a lot of other guys. Meaning what I'm trying to say with that, of course, is that you get a year down the line, is the cost going to significantly increase for John for waiting? And if the answer is not, and if I'm not getting a discount by paying you a year early, then why is it in the team's purview to sign you early? You want to do right by a player, but if they're going to insist upon breaking the bank, which is every bit their right, then as a team, to me, it's every bit your right to kind of sit on the line and be like, all right, well, we'll wait a year and we'll come back and give you $42 million a year, right? Like the price right now would be 40.5, we'll wait a year and it'll be 42 and we get to play you out on a rookie contractual year so we can kind of get that savings built in for this year to have a year to go for it again. There's a lot behind this that I think would be smart from John's perspective at that point. I know this is sometimes a place where you can create some bad blood with a player, and it's not that he doesn't deserve to make that money. It's just that, like, dude, you just got through 3 years to negotiate a new deal, and that's great. We can negotiate a new deal, but that doesn't mean we have to now, with you having no leverage in the situation, pay you this amount that's over the top. If it came down to it and he was hardlining us and he was saying, you got to pay me the $40 million this year or I'm going to be a problem, which I just can't see as being how Jackson's wired to be. I probably would, if my arm's being twisted behind me, pay the $40 million. Am I going up to $43, $44, $45 million per year? No, I'm not going to go up to that spot of it. I think that's where you're getting to a place where it's like, okay, let's like think this through a little bit here. But I'd be very hesitant to let him walk. It'd take a lot to let him walk. He'd have to be kind of hard lining things in a certain way, in a major way, to make it drive to that direction of things. It's a good question, John. Keep coming back to that. It's like, well, if he's going to want to be the highest pride, then why do I got to be driven to pay him right now? What is my, what's the, even if especially if the team's just asking to be like, oh, hey, look, we're not going to pay you 40, but we're going to pay you 37. It's not like I'm coming in at 30. It's not like I'm coming in lowballing you then. I come in at 37. It's like, that's pretty equitable. That's John doing you pretty right, especially on a 4-year contract extension, as it would probably be. Feels like there's a middle ground on this to find a way to make this work. The Warhammer guy, thank you for the $2 donation. They need to draft a hedge at cornerback. Question is, How? It's not that hard, actually, for especially this year's draft, Warhammer. There's a very strong argument to be made that if you just want to talk about pure depth of position in this draft and the best depth of position in this draft, I think cornerback has a very strong argument to be made that it is it. And that you should be able to find guys that are very functional in this draft. Maybe they're not going to light the world on fire. There's not going to be a lot of high ceiling type dudes, but there's certainly guys that you can draft anywhere from that 32 range where you're picking back into the second round. And you should find a guy who should be able to come in and play for you pretty early. Maybe he's not going to be amazing, but can he come up and come close to matching you a little bit of what Josh Jobe gave you last year, or a combination of what Jobe and Woolen gave you? You know, I could say maybe so. Marlon Humphrey signing there gives you a little bit of some insurance policy for this. So that's the nice part. If you get a Humphrey, now you've got the guy you draft duking it out with Nehemiah Pritchett, and as to who gets to step on the field if there's an injury, good competition at that point. And I think that's probably a way that they look to go, which you will see when I do show you where I ran with my mock draft and how I rolled with that. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. And Warhammer, I will say, I think that there's Rasul Douglas out there who's played in Mike Pindell's scheme. They might go get another vet on top of that on a vet minimum type deal, but the corner market's pretty bereft of very much there. It's pretty empty as far as that goes. Martin Lawrence, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate you too, man. It's good to see you in the house. I reckon JSN thinks he should be the highest paid wide receiver. I think he knows that's not happening, and this is the opening bid to get the 37.5 YPA on this contract. Very much could be so, and I don't mind him saying it at all. He certainly is deserving of it in the respect of you just got Offensive Player of the Year from the wide receiver position and put up one of the all-time best seasons ever for the receiver position, and you're 23 years old or something, right? You know, so you're all right, yeah, that's I get it. His blocking's come along really well from I think where it started. You know, he's a hell of a player. I don't want to let him go. But that's to me that's where you just find that landing spot. $37 million per year is where it's like, look, let's find that happy ground where we can let the team save a little bit of money on this deal. You can get paid early. You don't have to wait or think about that. It's a win for everybody at that point. So that's right where I'm at on a Martin too. I see it's a bit of a salvo in negotiations, but I think the negotiations will eventually be twisted back around in the right direction on this one, and they'll get the deal done when it's all said and done. Nathan Tucker, thank you for the $10 donation. Nathan, it's been 3 weeks since the Super Bowl, and us Seahawks fans are still going crazy. Feels great to be back on top. Honestly, feels like the 2025 season went by so fast. Go Hawks! Hey, go Hawks, Nathan. It's nothing like winning the Super Bowl because it's the build up to the game. You got the 2 weeks. You know, some of these playoffs, it's just kind of boom, boom, boom. It goes like that. You get the 2 weeks, then you get it, and then you get to just spend the whole offseason just kind of reveling and enjoying it. And yeah, it was kind of quick in certain ways. It certainly was, and it was definitely one that, you know, you blink and the NFL season goes by fast. It definitely happens like in that fashion, but it feels great, doesn't it? I've been enjoying every bit of it like you guys have. I've been going through all the content like you guys have. They had the sound came out the other night and ate that right up the second it was popped up on the feed. You know, it's just a lot of fun to be able to just appreciate this. And this team was, as you go back and look at them and you just appreciate what they did, there's so many parts that are so interesting about this team and so cool about this team and make it so easy to root for this team and how they went about their business, how they were unified, how they never faltered, how there was never, you know, anything from a mentality wise, it was anything but like the pursuit of greatness and how much that's appreciated as a fan as you see players really capture that spirit in full. And it's like, I cut away all the BS. I'm just trying to drive for greatness. There's no guarantee I'll get there just because I'm driving for it. But my true intention is going to be that right there. Can I go snatch that? Can I go grab that? Feels great, Nathan. It feels great, man. And let's see if we can back to back this thing, man. Let's get a little greedy with this. Why not? But go Hawks, brother. Go Hawks. And thank you for the very kind donation. Nathan, another $2 donation. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. He says, I hope to God we get K9 back. I do as well here. It's a running back class that I'm not as high on as far as finding a replacement that's not going to feel like you're taking a step back. You got two of your other running backs coming off ACL injuries. You had Walker throughout, not just in the Super Bowl, but throughout the playoffs, showing you what can happen when his difference-making level of talent is finally combined up with the blocking scheme and an offensive system that can actually maximize him rather than minimize him, which is what some of the other prior offensive systems would do, which was what prior offensive blocking level of talent would sometimes do. And it just feels like you just want to continue to build on that momentum moving into next year with him, that you really have found that sweet spot of usage and how to get him right. And then again, we'll come back to the running back contracts. Is that can they be a little bit pricier than they've been in recent years, where nobody was getting paid? Yeah, a little bit, but they're still not breaking the bank. You're still going to see a Rashid Shaheed get a far more significant contract than what K9 gets, and K9 is a much better running back than what Shaheed is as a wide receiver. It's not even close, really, with that, and that's just the reality of that. So you hope that'll eventually drive this back around, Nathan, into a place where you get the deal done kind of as much because of that. And that there should be a happy, much like the JSN contract, there should be kind of a ground you can find between player and team that's going to make it make sense for both. Walker gets paid, team doesn't have to, basically hand him the Saquon Barkley contract to get it done. But thank you, Nathan. Very kind of you. Banker Alperez in the house. What's up, man? He says, I'd cry if I see y'all sign Pickens or Evans. Yeah, I don't think there's any chance with Pickens going down there. I think the Cowboys would, they can't really franchise. They're negative 20. Cowboys are in a pickle. They got negative $24 million right now in cap space. I think they can base to bonus some of the Prescott contract. $40 million, so they can do some of it there. They've got some high base salaries, so they definitely have some mobility within that. I would be very surprised to see them bring Pickens in here, banker. He's just got a little bit too much of the you're not sure of what you're getting kind of mental approach with him at times, and that he's always engaged. There's a little bit of Woolen in Pickens at times. Let me put it that way. Now, Mike Evans, if Rashid Shaheed gets too costly here and he's going to cost $18, $19, $20 million, is that's what the Raiders are willing to spend, or some other team out there that needs a wide receiver is willing to spend, do you come back to Evans and you say, hey, we'll make you our X receiver? Okay, you maybe don't have the burner ability of a guy like Shaheed, but you're still going to be a problem for somebody on the outside. No one's going to want to leave you in single coverage. And Mike Evans and Jackson Smith and Jigba and Cooper Kupp would be a pretty devastating combination, I would think. Not to mention, it'd be a hell of a blocker for you out there on the edge with his size. So Evans, I think, is a real possibility as a backup plan to Rashid Shaheed. Not a lot of wide receivers out there in the free agent class I think John would be jumping on, but that would be one that, in Mike Evans' case, coming back to, again, is he maybe a potential ring chaser in this situation? Maybe so. No greater place to come be a ring chaser at than with the Seattle Seahawks this upcoming season. We just won the bowl, so why not? But I think Pickens, you can rest assured we're not doing that. He's going to cost $30 million a year. I think the Cowboys find a way to get that done. Just hard to see them let him get away. But if not, then there'll be another team that would outbid what we'd want to pay for him. No chance there for sure. But Mike Evans, 1 year, $12 million deal, banker. That's a real possibility. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate you. Jeffrey Thistle says, show me the money. Show me the money. Tom Cruise. That's right. Show me the money, baby. You got some money to spend. Let's burn a hole in our wallet right now, Jeffrey, I tell you. Burn a hole in the wallet. But that's Rashid Shaheed right now with John Schneider. He's on the phone with him. He's like, show me the money, John. Show me the money. Industry Worth in the house. What's up, Industry Worth? Are you going to any other cool football or media events this 2026? Well, thank you for the $5. I was almost on the edge of going to the Combine. Just couldn't quite pull off the last minute, make that happen. But I believe that we're going to be doing a Seattle event for Roundtable. So we'll be doing a Seahawks Roundtable event. And then Industry, I'm going to get over there in training camp as well with the Syndicate boys. And check out the team, see how things are going on. See what's what, all that good stuff. But yeah, I think I'm gonna get out there on the don't know which game it'll be, but Roundtable I think is gonna come out there to Seattle and we'll do a live event out there. That's what we're looking to pull off there, industry. It's good to see you in the house. Thank you for the $5. Hope you're having a good day. Appreciate you. Definitely going to do training camp, possibly on the front of doing the roundtable thing, which I think I've got him talked into. Balance 3-2, thank you for the $5 donation. Interesting hypothetical. If you could trade JSN and keep everyone else, would you? No, I wouldn't. We get down to really the bottom line on the guys you're losing here. I'm not, and I don't want to throw shade at these guys. These guys are solid, good players, deserving of these contracts, deserving to be paid. But the NFL is not a sport about paying everyone. It's a sport actually about being a little bit cutthroat and about making tactical decisions and making sure you're really putting smart decisions one on top of each other. That's how you got to where you've got over the past 3 years. It ain't you sign Mike McDonald. It ain't you drafted this guy or drafted that guy. It's how you spent your money, how you've drafted, how you've built this program. So, there's no guy on this list that I look at that I would say to Job's fine player. I can replace him. Woolen, I don't know what I'm getting week in and week out, play in and play out. Bryant, steady at the cornerback position, got a nose for the ball, no doubt about that. Is he a difference maker at the position? No. Do I think Julian Love is a better player than him, almost at the same price? Yes. Boye Mafe, guy's got 2 sacks this year. You can point to the pressure numbers all day, but I'm paying $12 million per year for 2 sacks a season. That's not going to get it done. And Josh Jones is fine, but again, I can find swing tackles at less than $6 million per year. So no, the guys. I think you're keeping the guys that you want to keep in a Walker and in a Shaheed, and Jackson's contract's not going to prevent you from that. It's kind of the nice thing here, Balance Troop, is that because you have $61 million, because you have so many levers you can pull to free up space, you're not impelled by having to make a tough cut to then sign other guys. These are cuts these are lack of signings you're okay with making because you can find replacements, number one. They're also, number two, going to help you play the compensatory game, as I showed here. So it's ones where it just tactically makes sense as much as it's like, well, we're financially impelled to have to do it. I don't think you're as much into that. So it's an interesting hypothetical, man, for sure. But no, I would keep JSN. I think you don't want to let Hall of Fame talent move out the door. We had this happen to us once back in the day with Steve Hutchinson, and it didn't work out particularly too well for us. Don't let Hall of Fame talent walk, especially when they're very young. That's kind of one of those no-brainer what smart organizations kind of do. But it's a good question because it is a high cost. There's no denying the fact that it's not like it's going to be peanuts to get him signed, or that you're going to be able to just bury all the money 3 or 4 years down the line on this deal. Like I showed on the deal at the top on this, it's him and Witherspoon's contract's going to be $19 million of new money on the books this year. Maybe it'll be a little bit less, maybe it'll be a little bit more, but you're going to have to eat new money on the books to get their extensions done. It's not going to be purely like, yeah, down the line, we'll deal with that. So it's a good question to ask, and it's one you want to be aware of with all this. What are all the avenues of ways we can go with this? What are all the possibilities? So that you make sure you land at the smartest one. You don't just start out with this. I think this one's the smartest one. Let's do that. Well, what would this entail? Okay, what would that entail? But I think there's a lot there that makes sense on this one. All right. Sean, Mick, Leo Dart, thank you for the $5 donation, Sean. Even Wari has a huge buffer of athleticism to lose as he ages, which helps a ton in putting together a Hall of Fame bid. Hamilton and Derwin, not as much. We'll see with those guys. The tough part, too, with this becomes, Sean, this is kind of going to be a new position, the sort of the safety slot, hybridic role. It's not one that's been commonly found in NFL history. And what we know about the safety position in general is it's one that is very tough, very hard to get Hall of Fame nods on. There's positions where if you're an edge, much easier to get the Hall of Fame nod. Quarterback, much easier to get the Hall of Fame nod. But when you're a safety, you really got to splash in order to pull that off. And so can you put up those splashy stats? Can you put up the splashy production over a long period of time? I think you're right. I think he does have a lot there loaded to be able to do this. eventually some possibility there too, to where even if he can't hold up in the slot forever, that you can eventually transition him to the safety position, pure and simple, if that's what's required there. I think Hamilton and Derwin are on really strong bids at the start of their career right now. They're moving along really well into potentially getting those kind of Hall of Fame nods and bids, like you say. But there's more work to be done all across the board there. But Eamon coming in this good, this early, this quick helps you on that pathway, because that's one of the things Hall of Famers are able to do, is they're able to come in and be very splashy from the jump, on top of being great and highly productive for that decade run that you have to be really considered in that lane of things. Yeah, he is as freakish as they get. And what's going to be funny here is you're going to watch a lot of teams this offseason, Sean, chasing the Eamon train here. Can we find that Hamilton and that Eamon guy so we can replicate what Seattle's doing, so we can live in nickel? We don't like living in base. Base sucks. We want to get back to the nickel. But there's not an Eamon in this draft. These guys don't just come falling off the back of the apple cart. It's not happening. They come about maybe once every couple of years in these kind of drafts. You got to jump on them when they pop, which kind of makes it all that much more weirder that an Eamon wasn't taken somewhere in the first round, especially with all those playoff teams there that kind of ran in succession to passing on him in the 20s. Considering that you did have a Hamilton archetype to work off of with Eamon. You had a guy like this that you could come off of and be like, well, if we put him into this role, that works to his skill set so good. But yeah, he's got the goods and the means to do it, man. Wouldn't surprise me at this point to see him do it with how good he's been out the chute. Appreciate you, Sean. Oh, we got a $20 donation here. Thank you for that. Dime. Oh. Very kind of you, Dime. Very kind of you. Sorry if this was already addressed, but will the potential tax coming hurt our ability to retain, attract players? Tariq chose the Dolphins over the Jets due to taxes in 22, getting $9 million more on a smaller contract. Can't help. That's the reality there of that is it just can't help. It's one that has been one of the benefits that you've been able to have at times, Dime, in recent years, where teams going even to California, and you can say, okay, you want to be a free agent and go down to the Chargers, you want to go down to the 49ers, or at one point even the Raiders. Well, you're going to have to pay your tax back to the state. A percentage of your salary goes back to the state. And with us, we only have the sales tax in Washington, so that wasn't going to be the case. Now it is the case. So will it play a bit of a part on this now? Probably will. Yeah. Do I think it's going to be an epidemic of an issue to where it's like every contract you're running across, this becomes now an issue? No, I don't. So I think it is something that will probably come up here or there when you are in competition against those teams that don't have that kind of tax in place, like a Miami team doesn't out of Florida, or Jacksonville. Well, that does give them a tactical advantage in those negotiations over you if it comes down to dollar for dollar, right? Because you summon it well with the Tariq deal, where he takes a little bit of a lesser deal to go to the Dolphins, but yet ends up making $9 million more in money because of the tax system that's in place to New York, which has got some similarities to California. And I think the thing that just makes it hesitant for me to really say it's going to be a big issue is just I haven't heard of players a lot of times, going to that as a reasoning process for why they signed for this place versus that place. They much more often talk about the culture, the coaching, the system, their faith in how that team is going to get the most out of them. Those tend to be, to me, the frontline reasons that go into it. But it's no small dollar amount, to your point. And when you talk about some of these other places that have those kind of taxes in place, like California, New York, kind of bigger markets, there's some maybe tit for tat that you're getting there as far as able to make up some of the money in other ways that maybe you're not able to do as much here. So it's a potential issue. I'm not loving the fact that it's coming into play. And you see how overboard this type of stuff can get, where a guy like Sam Darnold going down to California, costs him money to go play a playoff game, where it's like, dude, really? The jock tax is literally the name of it. Like, come on, what are we doing? What are we doing here? But it'll play a part, man. Thank you. Appreciate the $20 donation. You are very kind for that, brother. Very kind. And thank you for bringing that up. I meant to be kind of bringing that up a little bit more, but it's also got a couple years. We'll see if it really does pass through and if it's really going to stand and all that. I mean, it's gotten through some initial phasing on this, but it's got a long way to still go to actually get, I think, fully passed up there and get on through. Very kind of you though, man. Martin, thank you for the $5 donation. I've rewatched the Super Bowl 5 times. My favorite play, still the Riley Mills sack. Had it all, speed, power, nastiness, and ended with tackling 2 players. It's a phenomenal play. And you get at times in games where just there's a magic at play. And, you know, it's like when you see the snap go over Peyton Manning's head in the first Super Bowl in the first 12 seconds of the game. You're like, ooh, there feels like something kind of a little magical going on here almost, you know? Like there's something playing like angels in the outfield kind of stuff going on a little bit. And you get a guy like Riley Mills all season who's been out and plays has a cup of coffee at the end of the season here and there a few times, playing out there in the Super Bowl and wrecking shop. I mean, with one of the more all-time prettiest sacks you'll ever see from a player, especially from a defensive tackle position. It was wondrous, man. And you had a few of those plays in this game, and it's one of those days where it's like sometimes it's your day. Some days it is your day. Some days it isn't your day. And it's a feeling. It's a bit of energy to the air, if you were. And that was one of those moments where the energy to the air told you it was going to be Seattle's day. Riley Mills is forklifting the guard, and like you say, tackling 2 guys in one. You know it was going to go all right for that team on that day. But he's a hell of a player and a guy that would have been a top 50 guy if not for the ACL. And would he have been a top 30 guy if not for the ACL? Well, that's one of the things that uncertain, because he was a Nate Feldman freak list guy, which would have meant that if he would have been healthy and coming off the good year he had with Notre Dame, as late in his college career he had made the transition to defensive tackle, he would have been able to test through the roof. And if he had tested through the roof, would that have told so many more teams out there that there's a lot more potential in this guy, a lot more ability within this guy? Maybe it would have, and caused him to be drafted that much higher. And so you are in a lot of ways getting a kind of a freebie second round pick added on into your roster next year with what Riley Mills will bring. And I think he's going to bring quite a bit to the table. It wasn't just that sack. There's more than a couple times this year, even those little few snaps that he was out there. It's like the first game was a little bit rough. He was rusty. But he got out there in the next couple of games and he was actually able to, be disruptive, be hard to block. You could feel the aggression and power that he brings to play that he brought on that play, which should be able to be replicated into the future. Don't know where his upside ends up. Don't know the final point as far as the type of player he lands on being, but really excited about his future. And this kid seems like a hard worker, which will definitely help him out. You take great natural talent, freakish natural size and ability, and you combine that with a real hard worker. This is the stuff that makes great players. Roy Froelich, thank you for 48 months. I said 48 months as a Hawks Nest member. That's a long time of dedication and support, brother. I appreciate you for that. We gave up draft stock for Shaheed. I doubt it's a rental. You definitely did. You definitely did pay a decent price for him. I would argue to you, Roy, with it, it's not really like prime draft stock when you're talking about day 3. And that 4th round pick, let's also remember now, that 4th round pick is number 32 in the 4th round. So if in retrospect, you really gave up a high 5th round pick and a high 6th round pick for Rashid Shaheed. And while I'm sure John would ideally, in my opinion on this, and I do think John's going to try to make a contractual run at him, you do want to not, like you say, have it turn into just a rental. You also don't want to just overpay in the name of avoiding it just being a rental. You don't want to overpay in the name of being a rental. You want to make sure you're paying that price at what he really should be paid at. And the thing with wide receivers is that it has become a position that's more slowly emerging here in recent years of one that is, I can go find wide receivers in the draft, and I don't have to necessarily go pick them out in the 1st round. And they can kind of come in and they can play really well for me really quickly. And the drive and need, as much as we'd seen as that trend, especially in the teens of all these receivers being paid so much money, maybe it doesn't have to be as much a direction that teams have to go into over and over again, because there are so many readily made replacements out there. It's starting to approach a little bit like the running back position was once before, where you go, well, look, I don't have to go over the top on this. There's a lot of guys that are very similarly talented or closely talented to these guys that are just a tiny step below that are going to give me very similar production. So I do agree. They're going to make the hard run at him here, Roy. They're going to want to get it done, but at the same point in time, I don't think they're going to break the bank for Shaheed. Not when they're about to have to pay JSN the 37.5, and not when you still have Cooper Kupp's $18 million cap hit this year still kind of sitting on the books. Thank you, though, man. Appreciate your long time support here to the channel. It's very kind of you. M. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation. Jordan, is Puka going to get top 5 wide receiver pay? And like our roster building with JSN, how will it affect their team? Similar to us? No, it's a little bit of a different situation that they find themselves in than we find ourselves in. First off, the Rams do have cap space. So as you can see here, we're $61 million. Rams are right here at $44.34 million. So $17 million approximately less than what we've got to spend. And what they're running into here, which is notable, is going to be some of the contract extensions that they have to give out. So I would say, first off, they've kept Devontae Adams. He's not going to move on, but you're going to have to probably figure out a contract extension. No, you're probably going to, you are going to need to, with Kobe Turner first. So he's due. He's going to probably make $20 million per year. At the very least, I would think. He's a fantastic player for them. So he's the first guy that's on the list that you're looking at, wondering about. Steve Avila, the other guard, is another guy that they've got to put on a contract extension this offseason. Byron Young, coming off a career best season. It's not the best for the Rams on this one because his price is going to be at the ultimate high ground it can be. It's one of the reasons I wonder if they're not maybe going to be in a position of looking to move him because he's not going to want to play on the 4th year of his deal. He's going to want an extension. So you've got 3 guys before we even get to Puka Nacua. You got 3 guys that are going to need to get those extensions. Puka will be the first guy, of course, to get it, but you got 3 on the book already that are going to take a big chunk of that money off. That $41 million will be kind of eaten up on them, and then whatever's basically left has got to come from Puka, who's definitely going to get an extension. Puka's not going to make top 5 wide receiver play. Puka's going to make $40 million per year. He's got almost 1,500 yards in his first season, 990 yards last year in 11 games played. And then he's got 1,715 yards this year with 10 touchdowns receiving. He's also a grade A blocker. They also use him as a runner at times. I mean, they've tapped into that kid in full. And with Puka, he's a guy that's going to no doubt ask for that kind of money. I mean, he's a guy that's indicated, Jordan, that he's not looking to play past 30 years old. But they're in a predicament because those are all 3. Kobe Turner, $20 million per year. Steve Avila is probably going to make about $15 million per year or so. And then you've got Byron Young, who's going to be in line for probably around $18 to $20 million per year off the season he had. And then you got Puka at $40 million per year. So, you've got, would that be a 40, 60, it's like almost like $100 million in per year cost you've got to add onto the books with $41 million of cap space. And much like I said with our reserve fund, remember that Rams got to do the same thing with their reserve fund. So they've got to be sitting there at, $14 million got to come off the books, not even more. They need more like $15 million because they got 2 first-round picks. So they really have, in actuality, like $29 million of functional cap space to do those particular extensions. So it's going to affect them in a much harder way. First off, they don't have as much money as we do to spend. That's first off. We don't have to give out the kind of contract extensions they do. JSN will be your big, huge one you got to give out. Walker will be low teens. Shaheed should be middle teens. And that's the only real 2 major deals you have to give out, whereas, they've got the young one, especially, that they've got to put on top. That's the one that really is the backbreaker. They're on top of the other contracts they got to hand out. So they're in a much tougher place to pull this off. And I don't think that they have as much room to go out there and be active. And oh, by the way, they've got to fix their cornerback room right now. Is that through the draft? Probably. Maybe it's going to have to be through the draft by necessity. Maybe. So they're in a much more hampered position than we are with JSN, I would say, Jordan. Both contracts will hurt, but it's as much of the other contracts than just that one that make it harder on them. And I think Puka makes how does Puka not make $40 million? How does he not say that I've got everybody a reason to be paid every red nickel dime that Jamar Chase. In fact, I do more things than Jamar Chase does. Why wouldn't you pay me that? Sean McLeodart. He says, oh, you mean about Eamon Wari? He says, I just mean he can't lose a step. He can lose a step, they can't. And that's in regards to just Sean's other post up here about Eamon Wari has a huge buffer of athleticism to lose as he ages, which will help a ton in putting together a bid, Hall of Fame bid. Hamilton and Derwin, not as much. Look, this is a valid thing, Sean. And I'm with you on it. I'm 100% with you on it. There's players in the past that we've seen that have done this kind of thing, where they've transitioned into different positions and moved to different places or been able to hold up on the line. If they've got the freakishness to them, it works all the way down the line. If you're a freakish defensive tackle in some way, maybe you got freakish power and strength like Ndamukong Suh. You can play to your mid-30s. You're a guy like off the edge. You're a literal walking monster like Julius Peppers. You can play till you're like 37. And I do think that you can see some similar things with the cornerback room. There was a Darrell Green back in the day. As fast as you'd find, hyper athletic. Guy was able to play very, very late in his career. A very elder statesman player by the time he retired. Because to your point, those guys are already super uber fast. They lose a little bit of the step. They're still very fast. And Nick can lose a little bit of a half step, but then he's going to gain that much more in wisdom and in just being wizened to what's going on around him. And he's never going to lose the length and the size. And that's the part, gets the grown man strength, a little bit of age. That's the part where it's like that should sustain him. So he's got a real chance at it, man. It's early on. It's just 1 year in the books, He's got a lot of work to do to get there to make it happen. But does he have the goods? Does he have the makeup? Is he in the perfect, ideal, right situation to maximize him to the ultimate to make that happen, Sean? You better believe he does. And it wouldn't surprise me at this point, at least if he was able to make it go. Industry Worth. Thank you for another $5 donation, Industry Worth. Would you write a novel about a billionaire who buys the Seahawks? He has an orange sidekick. I suppose I could. That's an interesting suggestion. Very interesting suggestion. It's possible, I guess. That's possible. It's certainly going to happen soon. I don't know if they'll have an orange sidekick or not, Industry Worth, but we're definitely going to be getting a billionaire owner buying the Hawks very soon, I would expect. Appreciate you, though. Thank you for the dono. John Bello, thank you for the $2 donation. CD and Jefferson will be extended next offseason. Okay. You might be right on this. I'm just going to point to the fact that you get to next offseason, there's still 2 years left on Justin Jefferson's deal. So it's possible at that point that he tries to drive that at that point, but like he doesn't have leverage to do it. It's not like he'll be an impending free agent until after 2028. So maybe, but I don't think that there's a guarantee of that. Teams aren't lining up to pay these guys with 2 years remaining left on their deal. Teams tend to want to wait until the final year of the contract. But it's like I said, I mean, it's possible. Just remember, is like if I sign him this after this offseason of 2026 and I've got 2027 and 2028 still on the books, that means whatever new bonus money I give him is going to be added to this and added to that. So I got 15 million and I'm putting more bonus money on top of that, especially if I'm trying to put him on the monster, $45 million per year, contract. CD Lamb is, I think, similar. CD Lamb just signed his contract extension. So same exact situation. It's got a contract for 2027. It's got a contract for 2028. So Jerry fudged the numbers on that one. He actually embraced the void years. So is it possible he comes back with 2 years remaining left on his contract and he does it? Maybe, but it's when players come back with 2 years remaining left on their deal, especially to a guy like Jerry Jones. Hard as it is to get him to pucker up to give the money. Certainly could see Jerry being like, you got 2 years left. You can talk to me a year from now. If you don't like it, you can retire. So they can want to be paid, but is there a team that's going to pay him, number one, or are they stuck with the team that they're at and that team's going to hard line him a little bit on that one? I think possibly so there. So I don't know if it's as straightforward on that. If those guys are going into the last year of their deal, I might be with you, John, but with having 2 years left on their deal after this season on both of those two players, I think each is going to have a hard time coming back to those teams saying, you got to put me on another new contract extension. You never know, but I think that would be hard for me to see them being willing to do that. Industry Worth, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I'm reading When the Sleeper Awoke by Brandon Kane. Indeed, if you guys aren't aware, I do have a book on Amazon called When the Sleeper Awoke. If you ever get a chance, it's a deep book. It's pretty thick. It's a long read. It's a commitment. But if you guys are ever bored here in the off season looking for some fun little book to bounce around on, you can find me out there on Amazon by Brandon Kane, When the Sleeper Awoke. Thank you for that note, Industry Worth. I got to get the book up in the background. I need to get a hardcover made of it. Got to get that figured out. Still Dreaming. Thank you for the $2 donation, Still Dreaming. JSN, Horton Shaheed. Oh, the possibilities. It would be pretty incredible, especially getting a training camp to be able to interwork with all of those guys. And Cooper Kupp, I think I'd throw in that mix as well. You'd have as strong, I think, a wide receiver room as just about anybody in the sport at that point. A good intermixture of talent with guys that can do different things. You got the young pup there in Horton on the rise that you just hope can continue to build off of what he did in his rookie year. You don't have to really feel like you got to do anything at the receiver position moving forward over the next probably couple of years at that point, at least significant, which is a nice situation to be in. But Horton was great, man. Before that injury, he was really having one of the better years for a rookie wide receiver that we had seen in recent history. And Shaheed, as we saw, was a great counterbalance to JSN and his ability to, force you to stay in that too high shell, to force you to be careful about, trying to draw the coverage over to JSN's side. Because, we saw Sam at the end start to realize that, hey, I've got him singled up there in press coverage. He's just going to win that matchup every single time. Oh, the possibilities. Endless Still Dreaming. Endless possibilities, I tell you. All right, let's get over here to the some of the final portion here in regards to our off season. Let's catch ourselves up just again a little bit back to where we were. We walked through this. We let Jobe, Woolen, Bryant, Mafe, and Jones walk in for agency. We re-signed in-house deals with Walker, Shaheed, Jackson Smith, and Devin Witherspoon prior to on extensions. We got Marlon Humphrey, who will be a release by the Baltimore Ravens. I'm anticipating you sign him on a 1-year, $8 million deal. These cap hit contracts come in at 8, 7, 9, 10, 9. That is $43 million on the in-house deals. You start out with $61 million, but we are going to work through a couple of things. We're going to base the void years, Cooper Kupp, DeMarcus Lawrence. That creates a little bit more extra money there that we can work through at that point. We're going to sign an edge in for agency. And again, on any of these edges here, Khalil Mack, Jadeveon Clowney, Von Miller, Joey Bosa, these kind of players. So this leaves us with a situation where we started out with 61.8. We had in-house free agent signings of $43 million. We signed an edge for about $8 to $10 million. But then we did the restructures with Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence, gaining us $18.4 million. The cumulative of this is we end out with all of our orders of business done, our in-house free agent signed, our single edge free agent signed, and we've got still $27.2 million. Knowing a portion of that has to go to the reserve fund. It has to go to the draft signings and has to go to the practice squad, and then also the signings that you have to make throughout the course of the year. But you're going to then sit on this chunk of change in my measure of this. The reason being is that I believe that John's going to look to strike down the line. Look to strike right about, it could be training camp, all the way to the trade deadline. Look to find in that deal that emerges there at a point in time when there are fewer teams with money to spend, when there may be a player that's made available that's not made available at this time of year. And this is where John, I think, has shown this tendency in the past, because what I'm trying to do here is not give you a wish prediction of what I hope to happen. I'm trying to give you of what I would say is likely to kind of occur by what John's done from his track record. And his track record in recent years has been, let me leave some money here on the books to see where things kind of stand. Let me give myself some opportunity to not have to make a hard line choice right now about the 2026 Seahawks, but yet maybe give myself a little bit of an opportunity to see where the lay of the land stands, and then we'll strike or not. Kind of like we did last year, where he came in and he was willing to strike and he was willing to throw some pretty heavy assets to go bring in Shaheed because he knew the timing was right, the team was good, and it was really going to land well if he went out there and made that move. This is a place where John has been very strong in the past. Quandre Diggs, Carlos Dunlap, Doesn't always have to be moves that you give up a ton of draft capital. It can be. Leonard Williams being another one. That one worked out pretty good as well at the trade deadline. Second round pick, but what an impact he could bring. John's very smart at that time and really grabbing those great players in that moment. So this is why I'm kind of leading into him rather than spending all of this money up in free agency right now, which has not been his track record, leaving a little bit in the reserve fund to go and strike a little bit more down the line. I think that's where he's going to be. I think there's a lot of reason for this. As much as anything, it's going to be because of the fact that you have these teams here at the bottom. I'm highlighting them right here. All of these teams with so very little money to spend as we go into the offseason. And if they have this little money to spend, that means they're all pulling all of their levers and all of their triggers they can to create the space they can just to do the normal of order business. And then they will be tied up against the cap. They will be spent. They will have no more levers they can pull. They will have no more money they can spend. Then you strike. Then you jump. Then you pounce. That's the timing. This is where I think John's going to be driven by this heavily. You're sitting on that $27 million. Now we get ourselves over to the draft. How do I see the first round of the draft going? Well, glad you asked. I'm very glad you asked. And if you can for me, please hit that like button for me today, folks. If you can, it does help the channel out tremendously. I do appreciate it. So here's my first round that I drew up last night. Tried to go through this a little bit. And at oddly one point, we had 3 straight Clemson players being drafted. Look, you might laugh at me, but I once made a prediction of 2 Ohio State receivers going back-to-back in the draft, and it happened. So don't be surprised if this doesn't become maybe possibly the case. I've got Mendoza going number 1 overall. This seems all but a foregone conclusion at this point. Struggling a little bit with the Jets. I do think they go edge here. So I was bouncing back and forth between a Bain and an Arvell Reese and a David Bailey, but I went with Ruben Bain with the Jets their first round pick. Francis Magawa, I can't still pronounce his name, but Cardinals need right tackle help. He comes in there and suits that well. The Titans need wide receiver help. They take Jordan Tyson out of Arizona State. The Giants follow that up with Carnell Tate, having Malik Neighbors coming off a torn ACL, maybe losing their slot here in free agency here and needing to fill that hole. It's not really developed for them very well. Spencer Fanu, the Browns basically are losing their whole offensive line this offseason. They have to almost replace or pretty much replace everybody. They go out there and they get Spencer Fanu, the left tackle there, or right tackle, I should say, with Utah. Arvell Reese, edge help there for Washington. They are tickled that he lands in their lap. The Saints get themselves a Alvin Kamara replacement in Jeremiah Love. The Chiefs need some wide receiver help. They continue to keep swinging at that position until they can find something. Mekhi and Lemon, who should work well with, they do get Mahomes back, and some of Mahomes' off-script stuff. Mekhi will work great with that. Caleb Downs goes to the Cincinnati Bengals. They just haven't been the same since they lost Jesse Bates. David Bailey's fall stops here. Miami Dolphins jump on him. The Dallas Cowboys grab Sonny Styles, needing some linebacker help. Jermod McCoy, the most talented cornerback in this draft, goes to the Los Angeles Rams in a pick that makes you frustrated as a Hawk fan, as they might get themselves a real good player there. The Ravens get Mansour Delane, another very good cornerback, my number 2 corner in this draft. Cassius Howell goes to Tampa Bay. Ty Simpson is a little bit reached for by the Jets with their second first-round pick, but they need help at the quarterback position. A little desperate. I think they jump here. Keldrick Falk goes to the Lions, needing edge help. Avion Terrell, another corner, goes to the Vikings. Peter Woods goes to the Panthers. And TJ Parker, edge, goes to the Cowboys. Back-to-back Clemson players. Caden Proctor, very talented, very young tackle. There goes to the Steelers. Vega Ione there, the left guard from Penn State, goes to the Chargers with Zion Johnson leaving in free agency. Denzel Boston goes to the Eagles because I'm anticipating that A.J. Brown is going to be moved in a trade this offseason, so they're going to need wide receiver help. Monroe Freeling goes to the Browns. They can get both of their 2 tackles in the first round of this draft. Emmanuel McNeil Warren of Toledo goes to the Bears. They get the replacement for Jaquan Brisker. The Bills take Brandon Cisse. They need cornerback help. The Niners get Kenyon Sadiq, some George Kittle insurance / way of the future. The Texans need to get interior offensive line help. They do a little bit of reaching here with Emmanuel Pregnon. Casey Sepchion becomes the 5th wide receiver for the Rams in the first round. They're going to lose Atwell. They need some insurance for Devontae Adams, Puka Nacua this year. CJ Allen, linebacker there for Georgia, goes to the Broncos. I was struggling with that one. Exactly these last couple of picks here in the round. And Caleb Lemieux, tackle for Utah, their left tackle, goes to the Patriots. They obviously, at this point, would look to kind of just move everybody like a conveyor belt along the way. Wilson goes into center, Campbell goes into left guard, and then you put this kid in left tackle. Again, on the Broncos, every other pick in these first round I felt good about, but the Broncos and the Patriot one I kind of struggle with a little bit. And then we're going with one that I could see being the pick here, especially if you don't bring back a Josh Jones as kind of a swing tackle. Not that Jennings Dunker would necessarily be a swing tackle, but that you go and you take Jennings Dunker out of Iowa. There's a lot of kind of open swing on where this guy's going to go. Maybe it's later second round. Maybe you'd be leaping and grabbing him a little bit early here. And now I know it's probably very unlikely that John once again goes back to the first round in this draft after he just did so last year. And especially for a guy that's probably going to be long-term a right guard when it's all said and done. I was driven a little bit to this pick by the nature of the fact that I think that he does give you some versatility there, being able to get out and give you some insurance for Abraham Lucas. Maybe he's not a guy that can play left tackle, but in a pinch, could he run some games out there for you for right tackle? Yeah, I think he could. Is he a guy that also potentially, if he can't right guard center, he's a guy that I think could play probably play for at least 3 positions on this offensive line at the pro level legitimately. And I think that would provide Seattle with a lot of help, both having some answers with some depth here moving into next season, but also then giving them a pathway to the future as far as either the center or the right guard position and getting those positions upgraded, improved, not lacking thereof, specifically really at the right guard position as much as anything else. My draft as a whole, Seattle's a little bit limited in this draft. We're down a couple of different picks. So my draft as a whole went first round Jennings Dunker, came back and took Kamari Ramsey, safety there. He pairs back there with Ty Akata at the strong safety position, let him duke it out. I got Malik Muhammad, a corner in the third round, and then Colin Wright, another outside corner, both outside corners there in round 3 and round 6. So I would add these guys into Marlon Humphrey and Nehemiah Pritchett, let those three, specifically Muhammad, Wright, and Pritchett kind of duke it out for probably the last 2 corner spots on the roster. But this would be something along the lines of the draft that I'd run, where being just that you can find value in corner, I think. Even if you want to go second round and onwards, there's a little bit of a pull to do it in the first round. Maybe grabbing a guy like Brandon Cisse or Colton Hood out of Tennessee. There's a little bit of a pull to do that in the first round. But boy, you keep looking at the depth of these mock drafts and you keep coming back to like, hey, in the second round, I still got Muhammad there. I've still got a Dalen Everett there. Those guys are sometimes still lasting in the third round. I think there's a potential they could in this draft just because there's so many corners. You guys saw even in that first round that, we had corners as many as and just about anything short of receiver was taken at a pretty good high level there. We got 1, 2, 3. So I had about four corners taken in the first round alone here, but yet there's still so many there left kind of in the kitty on that one. So you reinforce the cornerback room at this point. Your 4 edge on the deep, as far as that stands, you're sitting good at linebacker. Obviously, across the board, offensively wise, there's no holes that are left coming off the end of this. You've reinforced some of the offensive line depth. Maybe you're needing a little bit of there at left tackle backup, but I think the team likes Amari Kite there. So Amari Kite becomes one guy there. You could have Jennings Dunker as kind of your pseudo backup right tackle / also maybe a guy that could push to be a starting right guard next year / your future starting right guard out there as we go into the future on this. Might be unlikely that they go this direction with it, but again, I'll say I think the value there is right. I think Dunker is a guy that I could see them really falling in love with what he brings to the table. And I think he'd be an improvement for you at the right guard position. I don't think he's necessarily going to be I think again, a pinch can run some at tackle, but I think long-term he's going to be a guard in this league, right guard. I think he'd be a hell of a right guard in the system. Got zone blocking fluidity, knows how to do that type of stuff, plays with really great leverage. Really like Jennings Dunker a lot. You guys know he's kind of a favorite of mine, but let's see what you guys think. That's my offseason for your Seattle Seahawks. They leave money in the kitty to be able to act something down the line. I know that's not as exciting. It'd be much more exciting for me to say, we go get Max Crosby and we do this move over the top. But again, not trying to be wishful in my thinking here, more trying to be like, how do I think John Schneider is going to operate coming into this offseason based on how he's operated in the past? One second. All right. Before we get over to you guys here in the chat, I just want to put a big thank you out here to Sleeper. Sleeper right now, the number 1 app, sports app running in the game today. They are the best in my opinion. So many different picks. I love doing the overs and the unders, but now you of course can just do the simply win, yes or no on that and get in on that. This was definitely available here in this last Super Bowl. As you guys know, I had Seattle and was able to get some money and win some money on the back of that victory on my side of it. Even right now, they've allowed you to be able to go in there and kind of get in on your picks for who you might think might even be the number one overall pick in this draft. So I put a little bit down here on Fernando Mendoza. I think it's almost all but assured he's going to go number one overall. I don't think he's going to even throw at the combine. He's so confident he's going to go number one overall. So you can get on the sports app, a lot of different picks. We got baseball about to start out. We're in the mix to basketball. You can mix those together, throw in a couple of these selections here from the NFL draft that'll be coming up here in a couple of months. Terms and conditions do apply. Please do see their site for details because there are some terms out there as well. Don't be out there gambling money that you don't have to spend. Make sure that it is also, don't go over the top. I tend to do kind of smaller bets myself. We tend to be careful. We want to have fun with this. We don't want to try to turn this into like, well, this is the way I'm going to make my money. Not the way you want to necessarily roll with it. But big thank you to Sleeper on that side of it. Thank you guys for doing what you guys do to show your support on that app. There are some limitations that do apply right now, but if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. So with the state of Washington, they're supposed to free up any time here. Just taxes are a little slow in coming out to be as they're trying to figure out how to tax it exactly. But if you are in a casino, a lot of casinos in the state of Washington, you can use the app in full. But a big shout out to Sleeper. And very cool they've added those little extra picks in there. In Super Bowl, you could have tried to kind of take a pick between what was the Gatorade color going to be on the splashdown of the coach after the game, stuff like that. But thank you guys again for using that code. Thank you guys for watching today. If you can for me, please do hit that like button. Maybe sub on up if you get a chance. I would very much appreciate it. Appreciate all of you guys' support here on the channel as well with all of the donations. And we got a couple of those, and I'll pop over to you guys here in the chat. IOW, thank you for the $2 donation. In your mock, what do you say about trading for Messidor? Trading up for Messidor? So Messidor's a really good player. Don't get me wrong there. There are parts about Messidor's game that I really do like. I don't think that Messidor is going to be a guy that is going to be as much on Seattle's radar, to be honest with you. I think that there's some things that kind of are being kind of overlooked a little bit. And again, this is where on the surface of it seems to make sense with it when you look at it because he's 6'3", he's 273. So he's got a power edge kind of look to him in size wise. He's got a lot of, I think, kind of Michael Bennett to his game. So I could see the team, finding some similarities to that. 50 pressures this past year. He's a good player. The one worry I have with him a little bit, or there's two worries mainly with it, IOW, and why I think he's not as much going to be on Seattle's register here. And first off, it comes from hand in the dirt versus standing up. There are some edges that can stand up and operate off of a wide 9, or as I call it sometimes a wide 10, and that they can attack in that manner and be very comfortable like that. There are some players who need to put their hand in the dirt and go what I call low to high, sort of like winning the leverage war, in order to do what they do best. And Akeem is a little bit more of the guy that, to me, is going to want to work off low to high because it allows him to really utilize his counters and a lot of the stuff in his bag that makes him work. I think he's got a lot of nice talent. But he's a bigger edge that I don't know if I would quantify as saying is a power edge pure and simply. He is really instinctive in the run game. He gets after it in both areas. He's a complete player. He's also 25. He's a 6-year collegiate. And that's where this gets a little muddied is you watch some of these guys that have played so long in college and they're full grown ass men. And they're whooping butt, but they're full grown ass men going up against 21-year-old kids sometimes, 20-year-old kids sometimes. So I think with Messidor, it's really those two things where I don't know if Mike's going to like how he two gaps. He's a little bit of a guy that's kind of wants to more shoot the gap. He wants to be in attack mode, which isn't, there are systems and schemes that works really well for, but our system and scheme sometimes more about you're going to slowly close the fist as far as a pocket goes. You're going to work off power. You're going to set the hard edge. You're going to be instinctive in the run game. And then the low to high thing. I stand up. Can I operate going standing up high to low? Or am I a guy that needs to be in the hand in the dirt? I'm coming up. I'm winning first with leverage. Now I can get to my rip. Now I can get over to my swim move off the leverage. There are those kind of players that are that way. So I wouldn't myself do that with him. He's an interesting player. He is. And again, I think the Michael Bennett, there's a lot of Michael Bennett mold there to this guy. But that would be where I'd have some issue with bringing him in here. Because you do look for a very specific type of edge in the Mike McDonald system. There's a specific ideal type of edge. And the DeMarcus Lawrence guy is kind of that edge. And Akeem's built size-wise like DeMarcus a little bit, but not quite the same level of bullying kind of play. Jet Hawk, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, what about David Montgomery as a backup running back? Potentially, if you don't think that Charbonnet is going to be able to come back along the line, because I think there's some redundancy with those two guys there. In that way, I don't know what he's going to necessarily make on the open market at this point. David Montgomery, and thank you for the $2 donation, Jose. It's good to see you in the chat. I think if you spend money on Walker, you're going to likely then at that point not be wanting to spend any more money on your running back position from that load balance positional way that you run your cap. Like you wouldn't want to overload your cap with too many safeties that are being paid too much. Same thing here. It's like running backs, you can pay one, but then the backups need to be kind of dirt cheap at that point. If you do Jet Hawk, let Walker go and you sign like a Breece Hall for a much more cheaper cost, maybe then you could add in a Montgomery for a couple million a year as your short yardage guy and then kind of piece it together. So a little bit of this would be dependent on what goes on with Walker here a bit. But he's not necessarily the fast, explosive guy that you would look for in the outside zone system either. He's more of a kind of an inside, cut you up guy, run hard, push the pile kind of dude. But he's a good running back. And he's a really good short yardage guy, good goal line guy. And you don't know how long you're going to be without Charbonnet next year, Jose. So maybe a guy that can give you a built-in there for until Sharbs is ready to roll, possibly. But I do think they go really, really cheap if Walker comes in on an extension. I don't think they'll spend any more money on that at that point. Good question, though. He's a good player. IG's with me. He says, Dunker's on the board. It's no brainer. He's been a favorite of mine for a while, and I think that he just could help us out with a couple of different things on this offensive line, where it doesn't just become, well, he replaces Bradford. It can become, well, he gives us a couple of different positions we can look at him targeting in the long term. We have time to fit him into those positions in the long term, and he can give us some of that insurance there for Lucas. God forbid if anything ever happens with the knee thing there, you've got a guy you can call upon to put out there for a short bit of time that he can be functional. Grandizer says the Hawks Nest, they said the book is only on hardback, and is over 1,000 pages with pics, like 1,100 pages. It's a long book. Yeah, I wrote it. I spent about 15 years on that one. It's a deep read. And if you got a question or comment for me, just Brandon B. Hawks Nest. Just because we always have a lot of inner discussion. Brian Myers, I agree with you. Ty Simpson getting picked in the first round is not going to bode well for any franchise that does it, but it seems like these teams just can't help themselves. And he just, over and over again, it just comes back to the magic of the quarterback. Let's just go find the magical quarterback, and he'll soothe all. He'll fix all. It's like they never will learn, but good. I hope they don't ever learn. While they don't learn, then we get a benefit off the back of it. Young Bido likes my thumbnail. Thank you, Young Bido. Had to have a little bit of fun with it. We got some fun this offseason. Addicted Brandon, do you feel really comfortable with Dunker playing right guard when he's been a tackle? I do. And I oftentimes am not always sure about when I know tackles are going to be good guards. So I want to quantify this by saying that it's not always clear to me when I watch the tape on guys in college that they can transition inside. When you watch Dunker, take note of how he plays with supreme leverage. He is always aware of it. He's always got it as a center point of his game. He plays with a very, very significant amount compared to what I normally see from tackles, who tend to get very high. I was watching a guy last night. What was that tackle I was watching last night? Was it Caleb Lamu? It might have been Caleb Lamu that I was looking at last night. I think it was Caleb. Just standing up too high, where you go, boy, he really gets up here. And, they can be long and they can sometimes work around that. But with Dunker, he's always getting right up into that chest with the hands on the low side. You always see the leverage good. And he's a good bender. That's what really, I think, helps him to get that leverage as much as anything else. So I do think that he's going to be very comfortable moving in there. I also got to see him at the Senior Bowl working at guard in person, and I thought he had a hell of a Senior Bowl in addition to it. And so, yeah, I think that there's enough there that I would feel okay with it. Yeah, it'd be good if you could trade back there with Dunker and then get him in the Ronte RSA range. Yeah, that'd be the ideal there. You're definitely doing a little bit of an early jump on him at that point because he's not going to be back there for you at the end of the second round, and then you don't really have the draft capital as much to move up in the second round if you wanted to do that because you're down the 4th and 5th round pick. Chris, no interest in Malachi Lawrence or Derek Moore for edge. I haven't had a chance to take a look at Malachi yet, but I like Derek Moore a lot. I do. What I did in this is that I looked at it like this. I'm not letting Uchenna Nwosu go in my perspective scenario. I don't think that they cut him. And so you're already 3 edges deep. You're not going to go 5 edge deep. You're going to go 4 edge deep, especially when you consider that on your defensive line, defensive tackles, you got Murphy, Leonard Williams, Jaron Reed, and then you got Riley Mills. So you already got your four defensive tackles locked. You're going to have 4 edges now. You're probably not going to go 5. So rather than, I think, going for the youngster, which it's a possibility they could do a Derek Moore type youngster, Danny Dennis Sutton is another guy. There's a variety of some really good power edges in this draft that you get into that late first or even second round range, Chris, that make a lot of sense for the team. And I could see them taking that approach. But I think if they do my scenario, which is that they go for that vet edge, the Khalil Mack or the Clowney or the Miller or the Bosa, that if they grab that guy, now you're set with 4. And now you're not really going to be looking, I think, as much to grab that 5th edge in the draft, in my opinion. It doesn't preclude them fully. That's a possibility they could, because with, DeMarcus Lawrence is probably only going to play 1 more year, and Derek Hall's a rookie as a free agent after this year, and Uchenna's is going to be, I think he's got 1 year left on his deal, but probably last year his deal too. So, there is a little bit of that at play. I'm open to it. I'm not closed down at all in that, but I went more cornerback just thinking that they would look for a little bit of a youthful answer over there. I like Chris Johnson, Brian. I got a 2nd round grade on him. He's nice. Wonder if Kalen Black is a day 3 pick. I got him a little bit higher than that. I think he sneaks into the back of the 3rd. Myself. Obviously, it's hard to say for sure. He might drift just into the front of the 4th round there, King. But I've got him currently as my fifth back, just behind Jadarian Price. IG, I'm surprised you didn't have us taking an edge. Very intrigued by the Zion Young type player. I definitely thought about it, and that could be, this is that place where there's definitely the very, very understandable pivot potentially of John, instead of going corner, going edge instead, because he likes the edge upside more than he likes the corner floor. And that's how I break it down to you, is you're signing Humphrey, older player. Nehemiah Pritchett, I don't think the team's going to have a ton of faith in his ability to be out there as a full-time starter. So you really go, okay, do you want to potentially run into a pickle next year where Marlon Humphrey goes down to an injury? We're left with Nehemiah Pritchett. The cornerback free agent market kind of sucks. There's nobody out there to really go through and pick. So that's where I'm kind of looking at this idea of where it's like it becomes a little bit more picking. I'm not going to say it's purely need, because it's not a need situation to me when you have so many good corners that are, that are right in that range to be selected, where you'll be taking them in the first or the second round there, or where I took him in the second round on this one. But Zion's nice. I've got no issue, with him. I'll kind of show you guys here my big board right now. So you can see here, I've got Zion Young out there in the third round currently, but kind of top of the third round. But there's a collection of edges here that I've got right there in the second or third round. But you can see it's also kind of similar with the cornerback room, where there's a lot of corners too, right in that same range. So I could say, IG, you go either way with it on me. I mean, I could totally be talked to either way on that. And these edges, I like a lot of what they bring to the play. Darren Moore, Danny Dennis, Zion Young's nice. Some good players. Alpha Sex Mock says, say you don't retain Walker, and at the start of the day 2 of the draft, you get a call from Miami, pick 64 and a 5th rounder next year for a chain. You taking it? Sorry if you answered before, phone died. No, you're all good. So I got to give a late second round pick for him. Yeah, I would. Because I don't think the running back class is particularly very good this year. And I think that the guys that you could take with the second round pick are going to be much less of a player than what you'd get with the A-Chain. So that would be definitely and I'd expect the team to try to make a little bit of a run of Devin A-Chain if they let Walker walk. But does A-Chain want to be paid this offseason too? I mean, he's outperformed his rookie deal. He's due to be paid. But I would certainly take a run at A-Chain. It's basically like a high third round pick at this point, that second round pick. So it's like, it's a little bit different, when you think of it that way. Grandizer Hawks Nest, I don't have money to gamble, but would like to try the app. Can you spot us $500 who may try it? Thanks, fam. Oh, goodness. HHG, thank you for 30 months as a Hawks Nest member. Are we waiting for free agency to make these moves? You can do the extensions kind of at any time. I think that they're ongoing with their negotiations a bit, and the negotiations didn't start until probably very recently. But they can happen at any time. I think we've seen, like with the Leonard Williams and the Noah Fant deal that we did in-house a couple of years ago, that we had to, those negotiations were so prolonged that took you until right before the start of free agency to get the deals done. And so it might be the case with some of these guys in-house too, with specifically Walker and Rashid. But no, you can make it any time. Anytime. Jesse Lund, thank you for the $2 donation. Sorry to toot. After I called Nick's game, he cooked. Well called on your part, man. Well called on your part. And Nick definitely had a great game. Hell of a player. He is just going to be a hell of a player for this team for years to come. And what a find by John, and what the perfect type of addition to this Mike McDonald defense. I mean, I saw a tweet about a month ago where somebody was like, Mike came to Seattle, and first thing he does is he's like, I need to go get myself my Kyle Hamilton. And then he went and did just that. It's like it's straightforward, no duh, but it's also like, he just got it done. And it's like, in retrospect, it's like that you don't just define this guy like it's just like, oh yeah, just that guy right there, just grab him. It's like it's laying on the floor and you just sort of pick it up like a $20 bill. It's kind of how you feel on this one. And you talk about lack of imagination, I think, from NFL evaluators on realizing the kind of talent he was. Because if he does end up being a second round Hall of Fame talent, that's as good a find as you're going to see out there. Even a guy like Kyle Hamilton, as good as he is, still a former first-round pick. Or Derwin James, as good as he's been, former first-round pick. The NFL team saw it. They got it. They could see that that's what he was going to be coming out of college. Not that they were completely blindsided, as kind of is the case with Nick. But you're always free to toot when you call the shot on that, Jesse. Hell yeah. You call your shot, you better toot. Abdi, B, are there any Tyler Algier type of backs in day 3 of the draft? Well, admittedly, I'm just kind of getting into that portion of things. So you can see here with the running backs, I'm getting through them, but I'm still got a lot more work left to do. Justice Haynes has got a little bit of Algiers in him. Not really, no. You got less hammers in this draft, especially into day 3. Like Jaden Auden's a smaller guy, sub 200 pounder types, Abdi. So I've got more running backs to look through on this draft, certainly. I'm probably missing a few that people could tell me in the chat are more into that Algier type power back, but a lot of these guys are kind of light or just a little quicker guys. You know, make you miss type dudes. HHGB, as I would get your book, problem is I got like 5 novels to catch up on and each one has multiple volumes. That's tough, man. I get it. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. And book's a commitment, especially this one I wrote. It's a deep one there. Visor of Kicks, Hawk's Nest. Do you believe that Sam will let it rip even more? I feel like he can after getting a ring, but I can see us as a team be a heavy run and still play complementary offense. I think you're touching on something that I have thought about too, which is that you underrate, or we often underrate, I think, confidence in sports. And that, you know, we see a guy not doing it or getting it done, and we oftentimes ascribe it to being, he doesn't have the stuff to get it done, or boy, he needs to work on his game more to get this figured out. But there are, I think, other times where it's not about you need to work more on your craft and refine your technique, and more of that, you know, you need to know you're that good. You need to own and be walking that walk like you're that good. And I think there's a lot to be said with Sam in recent years, even in the Vikings time, that, you know, you always had a little bit of that monkey on your back, as far as people thinking that eventually you're going to turn into the pumpkin, that eventually that you will devolve, and that you'll be the reason your team loses. And it's going to come up at some point. It's just a matter of time. And that once you realize that that's really false, and it can't be more falsified by you going and winning a Super Bowl trophy like he has, then now does that not buff up his confidence level to a huge degree and make him feel like I can just be who I am, wild and free at this point, and I don't got to worry about the judgment coming on the back of it? I think that there's a bit to that. I do. How can there not be with a guy like him, who is so battered and so beaten down as a player in people's outlook of him? And I think that you get that confidence where you're not only now, for the first time in your career, with a team that's got your back in every way and has shown that they got your back in every way, but you've had the ultimate success with them on top of it. I think that that's absolutely the kind of stuff that can, now you see an even better version of Sam next year. Now you see this guy that's like, oh wow, he feels even more comfortable in his skin. He's got, as well, let's also just take into account the fact that, how about the second year of chemistry with just your teammates? The communication and the in-depth communication that you might have to have right last year that you don't need to have this year because you guys are just on the same page. The pre-snap adjustments, the being able to look out the corner of your eye over at Jackson Smith and Jigba and just give him a little wink, and you know what he knows what it means. Or maybe you don't have to wink. He can just see the tilt of your helmet in a certain type of fashion, and that tells him what kind of route he's got to run on the play. So that there's a lot, the confidence, the second year of being with the same team and the chemistry that you can build with those guys in-house. Yeah, I think you're going to get an even better version of Sam next year. Howard, any defensive tackles in the draft you like? I do. I got to say that I don't think it's going to be as much of a target for the Seattle Seahawks, Howard. So there is definitely guys that are interesting. It's not so far been I'm not blown away by being a sparkling draft of great players, but Caden McDonald and Lee Hunter are really fun. Hunter's he's a nose tackle that can actually give you some pass rush. Caleb Banks is built like Chris Jones, just doesn't always give you a flaming engine that's always running really hot. He's definitely I'll take a playoff here and there kind of guy. Peter Woods is a 3 tech. It's really active. He's not really my cup of tea. Dominic Orange, another nose tackle. Make sure I got my notes right on where I'm at with this. Another nose tackle, 0 tech. So you got a couple 0 tech and nose tackles here in the 4th round. Daryl Jackson Jr. You got the connection with Seattle, his dad having played in Seattle as a wide receiver. He's got like 36 long inch arms, absolutely tore up the East-West Shrine, went out to Senior Bowl on the first day, was absolutely whooping butt out there. And he's like, all right, I'm done. And I think he got enough there. He's probably going to be even maybe a day 2 kind of pick, on that side of it. Deontay Corleone's been a guy that I've watched for 3 years in college. Never quite tapped into that next level for him, but another guy that can be a nose tackle out there for you. Keenan Easton, they're all okay. Those are, 5th round, day 3 guys. But McDonald and Hunter in particular are very interesting. Don't think, though, that it's going to be a target for our Seahawks because there's not a lot of great talent. Those guys that are good talents will be overdrafted. Like Peter Woods is going to go in the 1st round. Caleb Banks probably goes in the 1st round. Caden McDonald might go in the 1st round. So it's guys will get overdrafted and it'll leave things kind of bare. But I have to admit, I am a little bit late this year, Howard, in getting into my draft process. I'd normally be a lot deeper into this. So I've got some film to still look at some of the other defensive tackles in this draft. Tomorrow, I hope we pick at 32 and 96, 2 spots we have yet to submit a pick at. Interesting. I could see a straight out of 32 for sure, man. M. Arameles says, minority opinion here. Walker isn't worth over $9 million a year. He's just not that special. Well, I think that you're not alone. It may be a minority, opinion, but I think that you're not alone in the outlook of that. It's not one necessarily I share myself here, Arameles. I've watched for many of the first couple of years with Walker here. You do not a good job at getting him good blocking. You do not a good job of putting him in a good system. First couple of years here, the defense wasn't particularly great, and you weren't able to always be committed to running the ball in full. He certainly needed to improve some of the vision stuff through his time. I think he's done that. But, I think I got to feel like I think he is. And there's a lot. I guess the thing that comes down to this, our Morales, and I'd love to hear from you on this, is if I could get a little bit more onto actual, like more than just gut instinct of like, well, he's just not my cup of tea kind of thing, which I can get. And that's, it's not your cup of tea, it's not your cup of tea, but maybe if I can get a little bit more on, validity as to why he's not worth $9 million a year, why he's not worth essentially what is a pretty cheap overall deal in the grand scheme of things, right? $10 million a year right now on a $300 million cap. It's not like that's going to twist your arm backwards to do it. Walker has been one of the higher graded running backs in the NFL by PFF in recent years. And that speaks to just what I talked about, being that he's a guy that does not get the best of blocking. That's why, even though he hasn't put up a lot of upper level talent like a Barkley, he's still one of the higher rated guys. Because PFF's realizing when they're grading him, like, oh, look at that penetration he had to first dodge before he could even get to the line of scrimmage to decide if there was a hole there or not. Now here this year through the back half of the year, you're actually getting him those holes. And now he's giving you that maximum amount of production. 4.6 yards per carry. That's pretty good. Been very solid for you out of the backfield. I don't think he's a good pass protector. I think there's a hole to that in his game. But, if you're talking about $10 million a year and you're paying him half the price of a Saquon Barkley, I think that there's more than, enough value there, within that. Guys ran for almost 4,000 yards, just had a hell of a playoff run there for you. And I don't think it was like he was just running through wide open holes right and left throughout the course of this year. There's a lot of times that he's making it happen. So I get where you're coming from. And again, I don't think you're alone on it, but I definitely feel like he's good. There's a variety of different statistical points we could look to on this and show you here. We're like, he's, what he averaged almost a yard more per carry just about last year than where Charbonnet was, behind the same offensive line. Any edges that really fit our scheme? Yeah, there's a couple of them in there. I think that at the front of this, I don't think Keldrick Fulks, he's going to be gone by the first round. Yeah, I think Danny Dennis Sutton, Derek Moore, Zion Young, those would be more of your fits. I'm not as sure on Gabe Yakus. Gabe Yakus is nice, but there's some things in his game that make me wonder. Kind of comes down, it's a little bit some similar stuff to probably Gabe would fit. So I would throw Gabe in there. Gabe, Zion Young, Danny Dennis Sutton, Derek Moore. All guys I've got very similarly graded. I think that they would all be about in that same kind of spot, and I certainly think they'd be Seahawks potential targets for sure. Hawks Nest, have you studied Caden Curry or Overton? I did with Overton. I was not as impressed with Overton. I also was out there at the Senior Bowl. I think Overton was out there as well. Don't think he stood up to it. He would be a power edge that would fit. I do have a 5th round grade on him. He's big. He plays big, heavy hands. Seems to have good length. Oftentimes assumes full control when locked up in a block against the run. He can stack and shed unusually for an edge. As a pass rusher, his big body prevents quickness, dip, and bend. Not too many pass rush moves in his repertoire. He has this pitter-patter, shake and bake move he tries out of his stance that kind of works. Used inside about a third of his snaps as a 3-tech and hasn't gotten much production from there. Seems a bit of a tweener. Another in a maddening trend in college football where last year, just another maddening trend in college football from this last year, where his final year was a little bit of a dip. Rather than taking the step forward, you get a little bit of a dip in his play. He finds his pressure off effort and power, strong against the run. Did just kind of feel like he took a bit of a huge step backwards this year and was a little bit, I'm not going to say shell of what he was the prior year. He wasn't phenomenal the prior year, but just that you didn't get that step forward. And there's a lot of prospects in this year's draft that are that way. He could give you, I think, some early down run defense off the edge there, but I just don't think he's going to give you anything as a pass rusher. And so technically, would he fit the McDonald defense? He would. Is he, better than even a guy that you have in the kid that we got out of, what was it? Ole Miss last year. It's based on the name, but he's all right. Just don't think, I think the tweener thing more, a lot of these big edges IG are 280 out there that they're running, and there's guys like Ruben Bain that can make it work, and then there's guys that are just kind of your tweener. Like you could make it work in college, but if I put you out on the edge as a pro, you're going to be slow. You're not going to generate any pressure. Maybe you can set a hard edge in the run, but it's going to be a nothing burger if you got to rush the passer. What's up, little Dallas Cowboy? Hawks Nest. Hey, Brandon, congrats to the Super Bowl. Great content as always. 3 things. 1, I haven't seen Mendoza play. I trust your scouting. How come you said he was a 3rd-round talent? Well, I've been in this game a lot to be able to see a lot of quarterbacks that get elevated in the draft process. And I've had a lot of time in my life to see a lot of college quarterbacks that make amazing college quarterbacks. They're great college quarterbacks. Charlie Wards and your Tim Tebows, and that doesn't make them necessarily great pros. It can, but it doesn't necessarily. And when it comes to Mendoza, I think he's a Kirk Cousins kind of player. I think all the way down the line, maybe a shade more mobility, but that's kind of the arm talent that you're getting here. And there are some times when he's on the move and he's got to throw on the move. I don't like him. I don't like him throwing off platform. I like him rolling to his left. I think he loses a lot of accuracy and a lot of velocity. I think there was a lot of times where he just sort of would hit the back shoulder fade throw button and he would be able to make it happen. I think he got to play on a team that had a lot of grown-ass men out there, 25, 26 years old, by far the oldest college roster that was out there in the sport that was helping things out. But, when it comes down to the quarterback position, arm talent, mobility become centerpiece points of things that you kind of need to have in this modern era to work. And if you're kind of missing those 2 things, no matter what you bring from an intangible standpoint, moxie standpoint, gamer standpoint, it's not going to offset that stuff. And so like Kirk Cousins was a 3rd round pick by the Washington Redskins back in the day, so too do I think this should be where Mendoza goes. But I think he's going up in this draft, Dallas Cowboy, because of the fact that this is a draft bereft of quarterback talent. And that just because there's no quarterback talent doesn't mean there aren't going to be teams that are going to be jumping on quarterbacks hoping they can get lucky. Same thing's going to happen with Ty Simpson. I mean, I've got a 3rd round grade on him as well. He's going to go in the 1st round too. This happened as well with Kenny Pickett a couple years ago. Had a 3rd round grade on him. Win in the 1st round. It's one where these teams just kind of don't learn their lessons on this type of stuff, and they keep making the same mistakes over and over again. And you can pull the thread always back to the singular point of being, it's not that you really trust in your valuation of that quarterback. It's the desperation of your need for a quarterback. And the desperation that within that need, he will solve and overcome all that ails you. Can't build a roster properly? He'll fix it. Don't have a good offensive line? He'll fix it. Coaching not quite right? He'll fix it. Dallas Cowboy, we cannot restructure CD and Dak, all but guaranteeing another contract for each and messing up the next 5 years. 3rd, does Walken think Bad Bunny is super hot or super cool or both? I don't know. I watched this Bad Bunny hop. Why does he not jump? He's named Bunny. He's supposed to jump high. Instead, he's carrying a ball, wearing white. What's going on with his show? Am I watching Broadway or a concert? I want a concert. I don't know what a bad bunny is. What's a good bunny? We'll see on this Dallas Cowboy. I think that Jerry had an opportunity last year to really be like, all right, we're going to move Micah. And for the first time, I'm really going to buy into resetting some things and not just trying to every year make it up on the fly. But, yet it does seem like he just can't help himself. I mean, the Quinnen Williams trade, for instance, and the timing's not really right, but I don't care. I'm going to do it anyway. Who cares? Do it anyway. So they have to restructure. They're $24.5 million of negative money on the books right now, brother. $24.5 million. You literally cannot just walk forward. They've got to clear that money just to do the normal order of business. And there's extensions that they're trying to get done. I get where you're coming from, man. But this is the Jerry problem, right? Jerry doesn't reset. Jerry doesn't rebuild. Okay? That's not what Jerry Jones does. Jerry Jones reloads. So when we lose a little bit last year, a little bit more than we're expecting, that's okay. Because we're going to reload the next year. He got so close to resetting the process. You know what I mean? So bloody close. Just couldn't do it. Jesse, he has the best raw talent I think we've ever had, potential-wise. It's possible, man, for sure. You could definitely sign me up into that with Eamon Wari. And yep, Henry, Quandary Diggs did get a ring with us, which was very cool. King Bomber Brandon, what are your thoughts on Colton Hood or Cade McDonald? I'm intrigued by both guys and think adding to the already deep interior defensive line would be a great idea. Colton Hood is solid, very solid. His running mate I do have is, I know who missed all last year, but the other kid I have is, the number one corner on my board. Colton's just a rugged outside cornerback. Plays bigger than his 6 foot, 195 pound size. He's really at his most comfortable getting in the hip pocket of the receiver and just getting legally physical with them as they climb through the route. His ball skills are solid, but he's just really competitive at the catch point. A lot of very low catch rate the past couple of seasons. Plays the run really solidly overall. Fairly complete. Another kind of representation in this draft, King Bomber, of so many guys that I would call high floor, low ceiling players in this draft. So if I look through my cornerback class right now, for instance, that you can see here on my deal, I think that I got a first round grade on Colton, but, and I might put him more into a second round grade. These are always in a bit of an adjustment because I got to go back and look at them and kind of do my thing there. But Colton, Brandon Cisse, Dalen Everett, Malik Muhammad, Chris Johnson, Keith Abney, All guys that I would say are fairly high floor guys with a very low ceiling, in my opinion. With Caden McDonald, you can see that I've got him as my highest rated defensive tackle. My man is a wall out there. He's just an immovable force in the Buckeye defense. He took his strong run stuffing game to another level this last year. Plays with elite leverage and top end power, adding just a little sprinkle of quickness to the mix with and just enough with the quickness to be a problem nose tackle. Lines in a really low stance and can fire under the pads of a single block at will. And this gives him the quick, soft win, even if unsustained, and that he can go where he wants, but the block is still partially on him. He was asked to do a great bit of controlling and shows great awareness in the read and react mode to the run game. His stack and shed game is nasty. Motor runs red hot. He spent most of the season as the highest graded defensive tackle in the country. He's a slow burn pocket crusher as a pass rusher. Effort and strength can get there eventually, but like all parts of his game, it's not built on winning fancy quick. Not that he doesn't have some quick wins against the run. Mostly it's win the boxing match first, then go find the ball carrier. So to your point on his fit first to the defense here, King, absolutely positively is good a defensive tackle fit as you will find in this draft to this defense. I'm not against adding him. I think you do find yourself in a little bit of a pickle when you get 5 deep. And that, maybe you would be drafting at this point because you'd be saying, well, we know Leonard Williams, we know Jaron Reed are definitely going to be moving on after this year. Now this will give us an opportunity to put Caden into the nose tackle position, and now we can bump Byron over to 3 tech, and then Riley can kind of work between the two. So it's a little bit of, you could be showing a little bit of forecasting long-term on this one. I do wonder if he is going to quite last to our pick because of the fact that you do tend to see somewhere a defensive tackle go, though I think as I showed here in my mock draft, I didn't have him being taken in my mock. So technically he would be available. But both those guys are very solid players. Caden's got a little bit more upside to him to me as a player. Again, I know I had Colton here in the first round. I'll probably put him at the top of the second round. So they're both in a very similar place. But both would make sense at 32 as well. Banker, Brando, have you compared the Hawks' past dark depths on hell drafts versus the most recent? I haven't, but we've talked a lot about it, Banker. And you can find me saying this about, drafts even just a couple of years ago. What happened here is that you had, and I'm not throwing this all blame game onto Coach Carroll. It's just that this is the chemistry that changed. This is the dynamic that shifted, which is that Coach Carroll was essentially a lot of times like a de facto general manager in that he had final say. And so when you come up to a couple of years ago, it gets very hard to differentiate between John Schneider and Coach Carroll as to who made the decision, as to who was the driving force behind these decisions, specifically those drafts were drafts about need, drafts about you extending out, not trusting the value on your board. Then right about the time that Coach Carroll had the vice presidential duties taken away, even as he maintained being the head coach, suddenly there at the Charles Cross draft, as you're moving Russell Wilson for draft picks, suddenly right there you make this grade A change where you start to drift more into value. You get away from need, you go to value. And what I mean by that is that you come up to your pick and you look up on your board, and rather than like, well, what position do we need to fill for this or to fill this hole in there or to grab this? Instead that you went up and you said, who is the highest rated player we have on our board, bar none, regardless of position? That's the guy we're going to take. And we'll grab him. Cornerback position's in pretty good shape. Don't care. Devin Witherspoon's our highest rated guy. We're taking Devin Witherspoon. We got DK Metcalf and Tyler Lockett already on the board here on the roster at receiver. Don't care. We're taking Jackson Smith and Jigba. Oh my gosh, we've already got here Leonard Williams at the 3 tech position and Jaron Reed brought back in here. Don't care. Taking Byron Murphy. So what they did was very simple. They stopped thinking about need and they started thinking about drafting just purely and simply the best players when they come up to select and let the chips fall where they may from there. And so I think that's been it's really not been a multitude of different reasons here, Banker. It's really been just quite simply that. But that came about once John Schneider seemed to fully get the control of running the drafts in full. Not in partiality, I'm going to have occasionally get overran or overruled on this pick here or this pick there. but I'm going to make the selection as to where we go. It's a good question. Michael, thank you for the $10 donation. Appreciate you for that, Michael. Dude, I found a screenshot from your live stream on March 20th, 2022, back when we were squabbling about if we would get Baker Mayfield or not. Man, time flies. Thanks for proving the best Hawks content. Well, thank you for that, Michael. I love the debates, bro. And look, Baker's proved to be a hell of a good player. You know, I'm sure I was not as big on him at that point, but that would have been proven to be probably pretty smart on going with him because he's really turned his career around down there with Tampa Bay. So good on you on that one. And as I always say with this, I love the good debates here. And I think that the debates, hot and heavy as they sometimes can get, are definitely what leads us to getting to a little bit more clarity about the team and about a player and about a situation. And that's how you test out your ideas, is having those nice debates in that way. But it's been a hell of a ride, man. We're moving into what years? I think 7 here or something on the channel. Time starts flying by so fast. And this year, as much as any year, Michael, really had me thinking about the journey here, the journey of the team to get here, the journey of what we've gone through on the channel and our discussions to get kind of to what the season has been, and just what a process, what an amazing process, what a cool thing. And like you talk about the Baker Mayfield, all of the debates and discussions we had to have because we were a team that was in a little bit of upheaval and uncertainty. We're basically just, there was a desperate sort of scratching to like, man, this isn't working. This formula is not going right. What is it that we got to do? There's got to be some stuff we got to do here. It can't be just we continue to fit to serve. We've got to make some major changes here. And we made some major changes at that point. The move of Russell and the moving on of Coach Carroll, and don't get more major than that. Moving on from your starting quarterback and your head coach. But that turned out to be the thing that was the requirement. That turned to be the initial, burgeoning force. But you proved pretty right on the Baker Mayfield thing. As good as we've done here with Sam Darnold, Baker's done every bit, it seemed like, just about as much of that down there with Tampa Bay and what he's been able to pull off. But time flies, and thank you for your kind words and all of your support, Michael, to the channel. It flies, but I love the debates, man. It never has to be here if you're ever listening to me, and sometimes I'll disagree with you, but it doesn't mean that I'm necessarily, and I come off as a know-it-all at times. I got to own that. Even if I might come off that way, it certainly is more about the brain power of the collective of my community. And it's never my thinking on it if I happen to push back on an idea that I know all on it. It's a general opinion I might have, but who knows who will end up being proven right on any of this stuff, And I get stuff right, I get stuff wrong. We all do with it. But just fun to have the discussion and kind of turn it over a bit. Appreciate you, though. Thank you. PGZ, thank you for a year as a Hawks Nest member. He says, I love Walker. I give him 10.5. I love where you guys are at and your willingness on this. I think that you're going to have to end up getting a little bit higher than the 10.5. So I think we're going to have to make this a little bit more. Let's look at the running back contracts here. So if we look at the AAV, average per year on these contracts, Saquon, of course, setting the stage here with his $20.6 million per year, which, ouch, that one hurts. That's a spicy meatball. But we can see here Christian at $19 million, Derrick Henry at $15, Taylor at $14. This is where I think you're seeing Walker, because I think that's where John can come back and he can say, okay, you're not Jonathan Taylor, Derrick Henry, Christian McCaffrey, or Saquon Barkley. But are you better at this point than where Alvin Kamara is? Are you better at this point than where Josh Jacobs is? I think you can. So to me, that's where I came to the $13 million PGZ. $13 million per year, 3-year, $39 million deal. Inflation's a bitch. It's going to kick in on this kind of thing. So a deal that Josh Jacobs signed in 2024, or a deal that Kamara signed in 2024, is not going to be equal dollar for dollar here in 2026. So basically the $13 million is essentially their contract, but for inflation rates. So I think that's where the cost of this is going to actually be at, in my opinion. but that's where these negotiations are probably going to be hard between Walker and the team, because I'm sure Walker's trying to push up more into the Derrick Henry, into the Christian McCaffrey area of things, and Seattle wants to keep him down in the Kyren Williams, James Cook area of things. We'll see how it fits. We'll see how it ends up going. Hard to predict on this one, PGZ, because there is a bit of a gap here of potentiality of where the deal could kind of land. Revenger, thank you for 35,000 IDR. Says, how about Nick and Bradley Chubb? Good options? Bradley Chubb's a little bit in the Joey Bosa realm of, I'm here to be a pass rusher now. I'm not as interested in going up against the run. Now, that doesn't preclude you from going after a guy like this, because you've got 3 guys that can play the run on the front side of this, and you can bring that guy out for just those moments. But it is worth considering with him, especially because he will still probably cost a little bit of money. Nick will be significantly cheaper and could be part of that parsing together of the running back room. If you let Walker go, do you try to parse it together behind drafting a guy and then going out there and picking up a guy like a Nick Chubb, going out there for a Breece Hall, going out there to kind of supplement it with some other guys? Potentially you would, maybe more of an assembly of the parts to the whole from the running back position rather than looking for star power per se like you'd have with Walker. Nick's not going to cost you a lot. I don't know if he's going to be able to give you a lot at this point in time in his career. He's had some very, very major knee injuries that have certainly robbed him of some of his quickness and his speed. He still runs very hard. He still will finish runs really nicely. He can be a grinder for you. So both guys have still some value they bring to the table, but I think in Bradley Chubb's case, you're paying a little bit of high market prices still for him for the production he's giving you, which is very kind of one note for the most part. But not horrible signings or anything in that respect. You're not going to break the bank on either guy. You're just going to slightly, I think, overpay for Bradley. But yeah, not bad. Not bad with either of them. It could work. Thank you for the dono, Revenger. Grandizer question, Hawks Nest. Brando, where would you rank the Seahawks Super Bowl winning O-line versus top Seahawks offensive lines of the past? Where would you rank it? Thank you. Say it. Say it. Go Hawks. O-lines of the past. Well, it's probably your second best offensive line in team history. I do think it's better than the 13-14 crew. You had some liabilities on those lines in certain spots, I think. It is close, though. I would say it's very close on the 13-14 lines. I think your 05, 04, 03 offensive lines, specifically with Hutch, Walter, and Tobeck, on the inside 3, I think those ones probably have you beat. Certainly the 05 one does with Sean Locklear and Chris Gray there. But it's probably number 2, I'd say, Grandizer. Johnny, someone will pay K9 $15 million. It's very possible, man. Very possible. Baker, I'd love to see y'all pay K9 15 to 20. That's where I think once it gets to that price, it gets hard for John. I think 13 starts to be about the top of the ceiling of what he's willing to go. Fake news god, Hawks Nest. What if Mendoza uses all his Catholic powers to steal the blessings the Pope have given Seattle for the Raiders? Anything's possible, I suppose. Anything's possible. We better get him on the team stat, man. That Pope stat's putting in work. Hey, industry. Hey, Cal. Okay, good impression of Jerry there, Brandon. Jerry's just going to reset this. America's team we don't go back and rebuild. That's not America's team. That's not Texas. Texas reloads. We take out that Winchester. We take out that Dak Prescott. We put that six bill in there. Tink, tink, tink. Roll them on up. Cowboys. Automated AI money. I think the Rams would be desperate enough for Max Crosby trade. What if they get him? How can we counter that? I think that they're a real possibility here as far as the situation goes. In fact, they're, to me, the front runner to go out there and grab him. The only thing that prevents me from really getting like super out to trot on this Crosby trade for them is that they've got some contracts that they've got to deal with. But even with that said, they can kind of get out from that situation with the Crosby trade because you can throw the 2-1s in Byron Young. And the Byron Young deal is enough to now put you over the top to get the deal done. But then it also saves you from having to sign him on an $18 to $20 million per year contract. So it's like freed up money off the books as well to then be able to bring on Crosby to the other side. So I'm very scared by it. How do you counter that? There's really not a supplemental move to counter it. I mean, Crosby's kind of a one-off. He's a unicorn out there in this particular offseason, and that there's not a long line of really great difference-making talent anywhere that's available, be it in trade or free agency or in the draft. It's one where there's a lot of teams are going to have to kind of get by, the collection of the parts rather than finding the true difference makers there. So we're going to have to try to kind of make it work around other moves at that point. I'm fearful that the Rams do this. It doesn't fix the Rams situation as far as their cornerback room goes. And that remains a question mark for them. The safety room kind of remains a little bit of a question mark for them going into next year. So it's not like it tops them off by doing it, but it gives them a hell of a difference maker who will be a problem. It would do that. Nathan says, I had to watch a chair Tai Chi ad to get in here. Sorry about that. Johnny says, hot take, I think Crosby's peaked. Injuries and BS will lead to a team making a mistake, paying the highs. It's possible. It's definitely starting to get a little bit up there. Not old, but definitely has been in the league a bit now. Misfit, I landed Boston, Overton, and Jadarian Price, my first mock. I have a lot of studying to do still. Really only know I'm high on Price of those three. Not bad, man. It's a little early for me for Overton, but you made up for it with Boston and Price. You had me with Boston and Price, so. Yeah, we were together on that one, Herb said. That's how it goes, Misfit. It's just like that's why I always say it's a process. Like the draft board, it's always in a changing state, because you're going to this process late and you start looking at these guys. And certainly Super Bowl year, we're all a little bit late into getting into this. Good reason to do so, but it's one where you're just going to continue to update the data. You're going to continue to go back and look at guys and then match guys back up and forth. It's like running backs. I've looked at a running back and I'll go back and look at tape of another running back I've looked at and go back and look at that running back and give you a little bit of the comparison. Go back in recent years and look at other running backs in recent drafts that might have a similar type to a player I'm scouting. But it's a long process. It's a whole kind of separate thing, this kind of looking at these players. And it should be one that if you're looking at these guys right, your evaluation continues to evolve the longer the process goes along with the players. The more data, the more film you're able to take a look at. Michael says, bro, I talk so much shit about Baker. I said even Drew Lock would be better than him. I mean, who knew Baker was going to do what he did, Seahawks 360. I like Boston if he'd make it to 32, but I doubt it. There's a lot of wide receiver 2s and 3s in the draft this year, though. So ideally, we require at least one more draft pick on day 2. That'd be nice. That'd be great if we could find a way to pull that off by trading back in the second round and pick up a third. That'd be phenomenal. I love Boston. I do agree with you, though. Seahawks 360. I don't think he's going to last to 32. I think he probably picked in the low 20s as kind of the longest he'll last. 335, 339, somewhere in that area of things for Walker. And Bomber also, Brandon, did you guys figure out what's up with Nwosu's contract? Remember you said you only saved like $3 million, but Sports Track says 11.5. I still want to keep him. Yeah, Sports Track's off on this. I don't know where they're at with that, to be honest with you. It's only $3 million. So it's base minus bonus, and that's the money that you get to save. So so here's your Seahawks contracts right now. With Uchenna, this is the last year of the deal here with him. So there's no other stuff that you're putting on the deal. This is it. So here's his contract right here. So you have his base salaries at $11 million. You have $8.5 million is the signing bonus money. So it's signing bonus off your base, gives you what you would sell, what you would save collectively, essentially. And so it's only a couple $1 million of savings. And you are going to then eat this money on your dead money books. You'd eat $8.5 million of dead money to move off of them. And that's where I come back to thinking that they're probably not going to do that because the savings aren't enough to do that. It doesn't quite. It'd be one thing, I think, if it was like flipped to where it was actually you're saving $8 million and now it's only a $3 million dead money. I think that makes it a little bit easier. But when it's flipped the other way, it's just kind of like you're going to move that on. You're going to save $3 million, but then you're just going to go sign another guy and have to go above what the current cost is on the edge now, especially because you have to already sign one other guy beyond Uchenna if you let him go. So now you have to sign two guys. It just gets sticky. Yeah, Uchenna makes like 18 this year. As you can see here, again, it's the combination of those two numbers. So it is those two numbers. It's the 8.5 and it's the 11. So it's $18.5 million. But the bonus money of 8.5 is there. Like it's signing bonus money. You can't get out from under it. There's no wiping it away, waving your hand and making it go away. That's on your books no matter what you do, essentially. But you could take the 11 million off and still save 3 million collectively by taking the 11 million off. Yeah, Johnny, someone might end up giving K9 the Super Bowl bump. There's a lot of reasons I think teams could potentially come out there and really not fully break the bank, but again, push them up into that kind of more Saquonish close area of things where you're not willing to quite go. Hard to say for sure, but I got a sense of it a little bit. Randall McDaniel in the house. What's up, Randall? It's good to see you, brother. How you doing, man? Maybe a stretch, and John doesn't trade up, but package 32, Arroyo, and something next year, a second or third for number 10. Draft Julian Love, or Jeremiah Love, not Julian Love, Jeremiah Love from Notre Dame. It's an interesting package you're looking to put together there, Randall, and you never know. You never know with John, and maybe he's willing to get a little bit wild with it this year and take it to that degree of things. That's about right. You're in the right spot as far as where I think the landing zone is at. I had Love going to the Saints at 8, but you're in about the right territory as far as where you're looking. You probably would have to. You might be able to get away with that. You might. It's going to be definitely a second rounder next year. You're looking at on top of that to make that go. And this might be a draft too, where there's a team that's willing to make this move, Randall, because they don't like the talent at the top of the draft. And they're going, well, why just punt it off to next year where there'll be more talent in that draft. Maybe they really like Arroyo. I will say his value can't be at its necessarily highest coming off that rookie year. But it'd be a creative way to go up there and get him targeted in. I like it from a creativity standpoint. And I don't think Love's going to go in the top 5. He does probably drift into that 10 range where the cost doesn't become as significant as it would be if he was like 3 and you're definitely giving up a future first on top of your first this year. Maybe you can get away with it doing it a couple different a couple different, the Arroyo and the second rounder will be just enough to kind of get that done. I like it. It's very creative, man. And that'd be a solution where you bring in a guy, you don't miss a beat as far as your running back position goes, and you're able to just keep it rolling along with a difference maker at the position, but also not have to spend an incredible amount of money to make that happen. Smart. Very smart, Randall. I like it, man. Thank you for the donation. Appreciate you for that. Give me 1 second here, folks. Be right back. Oh, we got Jordan in the house. Jordan coming in strong with a $50 donation. Woo! Thank you for that, Jordan. That is very kind of you, man. You are very, very kind as ever, though, here on the channel with all these donations. I really appreciate you for that, brother, with a big $50 drop. Let's go. It says, wanting to send a season-long Brando appreciation dono. What a time to be a Hawks fan. Also, our O-line is experienced, journeyman quarterback, talented wide receiver running back room, and we are keeping most of the offensive staff. This is why I'm not as worried about the OC hire. All great reasons within there to have a lot of hype for this team, and is the part that, as I've said, starting into this offseason, if you're looking for me to be one to tamp down the excitement for next year, or to say that we're not going to be a team that should be at the forefront of repeating, you ain't going to find me here this year. I am one of those people that will be always on board with being realistic about the team and trying to keep expectations in the proper place. The expectations to be in the proper place this next year should be to repeat, should be for this team to be even stronger next year. To go back to front a little bit on your donation, the OCI is one like you. I don't find myself as much in the pickle of, oh man, we really had to just sort of get by with secondhand and like this is going to be a problem next year. I don't believe that as well because of the reasons that you said. In a lot of ways we talked about in recent years on this, Jordan, and we might have literally had this kind of discussion quite literally in regards to like sometimes having a grade A offensive line coach can almost be more important than the offensive coordinator. As funny enough as that is to say, and how many years we went by on a lesser offensive line coach, and that's not the only one. There's a couple of different coaches you're able to retain and keep on here, and McDonald seems committed to trying to build a very talented staff, as well as like some of the guys you brought in addition to this, the kid that you got from the Ravens. We haven't even talked about the running back coach that they brought in, that they had a couple of different opportunities. The running back coach you brought in with a couple of different places. He came here. You spent some legitimate money on him to bring him here. You're trying to assemble a grade A staff. And that then goes beyond just that purely offensive coordinator. And he's going to have so much help and so much support here for him to find success. This team is loaded to the hilt. You're returning starters all across the board. It's not quite the Tampa Bay Buccaneers a couple of years ago where they had all 22 starters on both sides of the ball returning, but it's close. And the Tampa Bay Buccaneers that year did not have $61 million of money that they were sitting on to go out there and make the further moves to supplement and add on top. And so you're in a position right now that teams could only dream to be in this spot. Teams dream to win the Super Bowl, but to win the Super Bowl and be in an even better position the next year to go and repeat, that's the stuff of legend. Absolutely the stuff of legend. The offensive line's come so far here, Jordan, from where it's been in so many years. And we talk about conversations that we had for years here about why can't we just put investment in this offensive line? Why can't John stop secondhand parting this offensive line? Why can't the offensive line stop being the damn redheaded stepchild of this football team? And now you find yourself with 2 pillar tackles, a guard with as much upside as any left guard in the sport that you'll find. And you're bringing back 2 starters who Sundell just kept getting better as the year went along in his first year as a starter at center, true first year as a starter at center. And in Bradford, he gets beaten up a lot by the fan base, but he's got a lot of good moments on tape he brings too. He's not completely just a nothing burger out there. And he's going into a contract next year. And that's a guy who might even be more improved again in this system that's much like Sam coming back for his second year, and the improvement you get in chemistry and the improvement you get with the continuity with him working around this talent. Not just the coaches, but the players themselves. Same thing's true for the offensive line, because one of the things we've said has been desperately needed on this offensive line for years for it to get better, that's been missing, is stop constantly revolving everything through year in and year out. Stop changing out every single starter every year seemingly over and over again. Get me 5 of the same continuity-wise, 5 of the same coming out there year in and year out, and let me build upon that continuity to be able to really get these guys on that same page at that point. That's where I want to be with this. And that's where we've gotten to, man. It's very exciting. It's very exciting. The future is insanely bright for this team. But thank you, man, for the season-long appreciation. Don't know, bro. That $50 donation is too kind. Too kind on your part. This team is stacked to the nines. They've got all the potential in the world. They've got one of the best young coaches, if not the best young head coach in the sport. And at this point, John's really got first world problems as far as like he has so many different lanes he can go down here with all of the flexibility he has. It's about just choosing that right lane, which is going to be the fun part now of this offseason of, what lane do you pick? Do you hit hyperdrive? Do you take this thing over the top? Do you bury Void Marini down the line? Do you make the Max Crosby trade? Do you just say, hey, kick it into gear, let's go? Let's not be satiated on this one. Or do you stay a little more patient? Do you try to read a little bit of the lay of the land? Do you try to take it a little bit easier? Do you know that all those other teams are going to be hyper aggressive? So instead you just you lay in the cut, you let them kind of overexpend themselves, and then you strike when the opportunity is right. There's so many different directions Johns can go. And it's going to make it so exciting this offseason because there's just not one patented way. He's not stuck down a narrow corridor. You got to go down this way, and then you got to take a left down that way. It's like he's out in the open field. He can run in any different direction he wants to go and run. But Jordan, you are awesome, brother. You've donated so many times over to this channel to a major degree. I don't find myself worried in the least right now. This team is so soundly run. And even in letting Kubiak go, as so many of us had wondered, is he going to just take the whole staff with him? We got to reset this whole staff. And that's not how this has been. And I think the new OC is too well set up for success here. There's too many other jobs that you see OCs going to that they've got to I got to figure out this quarterback position. I don't know what I'm doing with the offensive line. I don't got any skill position players. I mean, just look at what Kubiak's walking into. Got no wide receivers. I got Brock Bowers. I got Ashton Genty. And I don't know how soon we can get off of Geno Smith, but boy, we need to get off that contract too. And I've got Fernando Mendoza that we have to draft, who won't have an offensive line or skill positions to throw to. And he's been operating out of an RPO system, but we're going to ask him to start probably immediately. It's a mess. It's a complete and utter mess. And everything else is on point across the board for us right now, man. You're amazing though, bro. Appreciate your support. Thank you so much for that. And what an offseason this is going to be, man. What an offseason. Chris says, can't see the Rams trading for Crosby unless it's included Young or Verse. They need a cornerback more. I agree with you. I think the cornerback room becomes a little bit more of the hold, but here's the line if you're less need though on this, and you're trying to consider this from the Rams perspective. If I go get Mansour Delane, and I go draft Colton Hood at the end of the first round, and I go double dip on cornerbacks in the first round, that improves me. Does that improve me more than Max Crosby flipping in for Young and what he can bring? And the thing to remember with this, Chris, is that the Rams have kind of chosen 2 different positions that they've decided that they're going to kind of go cheaper with. in recent years at least, and that's the off-ball linebackers, and it is kind of cornerbacks. Look at what they trotted out there last year: Akilio Witherspoon, Emmanuel Forbes, and Darius Williams are the guys you're throwing out there. They got in Quinn Lake, the guy that's kind of their slot guy that can do maybe a little safety stuff here. He's not an outside corner, but when it comes to outside corners, like, I know Jalen Ramsey was in here for a few years, and at one point they had Jason Peters in there for a while, but they've kind of gone light there at that position. Whereas on the defensive line, Chris, drafting Braden Fisk in the second round, Kobe Turner that they're going to pay $20 million to, the giving the money that they did to Poona Ford, the drafting of Byron Young, the drafting of Jared Verse. I do think that they have put a little bit more of their onus upon that defensive line and having that drive the day. So the thing that would make this also push through, Chris, is that maybe there's some hesitancy from the Rams' perspective on, we've got to sign a variety of different guys to $15 to $20 million contract. Steve Avila, Kobe Turner, Byron Young, and then we've got the $40 million deal that we got to do to Puka. So with Crosby, you make the trade for Crosby and you don't have to put him on a new contract extension. There's actually a way where Crosby comes onto the books for the Rams and ends up costing them significantly less than what Young would have cost them on their books. That's where I wonder a little bit about this trade as well there, Chris, because that's the pressing side of this, is that they have to also pay then Young. And that's a year before having to also then come back and pay Verse next year. Might be an argument to be made that you got to kind of pay one or the other there. But I agree with you. Corner is more of the need for them on that. I just wonder about them kind of measuring those two sides of things. Banker says Max Crosby's only a year older than Byron Young. I'd chip him off of the Raiders. See, you're picking up. This is a Rams fan picking up what I'm putting down on this. I think it makes a lot of sense. I get the corner aspect of it. You guys do need corner help too, but Crosby on that defense with Verse on the other side. And then you got up the middle, you got Poona, Kobe, and Braden. I mean, that's going to be a hell of an engine for that defense if it goes that way. Revenger, thank you for another 35,000 IDR. Says, won't be surprised Rams go all in. They're 2 points still salty. Yeah, pretty hilarious here that the Rams are still, just goes to say, I told you guys, I think that they did not get over that play. That play got stuck in their craw. It partly held them back through the rest of the year, that game and that play, the 2-point conversion. And now you have the Rams coming up to the rule committee trying to present this rule to kind of close this. It's so weird to me. It's like this play will never happen again in Super Bowl history, but it's so stuck in your head that you're like going to come and have them change the whole rule for something that never is going to happen again. It's like, it almost seems to be like they're trying to create the rule on principle or something, to like retroactively be able to go back, Revenger, and say, well, see, that wasn't a valid win really. And this proves it because we got this rule put in that shows it was invalid. It kind of feels a little bit like that as much as anything. I would not be surprised, and this is a little bit of why my presumptive scenario here today, if you were listening from the start, and I've been on for well over now 3 hours, was at the start of this show of that I'm going to create cap space, but I'm going to be sitting in this cap space. I'm going to have the chunk of cap space that I'm riding into as I go into training camp. I'm not going to feel the need to have to expend out all of this money at every turn, because I think there's going to be a little bit of a keeping up with the Joneses type of aspect of this offseason, where we're the team everybody's chasing. And there's going to be a lot of teams in the NFC that look at their year last year and they go, man, we fell pretty far short of where we wanted to be. Eagles, you didn't get to the conference championship. Detroit Lions, is your window about to close down now? Last place in that division? Don't you have to do something pretty hard line here to make this go? Packers already made their move. They shot their shot with Micah. Chicago Bears, though, are you in a position to be able to go for a move that you feel will put you over the top? And certainly, I think the Rams are the front team on that front of that. They come into next year. You have Stafford with potentially his last season. I can't think of being impelled by more of a sense of urgency than that. You have a draft here where there's not a quarterback for you to go get your QB of the future in right now. There just isn't. You've got 2 first-round picks in an NFL draft that's not a particularly strong draft. This is one of the weaker, if not the weakest drafts that we've had in about 15 years. This stuff all leads you in the direction of them getting aggressive and looking to make a trade, and they've done that in the past, maybe not recent history, but you traded a first-round pick for Brandon Cooks at one time. You're willing to make Jalen Ramsey go for a move. So they definitely have in their DNA to do this. For sure, Revenger. For sure. But yeah, it's very funny that they're presenting this rule change off this game. I think it's very, very funny. And again, shows that they, to me, got a little bit caught up in the wrong things in that game. And that's why a bit of their season, I think, got upended. I think that's why they got knocked off their path a little bit. Is they got caught up for just a little bit of a momentary moment there in that season last year in the wrong things. Got to learn the right lessons from losses, not make excuses. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation, Randall. I think Khalil Mack fits the vet edge Mike loves. Indeed. I was posting this up earlier, Randall. This is the only free agent move that I'm anticipating the Seattle Seahawks make. That is attacking the edge. You let Boye Mafe go. You sign an $8 to $10 million 1 year kind of contract. That's where I think that they go after. And to your point on this, I posted up kind of ring chasers here, Randall, guys that would fit into this. And 4 of these ring chasers are edges. Khalil Mack, Jadeveon Clowney, Von Miller, Joey Bosa. But Mack certainly right there at the front of that of a guy that could certainly make a lot of sense. Productive last year, worked in the same exact style of defense we play last year. He's an outside power edge. All of this would fit very well into, I think, McDonald's defense. But could go after any of the number of these guys, I think. It makes a lot of sense. I think they're all going to be right around the same price, kind of all on those 1 year deals. I could see it happening, Randall. I could absolutely see it happening. So great suggestion on your part, man. Certainly a way that they could go with it here for sure. Banker Elpries, thank you for the $2 donation, Banker. What if we get an all AFC? Let me remove this thing out. Hold on. Let me get my face back on this damn thing. What if we get an all NFC West division and champ next year? Well, it's a real possibility happening. It happened almost basically this year, or did happen this year, right? Like if we have this scenario next year that played out this year, wouldn't shock me in the least, Banker. Especially if you come to find that like the Seahawks and Rams are 1-2 in the seeding, or Seahawks are you'd have whoever the win is the 1 seed, and then you'd be the 4 seed, I guess, is the wild card team, and that means you might not be back to facing that 1 seed until you get to the conference championship game. So basically a repeat of what we had this last year. It wouldn't shock me in the least if it came down to that again. Not at all. Not at all. We'll see if the Niners, and I'm still not sure what the Niners are going to do this offseason. I know the Rams are going to go for broke. I know they're going to get aggressive. I don't know what the 49ers exactly will do. They're the ones that I'm kind of watching to try to kind of see if they're really sure that they really want to go for it or not. But yeah, I expect this division to be once again the best in football next year. And God forbid the Cardinals ever get decent. Then we're going to be in for a real barn burner at that point. But I could see it, man. And I expect your team's going to be very aggressive this offseason. All in. All in. GB HD, thank you for the $10 donation, GB. Working a 36-hour shift because snow trucks hate Philly. But damn glad this will have my attention instead of the clock. Hey, salute to you, sir. Sorry for the 36-hour shift. That's a brutal shift. Brutal. And sorry, the snow trucks hate Philly. That sucks, man. We'll hang in there. I hear you guys got a hell of a storm coming your direction. We'll try to provide you something good to listen to in the background so it doesn't seem quite so long, or maybe at least the hours start to move by a little bit quicker and faster on that. But stay safe if you're out there in the elements. Sounds like you guys got hell coming your way a little bit out there. And snow trucks, man. Some cities just don't have preparation for them. We're like that out in Seattle. If it snows out in Seattle, we got like 2 snow trucks that got to put in all the work. You ain't going anywhere for a while. It's basically if we get any snow in Seattle. That's pretty much what you know. But a big salute to you, man. Thank you for the $10 donation. And hopefully the day is not too long and hard, though. 36 hours, there's no way to get around that, man. You're going to be like me, about 2 pots of coffee deep to get through that thing. That's brutal. Come on, Philly. Get that snow out of the way. Get that snow out of the way. Appreciate you, GB. Hope you're doing well out there, man. And stay safe, bro. Stay safe. Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. Thoughts on TJ Parker, kid from Clemson, big edge, had a monster sophomore year, but fell off in 25 like the whole team did. I've seen him as a late round one guy. I did have him taken in my prospective mock draft here, Randall. You can see that I've got him going at 20 to the Cowboys as their edge there. I'm starting to get a little bit in a place. I ain't gonna lie. I'm getting into a little bit of a place, Randall, with Clemson defenders, and I'm starting to get a little bit into a place where I'm like, not trusted. So I've had a lot of defenders that have come through Clemson in recent years, Randall, that just they do not seem to work out as pros, and specifically defense. And he might. He's a hand fighting edge, solid all around floor. I would have questions on his ceiling. Does operate mainly off power. He's a work off contact guy. So, a lot more of these edge rushers now tend to come in two different types. There is the quick and the dip and bendy. And then there's the power edge that works off contact and counters and hand fighting. So he's more of the latter. Get off his average. The bend and dip feel just a little bit better than average at best. He's got some secondary moves, but they're not really terribly effective, his counters. He is very adept at attacking the hands of the tackle while also targeting the half a man in the bull rush. So he kind of puts those two combinations really well together, does a really good job on attacking half a man. And that combination in particular works really well together. His initial ability to win with the hands and the ability to really cut the offensive lineman in half stand out in a major way. He is a little bit of a slow burn pass rusher where it's going to take him some time to get there. That's where this can work in this defense. That's where a lot of our pressure came from this year. Sets the edge with ease, finds the ball carrier, smart and capable spot dropper in space, very comfortable in coverage, well graded in that portion of his game. 3-year starter. I think he basically enters the league as at least a functional run defender right off the jump on early downs if that's what you need. I think he'll be a solid pro at least from that. I don't know what he gives you as far as a pass rusher goes. And I really don't know what to think at times from these players, Randall, who are being paid millions of dollars now. And I'm seeing across the board, a lot of these guys in the final year of their college, there's a heavy dip in performance. Right when you're expecting them to take that step forward, now you're seeing the dip. And quite frankly, I'm seeing it more, Randall, now with the NIL stuff. Is it because the NIL is keeping them in college longer and it's giving you longer for the warts to show up, whereas they would have left and you would have just had that 1 year of sparkling tape and you had to make the decision one way or another there? I don't know. But I don't think it's a good sign. Don't think it's a great sign to you that your last year of college, you take a step backwards. And when you take that step backwards, and then I watch you and I got some limitations to what you can bring to the table. He's not going to get quicker. He's not going to get bendier. He's not going to develop dip to his game. So it's all got to work off power. It's all got to work off hand fighting. He's just a guy that I've been a little bit, I've got a second round grade on him, Randall, but it's kind of like a begrudging second round grade. And both Parker and Peter Woods to me are very underwhelming in watching the tape on them. And they both have the same thing. It's like both have this kind of weird dip going on that just doesn't make any sense. So, he is a first. He will go in the first round, I think, Randall. I don't think he gets to us. But if he does, is he a guy that fits to the McDonald model of edge? Yeah, basically does. And he might be. There's a lot of people who are a lot more higher on him than I am, Randall. I'm kind of a little bit not hyper negative on him, but I'm certainly more of the darker outlook of him than what you hear about from other people on him. Some guys just, I don't, and it's maybe a little bit of my unfair outlook on Clemson defensive players, but how many have we had through the last few years? There's just been like, Barrett Carter types and Trenton Simpson, just they always got a bunch of guys every year, but and they're all well regarded as far as draft stock goes. But then you just kind of come up, they never really develop much as players. Brandon, I'm not taking shots at our two guards, but wonder if you look at their PFF scores shows Kubiak's scheme was better, way better than Grubb's. Yeah, 100%. It minimizes the thing when the Grubb system did is it maximized your limitations. Anthony Bradford, you suck in pass protection at times. Like, all right, I'm going to put you on bright display, throwing the ball 70% of the time. And we're not going to try to, the thing the Grubb system didn't do is didn't really hide its intentions. Defenses knew what was coming, pass or run, where you're running, where you're passing. Kubiak's system was all about, and as inherently at the heart of the system, about being unpredictable and that you're not going to know what we're going to do until you're to post snap. So you don't get to cheat. You don't get to have your job made easier on a particular play because you can read what's coming. And that's a big part of it. Getting the ball out of the quarterback's hand faster and not having a quarterback hold the ball 3 seconds long is a big part that can help out, your offensive line, make them look better. Those were the two main things that I think Kubiak's scheme really did to help just improve the offensive line in general terms across the board, and why scheme ultimately matters in a major way. Also why the air raid system, I think, is going to struggle to really come in and get hot in the NFL level. Brian's is losing. Jones, if we do makes another swing tackle sneaky important. It does. That's where I did go with Jennings Dunker. Brian is my first round pick because that does give you not a swing tackle, but he can take over the Lucas stuff. If Lucas goes down, a right tackle, he gives you the right guard to maybe center of the future. And then you do have Amari Kite, who then can be essentially your backup left tackle. I think you could maybe get by on that as an approach. Team seems to be pretty high on Kite. At least that he can be a functional backup. They changed the rule, extra points rule after the Romo fumble. Used footballs is now only for the extra point. That's right. It's a slippery new ball that they put in there, huh? I call it the Jake crying rule. It'll forever be known as that. Oh, man. The Hawks drafted Caden McDonald and signed Khalil Mack. Mike McDonald, Caden, and Mike McDonald could mess with TV announcers. That'd be a mouthful. I'd be struggling on that one. A lot of Macks. King says also, I agree on the Clemson defender thing. Since Breezy and Miles Murphy, I'm scared. I'm just, it's like Baylor wide receivers, King. I don't have an explanation for it. I'm not saying that there's something inherently wrong with the programs. Maybe it's just that there was like a voodoo spell put on the top of them or something. But remember the Cardinal linebacker they drafted that was supposed to be the Mr. Do-It-All, like amazing. He can play linebacker and safety and slot corner, and he didn't become anything. There's been a few. It's more than just like a little bit. There's been quite a few of these guys, even guys that you like, wonder, like Trotter's son that went there, came out a couple years, like he's done nothing with the Eagles. It's a thing. And I don't have an explanation for it, but it is kind of a thing. I like Avion Terrell. He is actually a good Clemson defender. And look, AJ Terrell was one of the few Clemson defenders that's come out, and his brother's been really good. A lot of people think Avion's better. I do have a first round grade on him. Currently have him as my fourth corner. Probably have him up maybe potentially by the time we get the draft around third corner. I do think he's got to go to kind of a certain type of system. There are those corners that can play press. There's those corners that can play off. There's some corners that can do both. He's more kind of off coverage zone guy and where I want to kind of have him running. Kendrick says, Akila is the best corner of the division. Put some respect on his name. Tiza, Zion Young, Gabe Yakas. I think I was pronouncing that right. Yakas. Have my eye on. Both good players. Both would be, you're right to be eyeing them for the Seahawks, Tiza. Both would be Seattle Seahawks fits off the edge. 100%. Kendrick says, Brandon, what's your thoughts on Caden Wetjen? Potential sleeper? I haven't seen him. Wetjen. Wide receiver, specialist. I'll try to take a look at him, Kendricks. Slowly, sure. I'm trying to get about 3 or 4 prospects a day right now as I can. So I'll add him to my list. It's nice. I like his name, Wetjen. Sounds like a Swifter product. Have our Wetjen and get your counters cleaned right today. But I'll take a look at him. Definitely starting to get into sort of the day 2, 3, getting past the day 1, 2s on to sort of into the day 3 now. Yakas, Josephs, Danny Dennis Sutton all seem like great fits. Yeah. There's a good collection of in that 2nd, 3rd round range edges there, Seahawks 360. I'd throw Derek Moore in there too. All of them could fit. Air raid's terrible. It is terrible for especially the pros. Yeah, Amari Kai might be enough to make it work over there. Yeah, King Bomber, I don't think he comes back as well. And that's where as well I think that some of this goes back to like what probably you can anticipate. If you had him on a 1-year like $4 million deal, you know, he's going to cost probably like $6 million per on a 2-year something extension, you know. So it just he probably becomes a little bit too expensive at that point. Plus, once you get him to $6 million and you start wrapping it up with Boye, with Coby, with Reek, with Josh, if you don't sign a lot of free agents, as I presumptively played this game earlier on in the stream, you know, you can come back and get some compensatory picks for these guys you lose. And now this edge signing that you make for $8 to $10 million basically gets swallowed up by the Josh Jones contract. So now almost all of Mafe, Bryant, Woolen, Joe become compensatory pluses to you. You know, you lose them, but you could get the compensatory back on the return. Chris says, oh, damn, just noticed Eric Gentry from USC, a 6'6", 220 linebacker, like a used car lot inflatable man. Just post him up as a hybrid safety linebacker. It's a big boy. That is a crazy build. Caden Wetjen probably goes around 4 to 6 because of his returning abilities. If he runs under 4.4, an NFL team might do something crazy. That's once you get down to that speed of things, it's rarefied air even still. So if you can get him down that 4 or just below 4.4, you definitely elevate your draft stock. It's getting late. Sun's getting low. What's up, Tim? How you doing, man? Chris, it sounds like a law firm. Mac, and Mac. Isaiah Simmons Clemson, the do-it-all defensive player. I thought he'd be so unique. So many of us were so wrong. Hey, that's what the thing is that you burn me once, shame on you. You burn me twice, shame on me. I've been burned on so many of these Clemson players whose tape I liked a lot, and I don't even really like TJ Parker or Peter Woods' tape. I don't hate it. It's not like bad tape. It's just not like, I want to make this a day 1, day 2 guy kind of tape. And there's just been a lot of them. There's been a lot of them. And I keep coming back to like my instinct on this is that a lot of them are really, really talented and they just don't, whatever's going on in that program is not refining them out, is not getting these guys taking steps in their game, as evidenced by the fact you see things like with Peter Woods and with Parker this year, them taking a step back in their final year of college. Like not only you're not even replicating what you did the prior year, you're going backwards. Something's a little bit off down there. Why Bradley Chubb's the way to go? No losing a comp pick. He could make sense. I think he's certainly within range of being a possibility here for Seattle. And you're right. You're not getting a comp pick if a guy gets released. So that is important. I do wonder about what he's going to necessarily get out there as far as value goes. So I'm just a little bit wondering on that, where they're going to exactly land him at. Is he going to be up still around 15 million per year? You know, is that what he's bringing in? But
you target that. And that's, again, I think you can play the compensatory game here, and it's all going hand in hand. You play the compensatory game, not so you got these extra picks into next year's draft, but then so that when you get to the trade deadline, you can give up more draft capital to go get more of a difference maker at that time when there may be more hardly available players available and there's less competition going after them. Brian, those are all good draft crushes, man. All solid. Perkins is fun. He's a lot of fun. GB HD, thank you for becoming a new member of the Hawks Nest. We'll be getting a call-in show here for Hawks Nest members. We're about due. So we won't, maybe even some point this week, we'll get a call-in show here for you guys. Maybe on Wednesday or Saturday. Kind of try to figure it out if we can. Still like Harold Perkins. If everyone can revive his career, coach can. Yeah, he's fun. And coming off the torn ACL last year, sometimes with some of these guys, some guys bounce back right off of it. Some guys take a year of time to be able to get back around to tapping back in the player they were, especially for a guy like him that was so hyper explosive when he burst on the scene there at LSU. But yeah, definitely a player that would appeal to Mac from the versatility that he can bring to the table. You get a kind of a 2-for-1 with him. He was bad at every position the Cardinals put him in. Simmons. Yeah, they tried him everywhere, man. Middle linebacker, a little bit outside. Let's safety. Okay, well, how about edge? Can he go off of the edge? Let's work him off the edge. They tried, man. They rang that thing. Come on, give us a little bit of value. Damn it. We gave a 15th pick overall for you. Just didn't work. Oh, God, Anthony, Isaiah Simmons. Yeah, man. So I was saying, I've been, too many Clemson guys have come through. Too many. I can't sign off on it. I need a couple more wins from the Clemson crew. I need a couple more guys coming out legitimate. Not fooling me again. Seahawks 360, still curious if Simmons came here, if coach could revive his career somewhat here. I mean, maybe. He even literally went to this style of defense. He was with Wink Martindale there for a year with Giants even. And Wink couldn't get anything out of him either. I think he's had so many stops and so many opportunities. Mike would literally be proven a miracle worker if he could get something out of that guy. But his talent was pretty insane. Pretty crazy. Catalyst could maybe use a good second string right tackle. So what I did in my presumptive, we're going to need a right tackle backup. That's for sure. Part of what I did in my mock draft is I went with Jennings Dunker with our first round pick because it gives you a backup right tackle and it gives you your starter potentially in the future here for either the center or the right guard position. Just kind of fills out, just rounds out. It's like the dude's rug. Jennings Dunker would just kind of fill out the room nicely for our offensive line in just the right kind of way. But it is a need, one way or the other. You're gonna have to go after something there with it. Catalyst. Addicted. Brandon, if Hawks do not sign Coby Bryant, which I do not think they will, who do you like at safety? I like the idea of picking Jalen Kilgore from South Carolina, just so Eamon have fun on the sidelines or in the summers. There we go. Get the band back together a little bit there. Kilgore, I've got a 4th round grade on. There's actually some strong safeties that could really make some sense as far as in this draft go that can be almost direct replacements, more strong safety-ish than they are free safeties, but there's a lot of kind of overlap in there. You got AJ Halsey, Kamari Ramsey, who I had taken in the 2nd round of my mock here. And then Emmanuel McNeil Warren, he might go in the 1st round. He's a lot of fun. He's kind of got a ball hawk kind of ability to him. But Kilgore could make some sense in the 4th round. Addicted, for sure. Dylan Thiemann, Zakee Wheatley, maybe even Michael Taffy. All these guys are kind of in guys that you could see as potential replacements in there. So, yeah, Kilgore could make some sense. Multi-dimensional 3-year starter, just barely turning 21 years old. He's been asked to play everywhere at South Carolina. Strong safety, free safety, even a whole year is only a slot cornerback. He looks more solid than his listed weight of 204. Good speed, good change of direction. 9 picks in his career. Many of them earned. Good at turning his head around late to find the ball. He's good. Might actually potentially should be having him higher than maybe the 4th round. But he'd be fun. I think someone was asking about Thiemann. Dylan Thiemann, the Oregon safety. Not quite as much on him as others are. He's well seasoned. I think he's more of a single high safety than he is kind of a cover two shell guy. I think he's more of a guy that's got his more often not stay in that kind of single high situation. Though he did do some split safety stuff. I think he's got to live in zone. I don't think he can play a lot of man. I just don't think he's going to have the flexibility to work in Seattle's system as much as he'll work in other systems better. Catalyst says that's a good mock. Thank you, Catalyst. Appreciate it. Posted up here again. So we had a dunker in the first round. Kamari Ramsey come back in the second round, and Malik Muhammad and Colin Wright grabbed two outside corners in the back end of the draft. Was kind of the way I rolled with the draft on this one. Looking to go there with it. Certainly could see Seattle looking at corner at the end of the first round too. It's very possible. Seahawks 360. I love Kilgore, man. There's a lot of Bryant replacements too. There is. That's where I think you're in a good spot. Like you got Ty Akata there is the ultimate, like, all right, we don't have to find the starter who has to get in there day one and go. We can work in a guy that can come in and even have maybe a year to kind of learn the ropes before he's got to be fitted in there to start. And a guy like Kilgore, 21 years old, really young guy, given that extra year of time, could make some sense. Could make a lot of sense there. But there's a few different guys that I like. 360 Emmanuel McNeil Warren, 32. I love him a lot, man. He's another one of my guys, just kind of a favorite in this draft. And it's been kind of unfortunate to have to see how high he seems to be raising up now, where he's getting proverbially mocked up into the first round a lot. And this guy's a safety coming out of Toledo, but his tape is really good, and his ability to punch the ball out, rip the ball out, just cause turnovers and create chaos and play with his hair on fire and just be flying around out there. I think he probably ends up going in the first round, but he is a lot of fun. HHGB, what can we get if we trade out of the first? Let's be honest. Who's there at pick 32? Pick 32, you're looking at cornerbacks or where there's a little bit of value there at that point. Edge is where you've got some value there at that point. Wide receiver possibly could be if Casey Concepcion were to drift down there to you at the end of the first round. Hard to say in this draft because it's a weak draft, HHG. So, you need a team that essentially doesn't like the picks that they have in the second round, who loves a player that's available at your first round pick, being maybe a corner, who would then be willing to give you a little bit of extra capital. But this would be the year where I think it's going to be very hard to trade back. It's going to be hard for any team to trade back because they're not going to get the returns back that they would in other prior years. So then you just come back around to like, well, what's the point of trading back? If we're not getting anything to do it, then let's not do it. Kirk Stemmer, Brandon, Nwosu does have an $11.448 million cap savings if cut traded. It's a cap hit minus prorations. His base salary of $11 million and $480 per game bonuses is what would be saved if he's let go. And I certainly could be misunderstanding this. If you can follow up with this, Kirk, I'm trying to get this right. So it's much as me being truly asking you on this one. My understanding of it in reading through the situation on this is, and I'm pretty confident on this one, Kirk. The thing I think you're not factoring in, so you're factoring in this right here, which is the bonus money on Nuchena's deal at $500,000 that you referenced. But the thing you're not taking into account is this amount of money right here. So the way it works is that you have your base salary. Base salary is non-guaranteed money. Bonus is already money that you spent that has to come off the books. So as you go over here and notice, you've got this column is cap savings, but then this column's the dead money that you have on your books. So, if you cut Cooper Kupp right now, you could save $470,000, but you're going to have $17 million of dead money on the books. So if you cut Uchenna, you're first off the book, you get out from under the $11 million like you talk about, but the $8.5 million is still there as bonus money. You don't get to just wave your hand and that bonus money goes away and doesn't count. So I know Sports Track is showing something a little bit different on this, but Sports Track has this wrong. Bonus money has to be sustained by the team. If it's on the books, if it counts, it's got to be sustained. The $8.5 million of money that is going to Uchenna Nwosu in bonus money this year, you cannot get out from under that money on the books. There's no way to do it. And yes, you can get out from under the 11 million. You'll save collectively about $2.5-3 million, but you still have the $8.5 million of bonus money that you have to deal with on that. I want Dunker at right guard, even though he's a tackle. I do too. And that's in drafting him. That's what I'm doing with that, by the way, is I'm doing with the intention of him being the right guard of the future. He comes in, he can be battling it out at camp with Haynes and Bradford at the right guard spot, but then you have also the reinforcement there at right tackle, and eventually he becomes your right guard of the future, maybe even your center if it doesn't quite end up working fully with Sundell. But I think he can play with the leverage to play inside. Ryan says, who is behind Okada if Okada can't go for some reason? Well, I think right now it's pretty thin. So you would need to add to it right now as it sort of stands. I forget. We had somebody on the roster. Well, we had Quandre on the roster. And Ty Okada essentially is kind of your backups to the two guys at the start. Cals, remember that the too high shell has to be stable. We all saw when the Ravens were struggling with shell coverages when they didn't have the right players out there. Indeed. You've got to find those right kind of fits. It'd be a silly secondary. McNeil, Warren, Emanwari, and Spoon. Yeah, that'd be a pretty sick secondary. Trade down with the Falcons. Falcons lost their first rounder. I'd be open to it. I'd imagine you'd want to pull back their third rounder in return if you did. Seahawks 360, can't we just slightly renegotiate a deal with Nwosu and keep him? Well, I think he stays regardless at this point. The $8.5 million is money where you can't make that money go away. That money's on your books. So could you renegotiate his base salary and say, we're going to take your base salary down to $8 million, $7 million? You could, and save the $3 million that way. You could. But it accomplishes the same thing as, kind of releasing him a little bit, and he's got to be willing to take that discount then. Players don't always show a willingness to renegotiate in such a way. But the 8.5 is the one you really just can't, that's the number you can't quite get around here. That's the sticky one in this process. He's a John Schneider masterclass this offseason to find a way to get more picks or make the team much better. Love it, man. Let's go. Seahawks 360, draft Dunker, trade Bradford. Can we get a fifth? I think so. Yeah. Possibly a way you could go with it. Yeah. 100%. Cap hit is 20. If you cut the dead is 9. Yeah, this one's really been a confusing one. But I'm not sure anybody's explaining it to me that makes my explanation not seem like mine's the right one. So I might be wrong on this for sure. But the math goes like this. Yes, it's $19 million. You're right about this, Chase. So 19 and change. The base salary is the salary you cut, and then it's base minus bonus. The bonus money doesn't just go away. So it's the bonus, it's base plus bonus that makes it 19. Maybe I'm misunderstanding this one. It's a little bit of a weird contract, I guess. I don't know. I'm confused by it because I've always understood it to be that it's the bonus minus the base that gets you to where it's going. I do see the $19 million cap hit. You're right about that. But can't get out from under the bonus. You guys might be right on this one. I get confused on these contracts sometimes. They're getting put in weirder ways than ever before, so it doesn't always straightforward make a lot of sense. Brandon McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. Jonah Coleman reminds me of Tyler Algier and Jalen Warren, both high 4.5, 4.6 guys. Speaking of Algier, he's a potential K9 replacement for less money. Algier's a possibility for sure. I think Jonah Coleman's more to me of a Montgomery than he is a Warren or an Algier, because both those, he's definitely Algier. You're right on that one, Randall. Warren's a little bit more of the get up and go guy. He's a little bit more of, I've got a little bit more of the burst thing to me going on. So, there is that with it on that one, where there's a little bit more of that going on. So to me, that's where we could really go to the David Montgomery ones are the real fit there, Randall. Both those guys are really similar sized, similar ways that they have about going about their business, really low center of gravity, hard to bring down as far as, as far as tackling goes. Like the first guy's never really bringing him down, always falling forward, always finishing runs. That's where, again, the Algier one definitely kind of fits a little bit there. There was even a little bit more of a lower center of gravity than an Algier, but that's where I've just loved that's where I've loved the shoot. Sorry, I'm late in the stream here, Randall. The Lions running back. So Algier's definitely a possibility. I think Breece Hall's a possibility. Coleman could make some sense in this draft too. He's not as much, I think, that's where we come to like the system's going to tend to look for Randall more of the 4.4 at like 4.5 being the very slowest that you're going to look to go to, that you want to go with more of the burstier, bigger guys. I do think you're right about Coleman and being in more of kind of the 4.6-ish range of things. Because the Shanahan offense has tended to have a certain type of running back, and there are times they've looked at the bigger backs, like a Jordan Mason type of the Niners have hit over there, that they have looked at those kind of bigger dudes. But, the squattier bodied guys like a Coleman, not a lot of those in the recent history on the Shanahan offenses, but I like him and definitely could be a fit, Algiers makes some sense too. He's operated in an outside zone system. I think he's got just enough juice to the outside, can give you some inside tough running. He's had to kind of wait his turn out there with Bijan at times. I like it, Randall. Coleman's fun, man. He's a very unique running back in this draft. He's kind of the Cam Scatabo of this draft a little bit. Maybe even a little bit better. Jordan, thank you for the $5 donation, Jordan. I think the Rams are playing a dangerous game if they extend Stafford like Jake was saying. He's at the age where quarterbacks will fall off at any moment. Well, I think what Jake's probably anticipating in this, and smartly enough so, is the fact that the Rams are right now kind of getting a bit of a discount with Stafford. And this was what was, of course, drawing the situation out a little bit last year, in that, remember, everything was kind of getting a little bit dicey there. Everything was getting a little bit dicey there from the standpoint of the everything was getting dicey there from the standpoint of they didn't really want to pay him that money. He wanted an extension. There's been a bit of a dance here recently on this one about, whether they're going to get the extension or done year in, year out. He's currently on the books right now at a $48.2 million cap hit. And so are they going to look to do something a little bit beyond that? Give him a little bit more? We'll see. I think the hard part from the Rams standpoint on this is that they've got void year money with Stafford going out to 2030 right now. And that's from the last extension that they just gave him. So from their standpoint, they go, well, we're already on the hook for all this void money year as it is. What do you want us to do beyond that? And so he could maybe get a little bit of a minor bump here, but you're right. I think it gets very hard to come back to Stafford and say, we're willing to throw you this contract when we're already kind of on the hook as it is beyond this year. But from Stafford's case, he's coming off an MVP season, his best year as a pro, maybe, he's got a quantifiable point to kind of bring that up at that point. That's where it gets a little bit sticky from their territory of it. Plus, the Rams are in a bit of tough shape as far as the cap goes. They have cap space, but they've got some contracts to give out that's going to make this hard. It is going to make this hard. So it's definitely a risk on their standpoint. Can Stafford drive some of this Jordan to where he's like, you don't pay me, I'm not coming back, I'll just retire? I mean, that's a hell of a bit of leverage you can hold over the Rams because they don't have another option this offseason to go to. And especially if they're in that go-for mode and trying to really push this, which if you're bringing back a Devontae Adams, and that is your intention. So I think that they're potentially get kind of held over the barrel here by Stafford coming off his best year. He can hold the retirement card out there if they try to get a little bit, cheap. And he's also a quarterback that's tended to try to go and get that money. He's not a guy that's like, yeah, I'll go take my discounts. Like he's going to go try to get paid, Jay says the cap hits 19.5, so dead money is 8, still 11 million saved. Yeah, it might be that. I mean, the hard part about these books and what's been thrown on them is that they get tough to kind of disseminate because you go between bonus, option bonus, guaranteed signing bonus, base salary. So he does have a $19 million cap hit next year. It's weird. Some of these look weird certain ways, some of these look other ways. So I'll go with what you say on that. Sounds good, man. Algier starts for 3/4 the league, probably $5 million less than K9. Yeah, that's probably about right. And maybe on the starting front of it, possibly. You might be right on that. I don't know if I'd go 3/4 the league. I don't know if I go that far, maybe half, but you're in the territory. So you guys might be right on the base with Nwosu. The 11 million moving on from him. I might have been reading it wrong on that one. Thank you for correcting me. What's up, Max? How you doing, brother? Taker610, thank you for the $5 donation. Did you comment on Javonte Williams signing for $24 million with $16 million guaranteed? Is he comparable to K9? No, unfortunately not. Coming off a really good year there with Dallas. It's a good deal there with him. Seattle would love to sign Javonte Williams or love to sign K9 to the Javonte Williams contract. But I would estimate that he's going to make at least probably 5, 6, if not close to just about almost double of what that, is going to make there. Not quite double, but I think K9's on like a 3-year, $39 million deal. That's kind of the contract that he's going to probably expect to get, or he can somewhere in that neighborhood of it. Javonte's got the 1 year of production, a little bit of injury history on working against him on this. Just not kind of quite viewed, I think, as the same kind of level of talent of Walker as Walker is. So no, unfortunately not on that one. I think Walker can make the strong case that he's a little bit better. Yeah, sometimes the dead cap on the sports track just looks a little bit strange. It's hard to quite. They could make it a little bit clearer and less convoluted sometimes. Yeah, David Montgomery's who's Jonah. I see Jonah's too. Warren's just a little bit more of that scat back, quick kind of guy. Singleton slips really far and we get him late. Very possible you get Singleton slipping far. He's got the broken foot and he's not exactly coming off his best year this prior year. He's certainly on point for that being a potentiality. Thank you again, Randall, for the $5 on the deal, and Randall with another $5. Thank you for that, man. Appreciate you for that. Hope you're having a good night, brother. You're very, very kind as ever. Brees Hall is super talented. Injuries a concern, but to me, the fumbles scare the hell out of me. Can't recall K9 or Sharps ever getting a ball stripped. No, both of your two running backs have been phenomenal about not having the fumbles and being able to avoid those fumbles. I think K9 might have had one this last year or something like that. He's been very good in his career about the lack of fumbles, especially considering the number of touches for him. So Kenneth Walker, to your point, Randall, Kenneth Walker with 821 total carries in his career, only 2 fumbles. And he's got a fumble on after catching a pass that happened this year. That was his one fumble this year. But that's pretty phenomenal. You got a guy with pretty much, he's got 3 fumbles on almost 1,000 touches in his career. That's pretty good. Where's Brees Hall at? So to your point on this, I mean, Brees Hall had 9 fumbles in his 4-year career, or he's got 11 fumbles in his 4-year career. So he's got just under 1,000. He's got about 900 total touches, and he's got 11 fumbles. That's a significant uptick, Randall. I mean, that's no small amount. That's for sure. 1 year he had 6 fumbles back in 2024 alone. That's not going to do the job, right? That is definitely for a team that's going to value turnovers as much as any team in the NFL right now with this Hawks team, as we learned such a vital lesson to this at the end of the year. That may be a part that impacts this. Does that hurt a little bit of his value there? We'll kind of see on that. I do feel like with the team already having shown some interest with Hall around the draft time, that if he becomes available and it's him or Algiers, and the price, Randall, between Brees Hall and Algiers is just a couple of $1 million difference. Hall makes a couple million more than Algiers. I think the team would probably go pretty heartily into Hall's camp on that one rather than Tyler. It's always hard to say for sure on this stuff, but I think that they would be a little bit more on trying to go for the upside of Hall rather than the slightly more inexpensive angle of Algiers. But the fumble thing is a big problem. I mean, that's 11 fumbles in 4 years is pretty significant. And back to your point, with what Sharp and K9 have done in protecting the ball, it's been pretty significant. And just, again, that last point being is that this team really understood, offensively speaking, as you got down the home stretch of the season, and it wasn't just Sam Darnold. The fumbles problem had been across the board. We got to lock this down. We got a great defense and a great special teams. And us fumbling the ball, us turning the ball over on short fields, us putting this defense in this kind of predicament is an awful way to go about our business. And we're taking the heart away when we take this approach. We've got to be more protective. So something to take into account here, maybe, and maybe a bit of a factor, and look at the running back that they look to target, Randall. Possibly, maybe so. And Taker, just back to on your front with this. Just looking at the contracts from my standpoint of this and what Walker's done. Let's keep in mind with Walker, former 2nd-round pick. So I think we sometimes forget about this with Walker because it's kind of like, well, he just had the 1 year where he actually did something 1 year. And when you really look at Walker on this, through his first 4 years, he has 4,500 total yards and 31 touchdowns. 4,500 yards in 4 years, 31 total touchdowns. So he's been very, very, when you look at Javonte Williams, for instance, comparatively speaking, production-wise, it's apples and oranges. And that's where I do kind of come along to the fact of thinking with this one that you look at these contracts, you look at the production, you look at where, dang it, get this right. Sorry. You look at these running back contracts right here, and you go average salary. So Barkley's up there at 20. He's not touching Barkley. He's not touching McCaffrey. He's not touching Henry. Probably not getting quite to Jonathan Taylor. But Jonathan Taylor's making $14 million per year on a contract he signed in 2023. Alvin Kamara is making 12-2 on a contract he signed in 2024. Josh Jacobs is making 12 on a contract he signed in 2024. And this is where I think a little bit of this will now push this in the Cook contract's the one that's going to make it hard for Walker to come in there and be like, I deserve to be paid more than Cook. But the part that then flips that a little bit on its ear is that, okay, Cook's only at $11.5 million per year, but Cook also got the 4-year contract extension. You're only going to look to probably give a 3-year contract extension to Walker. And so Walker's probably going to then want to be making more on an average per year basis than James Cook did because of the fact he's not getting that 4th year. It's hard to know for sure on this one, Taker. It's hard to know for sure where the contract's going to land at on this one because there's such a wide variance of contracts that are given out here at the running back position. And this might be a year where, he might get super souped up by the fact that he had the Super Bowl performance he did and the type of year he's had. And a lot of people get caught up in that. And he's number 1 rated running back by PFF, and teams kind of take a little bit of that into account. And you get a team that just starts to think with a little bit of an imagination to the situation, and maybe they go over the top for him, on that side of it. Thank you for the cap hit clarity on the Chenna deal there, folks. Sorry I got that wrong if I did on that. Ethan, Hawks Nest, bummer that you weren't very impressed with Dante McMillan, a local Seattle guy, sensational back in high school. Would be awesome if he at least gets drafted. Thoughts on him? Yeah, I wasn't really big on Dante. Elusive running back with some above average speed and plus vision who understands pace and timing. Good lateral change of direction. Sharp cuts often set up by a dead leg. He spams the spin button whenever possible, both for snappy breaks or tackles and rolling through tackles. For snappy breaks of tackles and rolling through tackles. Though he's got the lateral ability, he doesn't do too much dancing, but he does use these moves efficiently. He's not going to run anyone over. When you get your hands on him, you'll get him down. But he does run hard and finish. Solid out of the backfield as a pass catcher. Gets upfield quick. So I think he's got average burst, average speed at best. Level of competition is a question with Eastern Michigan. And he's only got 1 really good year of production, Ethan. So small school, little production. You're 200 pounds at that size. He's not fighting through tackles. He's got to make everybody avoid him. He's got to make people miss in space as his means to be able to find productivity at the NFL level. I'm a little bit out on that one. Day 3 for me on that one with it. Just those kind of parameters come together, and it's a day 3 guy to me on that. But maybe he's got a little bit of something there to him. Dick to Brandon, did you once do a show that talked about how often Schneider has traded down? Sherman and Woolen were round 5 picks, I think. Would think John wants more picks. Yeah, he's way more of a guy that's about trading down than he's about trading up. He's done both, and second round tends to be specifically the place he does tend to look to trade up into, but he's way more of a guy to trade back. I haven't done a show exactly on how many times he's traded back, but he's done a lot of it, especially during the Legion of Boom era. There was a lot of times there he was moving backwards over and over again. The one part about that, though, too, is it hasn't always worked well in his favor moving back. And that sometimes it's bit him in the butt by getting kind of cute with it like that. So recent years, it feels like he's done it a little bit less, but he's kind of shown a willingness to go either way on that one. Can you remember someone bringing up Isaiah Simmons when we drafted Imanwari? Yeah, I can see why people would try to maybe make a little bit of the comparison. It's just completely different players though in college and utilization, Simmons was really the ultimate guy that just didn't have a place natural landing spot, whereas Imanwari just had a fully natural landing spot at the slot. I think even Imanwari could be a functional safety for you if you had to put him out there, where Simmons just wasn't functional anywhere. Marvin, one thing I'm looking for more clarity is the void year stuff on Sports Track with Leonard Williams' salary. Why is there 2 years with different cap hits? I thought all the money on the void years. You can make the void years different amounts. So it's like Matt Stafford's got void years that go cascadingly down into 2030. So it doesn't have to be the same void year amount every year. 2027, it is the same amount for Leonard, it looks like. So Leonard's got 2027. He's got 4.68 void year deal there and also 4.6 in 2028. But you can move those numbers around however you want to move them as far as placing the void years wherever you want to place them. No, it doesn't all hit on the first year, King Bomber. So that's where the Eagles have put out void year hits out to like 2033 right now. They've gone overdrive with it. Jax, is any chance we trade the first to the next draft like the Rams did? Probably not, because you got to be into kind of the mid-20s to try to make that move, or the teens to kind of make that move. When you're picking at 32, you're already kind of in a de facto second-round state. Does a team trade back from 20 to move up for you at the back end of the first round and then give up a future first to do that? Probably unlikely. Would I jump at it if that opportunity presented itself? Sure, Jack, 100%. But I think we're picking 2, I think, deep in this draft to be able to pull off that move. The other part of this, Jack, being that this isn't a very strong draft. So as weak as this draft is, you're probably not going to have a team loving all that much the players available to you at 32. K9 should be in the 11 to 15 range. I agree. I've been at 13 million, so I've been right at your middle ground spot on there, Seahawks 360. That's what feels about right. And I'd be out over 13 million per 2. That's my ceiling. Yeah, if keep the band together in the running back room possible, but who gets sharp snaps while he still is injured is a great question. If you answered Katron Allen, you are correct. Just teasing. Katron's a possibility. Kenny McIntosh should be back and ready to go too. Seahawks 360, K9 can have 4 years, 27 million fully guaranteed, 44 million total. I like it, man. Sign me up. He's only 25 years old. B, how are we feeling about Caden McDonald? True nose tackle, can help against those inside runs against the Rams. Yeah, he's great, man. He's my top-rated defensive tackle in the draft. He is a pure nose tackle. He give you a little bit of pass rush, but absolutely immovable as a defensive tackle. Certainly a possibility. I think the team's probably not going to be going for a defensive tackle at this point, though, being that you've got 4 deep as it is right now. Yeah, this is a guy you'd be drafting how much is he going to get an opportunity to play next year? Who sits instead of him if he gets the opportunity? Is Riley Mills got to sit on the bench in favor of this guy at that point? Maybe possibly so. I think the team's going to want to work through the 4 they've got and kind of have those be their 4 established throughout next year if they can. But I like him. And if they grabbed him, Manny, I wouldn't have a problem with it. He's a very, what you're getting kind of player in him. And would probably free up Byron a little bit to be able to get over to the 3 tech maybe a little bit more. Catalyst says, who are the best running back protectors? I know Kyron's up there. Kyron's good. Yeah. Gotta be honest with you, there's not a lot of great A ones in the sport right now as much as maybe there have been in the past. I'd probably go with you got Jalen Warren, Tyler Algier, Pacheco, Singletary. Javonte Williams is pretty good at it. Those would be probably some of the better guys in the sport at it there. Jalen Warren's really good with it. Ethan Hawk says, yeah, fair enough on McMillan. I like the quickness and stuff, but not very explosive and lacking speed. Which, if you're a meat grinder back, right, Ethan? Like if you're Jonah Coleman, you can get away with that with your contact balance and your ability to break tackles. But then if you throw on top of that, he can't break tackles, really. It's like, where's the plus skill that drives him into being a top end day 3 guy even at that point? Yeah, CMC not super highly rated on the Pass Pro this year. He's been better, I think, in years past. King Bomber, the cap hit for Williams void years is what I'm confused about because the cap hit in 2027 is $9 million and then $4 million. Sports Track is freaking messing me up right now. I don't know what they're... It's looking, I think this is where I think it shows it. But again, I'm having a hard time with the Uchenna contract. So this could be as much better, same thing along those lines, King. I think it looks weird because stuff just rolls over. So for instance, with I know this for sure with over the cap for sure with this is that like when you have money that you roll over into next year's cap, they don't have a place that they itemize that. It just rolls on over. I think that this is probably some of this where it's just saying, okay, you got the void year deal here. It's going into next year, but this is money that's sort of still on the books that counts. But I don't know why that it's showing as 9.3 because it should only be 4.6 that it's going to cost you in 27 as is 28. So I'm not sure why that they show it that way. Yeah, you can stretch it out. That's wrong for the 2027. I'm pretty sure that 9.3 is not what his cap hit's going to be. It's going to be 4.6. It's just they're displaying it a little bit weird. I don't know why. Joe Kwan, Linderbaum, he's a possibility. You've got the money, you could do it. I think that there's going to be another team that probably comes in and is more willing to pay him. And I think because Sundell has steadied himself in the position, got better as the year went along, a pure athletic fit for the position as well for what they're going to look for. I think that they probably don't feel impelled to have to do that. Jordan says James Cook seems to be solid in pass pro, but I haven't watched him. He's good. He's solid. He's probably top 8, top 7-ish. Yeah, Zeke was a good blocker. Michael, great job as always, B. One thing I might add, when you put up stats on your screen, you might increase the size so we can read it. Oh, my bad. Great suggestion there, man. Yeah, I can definitely do that as far as just increasing the font size so you guys can see a little bit better. Been getting used to I'm on the StreamYard deal for my stream. I used to use Streamlabs OPS where it's easier to kind of show this stuff a little bit closer. So great suggestion. I will I'll increase up the font size on that one so you can see it. Baba Yanga, Brando, that near decade of trading down on drafting numbs was brutal. It's where I think John's shown a good job of not just doing the same thing over and over again every year, but that he shows a willingness to grow and develop and adjust. And you went into you can't blame him for being impelled to do it in the first place, because what was happening is you were landing in the 20s. You're looking at the draft talent that's in the 20s and you're like, look, we got second round grades on these guys. We don't like a lot of these guys. Let's just move back. We'll get kind of the same kind of player when we pick in 29, 30, 31, 3 in the second round as we're going to get here. And then we can at least pick up an extra pick. And so in theory, it was smart in theory, but it just didn't work in practice. And John's kind of leaned away from doing it as much. He used to be very hard-lined about it. It was like you could count every year he was going to go back in the first round. But stood and picked there with Byron Murphy, stood and picked there with Jackson Smith and Jigba. Kind of seemed to kind of learn some of his lessons here. Part of why I backed John up on this is that he's really shown that willingness. But those were some tough drafts. Tough drafts. I really want the Penn State running back. Which one, Jordan? I like K-Tron myself, but they're both kind of nice. Yeah, Catalyst, I think Walker has definitely shown himself to be a good receiving back. Maybe not one of the best in the sport, but he's not a deficiency there. He's not a problem there when he's out there receiving. Jordan, if the Notre Dame running back somehow fell to it, then him as well, but that's unlikely. Yeah, he's going to go top 10, especially in this draft, Jordan. Oof, hard pass on Price at 32. I think he meant more love, if I was to guess on that one. I've seen Ox taking Jadarian Price at 32. That'd be a bit high for my money on that. But you never know. That seems a little early. Like you're going to take Price higher than you took Walker and Charbonnet. I don't know on that. Gallus, I've seen mocks of taking Cisse, Neal, and Warren and Good. I doubt Hood falls that far. Hood, I think is who you meant. I could see Hood falling that far just because there's a couple of corners that I think are distinctly above him. A lot of teams I think are going to have Jermod McCoy, Mansour Delane, and Avion Terrell will be up ahead of Colton Hood. And if that's the case, there's a chance he could fall. Neil Warren's tape is nice. Yeah, Brian, K9 definitely has a deficiency in the pass blocking side of it. And it's probably hurts his value a little bit from Seattle's standpoint and what they're willing to spend. Grandizer, yes. Got to make those stats bigger is make my eyes crazy. My bad, you guys. Thank you for the note. I'll definitely get that more bigger for you guys to be able to see that. Jordan's is K-Tron Allen's who I want. I like him, man. He's my number, what do I got him at right now? I think I've got him my number 2 back in this draft. So he's definitely a draft crush for me right now too as well. I think he's a really good player. I think he'd be a fit to the system. Good size. I was able to get out there and actually interview him for roundtable for a little bit on the field at Senior Bowl. Really good size and build to him. You know, he's got an NFL kind of body type to him, just in how he's kind of built. Really good player. Really fun. Addicted. Brandon, does the NFL have a fast forward button that can get us to spring training camp now? Teasing. Admitting my addiction is the first step. Hey, it's a good time to be addicted to this team, man. How can you not be addicted to this team after what we just did, with what we just accomplished? Jordan, Khalil Mack is my free agent edge for this team. He still plays the run well and has old man strength. So where we come into it, my one free agent addition was this. My one free agent signing was $8 to $10 million per year for an edge. And it can be any one of a collection of guys. Khalil Mack, Jadeveon Clowney, Joey Bosa, Von Miller. I think any of these guys make a lot of sense in that spot of things. So Khalil's at the head of the stack on that. Fits to the defense, has played in this defense recently. Makes a lot of sense. A lot of sense. Cattle says so many teams need a cornerback. Dolphins, Rams, Cowboys, Seahawks, even the Jets with that second first rounder. It's very possible. Yeah, you could see a run on these guys. And there's plenty of guys that are solid enough as far as I think the floor that they give, that there could be even up of 5 or 6 guys taken in the first round. If a couple teams get kind of hot to trot in a few of these different guys. I have no doubt in my mind, McCoy, Delane, and Terrell go in the first round. Hood, Cisse, certainly possibilities to also then go in the first round on top of that. And hell, the Rams, to your point, Rams might make both of their first round picks corners. They might grab two. It's a good point. King Bomber, I think the positive side of not trading down, Brando, is the Hawks have traded down the same times that they've traded up in day 1 and day 2 in the last 5 drafts. Yeah, that's where John, too, has learned on there's times I got to trade up. I can't just constantly go backwards. Sometimes I got to target talent and catch it at the right moment and the right time, like Nicky Manwari last year. You targeted right in where you knew he was going to go. You knew the kind of fit he could be to this defense, and you jumped. You struck. And that's partially what, John needs to do as well. You got to go both directions on this one to me. There's not a one size fits all in every draft. You got to be able to apply it for the right draft at the right time. Okay, I mean, that's why the Lions had that 1-2 punch. Worked really well. Indeed. 1-2 punch is the way to go, I think. More than bell cow. What do I think Bradley Chubb will get? I'm thinking he's going to get around 14 million-ish or so, but admittedly, it's a little hard to quite predict this one. So he's coming off 8.5 sacks, 2023, missed all of 2024. It gets a little hard to kind of pivot exactly where he's going to land on this one. I do think he doesn't quite play the run like he maybe used to, but a guy that gets you around 10 sacks a year. What is he at age-wise here? Kind of right around 30 years old. I'm kind of unsure, King, because it could be anywhere from 10 to 15. Probably a 1-year contract, but somewhere between those two numbers. And maybe it's right in the middle. Kogan, what's up, Brandon? Question. When's the 24-hour stream happening? And more importantly, when's the drunk stream happening? We'll get a charity stream out here fairly soon, hopefully. I just been catching my breath a little bit from a busy regular season here and playoffs. But we'll be getting one of those up here fairly soon this offseason for sure. Good question. Ethan, Hawks now, could Jaylen Warren from Pittsburgh be released before free agency? From what I remember, he signed a 2-year deal last year. Might be wrong. I would not think that would be the case from the Steelers. They're not in awful cap space. They got about $45 million of cap room to work with. Jaylen Warren is indeed on that 2-year extension. He's got a cap hit in 2026 of $7 million and a cap hit in 2027 of $7 million. So he's very inexpensive. On top of the fact he's only got 2 years on that deal. So there's no way that they would release him. Khalil Mack's nice, man. He would definitely fit this defense. Comes in as now your 4th edge. He's right in there on that rotation. Catalyst, Fins, and Jets have major defensive needs. Agree with BPA. Yeah, that's where I think that you get to the four corners going in the first round, but maybe not beyond that, because while these teams have that need, they have a lot of other needs too, right? Like Jets need, I think I had the Jets taking in my mock draft, for instance. I did have them addressing their defense, but I had them going for a couple of other positions that I thought were going to be more valuable to them. Specifically, they went with edge with their first pick at number 2 overall selection, and then I had them at get your comment off there so I can see what I'm trying to see here. So then we have them down at 16. I had them taking Ty Simpson because I could see them jumping for a quarterback here too. So it's like, yeah, corners definitely something they got to address. But the other thing with this too is because there's so many corners in this draft, you don't necessarily have to take one in the first round to find an answer. But it's a guessing game. B, what do you feel about Julian Neal? I don't know if I've looked at Julian Neal. If you guys are on these ones, if they're more of kind of like the day 3, I probably haven't quite gotten to them yet. He's looked at being kind of a top 100, so he's probably more day 4, but I'll be getting to him hopefully soon. Haven't had a chance to check him out quite yet, maybe. I'm a little behind on my, usually by now I'd probably be up to around 200 prospects. I'm only at about 115 or so. Yeah, Neil Warren's tape is nice. Seahawks 3 say you can't trade down and pick for need. That's why they drafted so horribly. That was a contributing cause for sure, a major one. Maybe the most major one. King report they were going to trade out of the 50 last year if Arroyo went off the board. Imagine if they didn't got Fannin. That would have made me happier, King. That would have made me much happier. Grand Eyes over Hawksnest question. Brando, did you get a chance to watch the NBCU Legacy Bowl? Anyone stand out to you? You're one of McDonald regime. Signed UDFA Sonny Anderson while he did not work still. No. I didn't get a chance to check out the NBC Legacy Bowl, man. I'm not even aware of what that is. I did not. $1 year, $7 million for Chubb because of ring chasing tax. Hey, you want to chase the ring? We ain't paying prime prices. To your point, King. You got to take a discount, a little dissy. Nick DeBrandon, lots of running back questions today. If you had 2 running back picks from the entire NFL past present teams, who do you take? Campbell and Payton are mine. So pretty good. Hard to beat Walter Payton in his prime. Barry Sanders. I'd probably go All right, we'll probably go. We'll go. I'll go with 2. We'll go Jim Brown and Barry Sanders. Addicted. How about that? Brian's Hawks Nest. I thought we had you on a 24-hour stream after the Super Bowl was over. Got up the next morning just in time for you to go finally sign off. I was like, damn. We got 17 hours in on that one, so we got close. I ended up needing to go and pick somebody up at the airport, so I had to get some sleep that night at some point, but almost made it. I was running out of gas at the end of that one, though. 24 I might be too old for the 24 at this point. A little bit too old on that one. HBCU. Oh, okay, there we go. Yeah, I kind of figured out on that one. Yeah, I'm not too well aware of the guys in that game, or I haven't followed it too closely. You always got to look for talent everywhere you can find it. Wonder who they hire as a quarterback coach. We'll have to see. Could be you ask one of your guys to kind of serve a dual role on that one. You know, and it's not doing 24-hour streams normal for all ages. These youngsters, they go hard, industry. They go hard. Kogan, if we don't sign K9 and Breece Hall gets the transition tag, what would you do at the running back position? If not for a Devon A-Chain trade, I really don't like any of the running backs that we could realistically get. I think you touch on, that you're in a bit of a stuck position on this. It's not a very deep class as far as running backs and the free agents go. The running back class is also not particularly great. You're certainly not finding a guy at the level of talent of K9 Breece Hall or Devon A-Chain in this draft in the second round and onwards. It's a little bit, Randall McDaniel brought up like a Tyler Algiers kind of guy. Could you kind of look for a stopgap-ish sort of dude like that at that point? Yeah, you could. You're probably going to be a little bit more in getting by at the position at that point. It's a predicament. It'd be a predicament. You want to be a team that wants to run the ball and lead with running the ball. You have an offensive line that should help out whatever running backs back there toting the rock, but you'd like to have a little bit more of a difference-making talent than the options that'd be available to you at that point if you lose out on K9 Breece and A-Chain. So you are a little stuck here, Koken. You are for sure. I think John will have an answer. I don't think he's just going to run it back at that point with Charbonnet and McIntosh and try to draft some guy and be like, all right, that'll make it work. Not when he's put so much value into the running back position through most of his time here. The trading for beast mode, the giving beast mode 3 separate contracts, the giving the money to Chris Carson, the drafting of Rashad Penny in the first round. Some of this is maybe influenced by Carroll, but some of this is also John recognizing that running back talent is important and that he holds it in higher esteem, I think, than other franchises do. Ethan, Hawks Nest offseason video idea for you. Seahawks fan reaction highlights. Compile your best reactions, all happy, angry, sad, and make it a video. Hey, there we go. It's a great suggestion, man. I will maybe try to put that together. I'm working on right now a little bit of we did so good on that one video, which was some of the takes on the Patriots coming into that game and how they all thought they were going to beat the Seahawks and able to, post some of those. And you guys love that one. And we're going to get the reaction of those guys after the games, your Skip Bayless and the prediction before. And now here is him afterwards. So I'll be getting that video out hopefully to you guys in the next week, but that's a great suggestion. We'll see if maybe we can put something together on that. Dick to Brandon, yeah, an endless highlight reel of Brown and Sanders is hard to beat. I'll move Campbell and Payton to the B team. Those are all good ones, man. All those ones are good ones. I love Sanders, man. And I thought about Adrian Peterson, Kakai. I was thinking he was one I was kind of thinking of. I had to go with Jim Brown, but if not Brown, I'd probably go to Adrian Peterson. Max Bailey, 24-hour stream. You can get Megan or other Aussies or Eastern folks to take over the middle of the night for a nap. That's what I need to do, man. I definitely would. You guys have to watch me on stream sleep. Him as any edges that you would like or would draft with our first pick? Not really on our first pick. No. I mean, you can definitely do a little stretching, but I'd more look into the second round. I think Danny Dennis Sutton, Derek Moore, Gabe Yakus, Zion Young, second, third round guys. Those would be the guys that I would take a look at on that side of it. Not in the first round though, Hims. You'll see Reuben Bain, David Bailey, Cassius Howell, and probably Kendrick Folk all taken above you in the first round. So you're looking at the next slate is Akeem Messidor, TJ Parker, Damian Wilson, Romello Height, which is, you probably want to wait into more of the second round. You could trade back and get those guys at that point. I hope we get Akeem Messidor to follow us. I don't think he's going to be a fit here, Max. He's not necessarily a true power edge, more of a hand in the dirt guy than a stand-up guy. There's a difference on him as a pass rusher when you get him hand in the dirt, launching off the ball like that, and launching off the ball from a stand-up position. Haven't had a chance to take a look at Malachi Lawrence quite yet, so he's going to be one of the next guys I get to on my list there. That video was hilarious. We did really well with it, man. That thing's done like 60,000 views or something. So I was blown away. I didn't expect it to do so well, but I was like, all right, you guys want some more of this? I'll put the more of this together. So I'm working on that in the background a little bit. Barry's my all-time favorite running back too, Brian. He just is. There was just something different about Barry. Something unique, King Messidor's the only guy who may be there, and he's 25. Rather not take a guy that old. That's the other part of him. So he's a low to high guy rather than a high to low guy coming off the edge. And then he's going to be 25 years old by the start of the season. And if he was a pure fit, if he was a guy that was better as a stand-up pass rusher coming off the edge, I'd be potentially okay with it. But he's a guy that probably needs to go to a 4-3 defense with his hand in the dirt. That's probably where he's best suited. Barry Sanders was a wizard. Mr. Juke. Addicted Brandon, will Schneider and McDonald ask Fleury for his preferred round 1 pick, or will McDonald want a defensive guy in round 1? They'll definitely, you're going to consult with him. I don't think he's going to be driving though the number 1 pick by any means. No. I will say though that you have an offense last year that was one of the most inexpensive offenses in the entire sport. If you let Walker walk and you only sign a Rashid, you probably need to do a little bit more there. But no, I think they're going to take the best player available. I think if anything, Addicted, they're going to be driven by who's the best guy on the value on our board. Offense, defense, who's the highest valued guy we have on the board with our first round pick. That'll be our driving force. They've had so much success with it, I don't see how they can't. It's Coke and Brandon, if we extend to Spoon and JSN, how much cap space do we have left approximately, and how would we use it? The basic breakdown on this goes like this. This is the expectation of in-house deals that I'm expecting us to have this offseason. I think Marlon Humphrey gets released, $8 million to him. Kenneth Walker signs a 3-year, $39 million deal. First-year cap hit for him would be $7 million. Rashid Shaheed signs a $15 million an average per year deal. $9 million would be the first-year cap hit on that. And then you have Jackson Smith and Devin signing extensions. Jackson would be $10 million of new money on the books. Devin Witherspoon would be $9 million of new money on the books. So in-house deals, $43 million of money spent. $43 million of money spent on in-house deals. I think you're going to go out and get like an $8 to $10 million edge. So just take off about another $10 million. So that's $53 million of money spent this offseason at that point, Koken. You are starting with $61 million, so that would leave you only $11 million left. But I think you're going to extend base to bonus, base to void, Cooper Kupp and DeMarcus Lawrence's deal, and end up creating more space through at least those two kind of deals. So you end up with $61.8 million in starting cap space, $43 million for in-house free agents, $10 million for outside free agents, $18.4 million back on the books for restructures. This would lead you at $27.2 million after you made those in-house signings to kind of do what you want to do. You could sit on the money, you could go be active out there in free agency, but you'd have flexibility. We got Garth in the house. What's up, Garth? Appreciate you, man. Brando, thoughts on the Notre Dame backup running back if K9 leaves? Jadarian Price. He's nice. He's nice. If I can get to a stupid thing here. There we go. 5'11", 210. So he's got a kind of a little bit of a bigger back than we've kind of seen in this draft. So there's a lot of guys that are 200 pounds, sub 200 pounds, Garth, in this draft. He is a big play back who's served second fiddle to Jeremiah Love at Notre Dame in the past few years. Right around 50, 10 plus or more runs as serving in that role. So backup, yet he's got 50 runs of 10 yards or more. Yet despite that, he's as a backup in the last 2 years. Pretty phenomenal. High cut athlete, so kind of a little bit longer legged with good quickness and speed. He tends to be decisive and downhill with the ball, although has a good feel and vision for when to break it outside. When he uses his patented, he's got kind of a shuffle bounce move to get defenders to stop their feet and square them up, only to then take it outside. So kind of it's like a little bit of a juke, but it's more of kind of a shuffle step thing. James Cook and his brother, the other Cook, did this as well. They both have it. It's kind of you sort of start your shuffle before the player's coming, as you're already kind of setting them up with the shuffle step a little bit. And he really gets the defenders at times to kind of stop their feet when he's able to do that. He's not a pure burner with speed probably in the low 4.4-ish, but that's still plenty fast. Some contact bounce, underrated power for his size and what he brings. So I think there's a fit here in what he brings. I don't think there's any special elements to his game. I think he's got some big play ability that I like. I like the ability to create space on his own. He can break tackles. He's got a little bit of extra finishing power. He's a little bit of the type of back that would fit to the system, I think. I want to make sure that he doesn't run sort of 4.55-ish at the combine. This would be a guy that, his testing times are going to matter. And if he can run into the low 4.4s, he's going to help his stock out quite a bit. I don't quite like him as taking him in the second round. I've got a third round grade on him at this point. He's my fourth running back, Garth, as far as my pecking order goes. I'll show you right here. So you can see here I've got Jeremiah Love as my 1, Katron Allen 2, Jonah Coleman 3, and then I've got Jadarian Price as my fourth running back in the top of the third round. But if you were to take him at the end of the second round, I mean, that's kind of what a end of the second round pick is basically a top of the third round pick. So it's not a gross over pick to take him there at the top of the second if you do. But really good player, stuck behind Jeremiah Love. There's a lot of running backs we've had. And remember back in the day with Cadillac Williams, and then the other Ronnie Brown. Both of those guys were coming out at Auburn at the same time. There's been times that you've had two backs that have been able to be two good pros at the same time coming out of one program. It's happened before. I think he'll be solid. I don't think he's got a spectacular upside. Kind of a lot of what you're going to hear from this draft from me over and over again, Garth, is really solid floor on this guy. I don't know about his ceiling. Or really solid floor on this guy, doesn't have much of a ceiling. With this guy, I just don't think there's going to be a lot of ceiling there, but he'll have a good floor. He'll be functional. He can, he's going to get his share of carries, and probably will be a starter somewhere, or at least a guy as part of the rotation somewhere. Garth, though, man, thank you for your 39 months as a Hawks Nest member. You are the man. Ethan, Hawks Nest, Seahawks fans, give me your number one reason why the Patriots will win. Patriot fans, well, you see the jerseys, the Patriots were wearing our white jerseys, Do you get it? Yeah, it was awesome going through the tape on some of those takes from Patriots backers for that game and the reasoning that they had for why the Patriots are going to win and how wildly ridiculous it was. Just some of their takes, and it wasn't based upon matchups or this system against that or this approach versus that approach. It came down to things like, well, we really are good when we play in our white jerseys. I think that's how you knew that they were a little bit on the edge of desperation, huh? Just a bit. Visor of kicks, I think 33-year-old Sam will be God tier. Matt Stafford-like. Maybe just needs a couple more years to probably get a little bit more seasoned and mature, because this year two of Sam, God. I love how you're thinking, Visor. Don't undersell as well the uptick in confidence. That I not only do I have the team that has my back, I know I can go do it. That one lingering question that hung over me like a dark cloud is gone, and nothing but sunshine now. And you have a player that gets to play with ultimate confidence, as talented as good as he is. And he is getting to that place that I think you're intimating a little bit here, which is quarterbacks get to that postdoctorate work. You're in the sport for 10 years and something kind of clicks in about that time. If you can be good enough to continue to sustain in your performance to get into 10 years in the pros, you can last long enough to last to that point. There tends to be some type of mastery that you're able to bring to bear that really allows you to take your game to even another level, despite the fact that you might be at 31, 32, 33 and not at your physical peak, but you're at your mental peak. And that is actually even more better than the physical goods you had without the mental side of it as a younger player. So I could see him definitely taking another step, another level up in his game as we go forward into the future. I'm not a big ETN guy, Brian. I've always he's never been a guy that's just been my cup of tea even going back to college. And I don't have a really great reason to give you. Just kind of don't. He just hasn't done a lot for me. Catalyst is looking at your draft board, Brandon. I'm not budging on how much I hate this draft. It's not good. I can't dress it up, man. Look, it's in my best interest to dress it up. This is at the point in time a guy like me in my position is supposed to be hyping you guys up on the draft because it serves my watch ability better, right? It's not good for me to come back to you guys and say, yeah, not this one. But like, I can't fade the funk. I can't lie to you guys. You're seeing the same thing I'm seeing. I mean, look at how few first round grades I've got on this thing. It's a rough draft. It really is. And I would tend to have, you guys would tend to see on my things, on my board, you tend to see stuff like this in the past. These boldened up things like this. That would tell you that guy was a blue chip graded player. That'd tell you that that's a guy that's a player with all pro level of talent. That's a player with Hall of Fame level of talent. I don't have one guy this year with a blue chip grade. Not one. Close. A couple guys that are close. Ruben Bain's close. Jermod McCoy's close. Caleb Downs, so close. But who'd Brett Coleman have as a comp for Caleb Downs the other day? Eric Weddle. Eric Weddle, great career. Hell of a career. Great comp. It's kind of about where Caleb Downs sits. It's a draft that just leaves you wanting a little bit. I know I got a variety of second round guys in here on the defense. A little bit less so with the offense. It's rough. catalyst. And I still got a lot more of this draft to look in. Maybe I'm going to get blown away by a couple of these other guys into day 3 and find some kind of diamonds in the rough. But it's just missing on top end talent, the ceilings, the high ceilings, the high upside. It is quantifiably not there in this draft. You are running for floor. Dig to Brandon. Love your free agent moves. Keeping the band together, man. Are you satisfied with Josh Jobe taking Woolen's spot, or do you think they take a cornerback in round 2 to 3? I think they take a cornerback. Partly this comes down to Josh is probably going to make around $9 million per year, maybe even on a multi-year deal. Part of this is also that in the fact that you make the in-house signings as we have happen and you lose these guys, Jones, Mafe, Bryant, Woolen, Jobe. I only bring in an in-house edge, 8 to 10 million. I lose these guys out the door. Marlon Humphrey doesn't count against the compensatory system because he'll be released. So what this will allow you is probably 3 compensatory picks if you have it roll this way. And Jobe is a contributing factor to that. So Jobe's a free agent. I think you have to let him walk on this. I think you do draft a guy in the 2nd or 3rd round. As you can see here with my draft board, though I'm not loving this draft, as you look in right in here, and there's even some more guys that I haven't yet scouted. There's still a couple more names that'll be added into this list in this area. Look at all of those cornerbacks through the 1st, 3rd round. There'll probably be at least another 4 or 5 guys I'm adding in the 3rd round, and maybe even a couple of their 2nd rounders. So there's going to be a plethora of potential cornerbacks that you could go out there to look to find replacements. And remembering, I did bring in Marlon Humphrey, 1 year, $8 million deal, as kind of a stopgap measure at that point. Please do hit that like button if you get a chance for me today, folks. Thank you, Industry Word, for reminding me on that. Helps this channel grow and show. This draft at wide receiver defense back is what will make it look better than what most people think it is now. Those are 2 solid positions in this draft. I think I've got 4 firm 1st round grades on wide receivers, 4 firm 1st round grades on cornerbacks. It does make it a little bit better. That's for sure. Fake news God B. Imagine year 3 or 4. Sam, if Fleury is a hit and here multiple years, he's literally going to mog 2013 Peyton Manning. It's only going to get better, man, to your point. And hopefully Fleury is the truth. Also, you get the 2nd, 3rd, 4th year of the chemistry he can build out here with wide receivers, the offensive line, the rest of the coaching staff here. All of that's going to improve across the board. Hell, a lot of what we saw for years with the Green Bay Packers was them go out there, not really be willing to take the 1st round pick on the wide receiver, make a lot of these 2nd round type picks, maybe 1 1st round pick you kind of pepper in, but then they were constantly just trying to get that developmental process between quarterback and receivers. And you saw at one point or another with Rodgers, and you saw it with Favre, that they'd have those guys there for so many years that those guys were just absolutely teleconnected, psychically connected on the same lineman. It's a benefit you really get with quarterback and receiver, but it's one that you can't really always speed up and microwave fast. It's one that you have to let the long process play out. All of those practice reps that stack up over time, where suddenly you're 2 or 3 years down the line and you've had 1,000 practice reps with this guy. You know just how he's going to move. You know just when he's going to come out of his break. You can look over at him and make a route adjustment on the fly without a hand signal, without a motion, with just a look. And that's what you're going to get with Sam as you get in the future here with this team and what continuity brings with it. Garth Knight, thank you for the $5 donation, Garth. I've asked this many times, but give me positional draft rank from most important to whatever the last would be, and is this belief fairly universal? Great question. Quarterback would be the number 1. I would probably tell you that it's hard on this one. I'm going to be torn a little bit on this, but I will go with we'll go with left tackle as the number 2, followed closely by edge, wide receiver, We go wide receiver. I'd go cornerback, right tackle, defensive tackle, probably really close between guards and, left, right guard. Left guard's more important. So I'd probably go like left guard, off Mike linebacker, right guard, Will linebacker, running back, free safety, strong. No, I'd go, go running back, tight end, free safety, strong safety. Something like that. So quarterback, left tackle, edge, something like that. Somebody might have the NFL might put wide receivers a little higher than I put the right tackle, or I may have put the right tackle a bit higher on that, Garth. But I think in general terms, that's kind of the pecking order, with essentially the ones on the bottom being kind of the most important. And the ones on the bottom being your two safety positions are still a devalued position. Your off-ball linebacker is still a devalued position. Center is still looked at as a devalued position. I mean, that stuff's pretty universal. It's a good question, though. There might be some slight variance in the NFL circles in this, but I think that's generally where they would land on it. And it's kind of, you can read into this, I think, Garth, based on just how these positions get paid, and which ones get kind of, spun through a lot in favor of not paying them. And that kind of tells you where a lot of the value kind of lies with it a little bit. I do think we're getting to a place, Garth, that there's a little bit less of I think the receiver value in 2026 is different from the receiver value in 2019 when it was kind of at its height, where it was like becoming almost a position as important as seemingly kind of like quarterbacking. I think it has been pulled down just a little bit in recent years with some of the running and some of the cover two shell defenses, some of the heavy amount of talent at the wide receiver position that just consistently gets churned out of the drafts. I think that's made it just a little bit less than it was 6 years ago. Great question. Nicholas, Rams trying to change the rules is so sad. Ram fans are disgusting, laughing out loud. It's pretty funny to me that one play got so deep into their head. And the hilarious part to me is we've never seen that play before on an NFL field. And they're putting this rule in for this change for a play that's never going to occur once again. Tell me that that's not sour grapes. Tell me that that's not coping. Ole says that's why giving up a first round pick this year wouldn't be bad for some kind of trade. Agreed. Yeah. That's where Max Crosby is going to be one that this team's going to be in on Max Crosby. They're going to make an offer for Max. What I think is going to happen though is that they're going to end up getting superseded by some team that really goes over the top in what they're willing to offer. Like, we're going to go 2 first round picks. I don't think we're going past that. I think there'll be a team that will go 2 first round picks plus when it's all said and done. But you're right. It makes it more easier to move that first round pick this year, considering where this draft's at. Then, Brandon, do you think Matthew Golden makes a big jump next year, or is it about Jordan Love and his single read thing he does? He's still doing the single read thing. I don't think that's changing anytime soon. I'm also a believer that processing is something you have or don't. I don't think it comes along with time. You can process or you can't. And maybe you show flashes of it, but you don't do it consistently. But at least you show flashes of it. I don't get anything from Jordan Love of him ever showing flashes of the multi-read thing. I think what's made it tough for Golden is that team has just gone so over the top in wide receivers in recent years. Jaden Reed and Watkins and Romeo Dobbs and Wicks and Golden and Savion Williams. They just have an endless array of wide receivers. I think he's just kind of stuck a bit on the depth chart. I wasn't a big Golden guy coming out. I really wasn't. I think he's fine. I don't know if he's got a lot there as a receiver that I think is illustrious. I don't think he's bad. I think he's just kind of a guy, you know. He can make some catches for you. He's not going to be a dominator. He's not going to be a difference maker. It's kind of a guy out there. But he might take a step forward too, you know. I mean, it's hard when you got that amount of guys ahead of you on the depth chart to make an impact as a rookie for those guys that have been around for a while. You guys are wanting a mock. Well, I did a mock here for my deal. I can show you guys how I kind of got here on this, but I basically ran this kind of mock. This was my mock draft here for the show today. It was Dunker and Ramsey and Malik. I can show you guys in general terms where I kind of came to it. Probably a good little spot here to kind of start putting a wrap on this, but we'll do a quick one. I'll just kind of show you guys where I came through on this a bit. We'll do a fast one here, so I'm not going to belay this really far, but you get to this spot here. Obviously, McNeil makes a lot of potential sense here, maybe for Seattle here. There's a variety of different guys that you can take a look at here. I mean, a lot. You got your edges. Messidor's a guy I don't think he's going to be as much a fit, but there's a decent chance he's there. Brandon Cisse is a very safe pick here, the cornerback position, if you wanted to go with that. I did end up going for a guy that even them, they've got him rated lower than these guys. I think PFF's a little bit behind on this one. The Dunker's way better than 83. There's no way he gets out of the second round, in my opinion. But this is where I went with Dunker. There's certainly, again, a draw here where you could go with Cisse here if you want to go corner, and you'll be steady Eddie there on doing that. Couple power edges, Zion Young, Yakus. I think that's a little bit early for those guys, but could make some sense. Manuel McNeil makes a lot of sense there as far as, you know, being a replacement. Colton Hood, another guy here who I think certainly would be on Seattle's radar and wouldn't surprise me in the least if you were to jump on him. But a lot of these other guys had kind of more second roundish, you know, kind of grades. So I went with Dunker myself on this one. Just kind of felt right. Don't know if he'll be there, but it just feels right to me. Then we get back over here. If you didn't sign a Kenneth Walker, could Jadarian Price make a lot of sense here? Potentially so. I think you've got a lot of cornerbacks here where you can wait to get a long back around on the side of this because there's a lot of functional cornerbacks here on the side of this if you went that route with it. Jadarian Price makes a ton of sense here, especially if you're trying to get that replacement on that. Jake Slaughter is not a fit from the center position, in my opinion. Sam Hecht could be interesting at the center position as well. Dominic Orange, a big nose tackle in on that here in the second round. Dalen Everett as well. You can see I got Kamari Ramsey selected here ahead of me on this one. So this one's a little bit of a draw here as to where I think I could still get some cornerbacks later on. So I don't have to necessarily been driven by that. Let's see here. So under my perspective scenario here, we've already drafted, we already signed an edge. So we've got the power edge in-house as it is. Hard to know. This is a tough one. I'm kind of drawn here a little bit on this. All right. So let's say we've signed Walker in this scenario. Man, this is a tough one. Daryl Jackson's out there. Go get a defense tackle there. That's where I think John would be trading back on this one if it went this route, I think. But how am I looking on corners here? And I can still come back and get Malik in the third round, Malik Muhammad, and get a starter out there on that. Wide receiver Elijah Surratt doesn't do a lot for me. Malachi Fields is kind of interesting. Josiah Trotter, Jacob Rodriguez. Tough call here to be made on this one. Very tough call. All right, well, we'll go with hell with it. Let's take an outside corner here. Let's go with Dalen Everett. And then we got the third round. We need some safety help. We got our corner set, so we're okay there. Boy, Jacob Rodriguez is a big pull here right now. I'll tell you that. In third round, that'd be fun. But you're so set at linebacker right now. You're just too good there. You don't really need it. I think Zakee Wheatley would be the guy that I'm going to go with here. Katron Allen would be a potential in the third round here. Bud Clark would be another guy to look at. But I'm going off my board here. I got Zakee Wheatley in the third. That's probably my highest rated guy. Technically, Rodriguez would be the highest rated guy, I guess. He's a second round graded guy for me on this, but that's where it gets hard. Just don't ever really need. You got Drake Thomas moving on, but you still got Tyrese Knight. Oh, struggle with this draft. A bit of a struggle here on this one, huh? Okay. Kind of driven to go Rodriguez, but we'll go Wheatley. We'll go Wheatley to wrap this up. So still working through this draft a little bit. Myself still figuring out Dunker, Everett, Wheatley. Deal with the secondary. Take care of your offensive line. It's not super exciting, but it gets the job done. I'm telling you that. Gets the job done. Callis, when I hear processing, I think of Milroe, unfortunately. Yep. Just something that doesn't tend to improve with time for the most part. If a guy has flashes of it, it can improve. But if you haven't seen really flashes of it on tape, then you're not really going to tend to then just see it suddenly start to come out and be 4 or 5 years into being a pro. Arm strength and processing are the first two centerpiece points I look for in a quarterback, because those are the 2 points I don't think you can do a lot to improve upon. Fake news god, speaking of Jordan Love being from the Midwest, having Packer fans tell me that Packers were going to go on an upset train and that Sam can I cut you off there, fake news god? Brando, the ringleader of the new dynasty. Let's go. Let's go. I've heard Kamari Rand's really good. Safety seemed like a spot teams are undervaluing these days. He's nice. Good size. Good player. I'd have no problem with him in the second round. Sam, that they would get upset through their way to the playoffs, went silent after Super Bowl X. I bet the Packers fans were feeling themselves out of that Micah Parsons trade. I would be too. And Jordan Love is a little bit of a conundrum where, like, you can see the talent there with the kid. That's where I come back to that processing where it's like, can move around, can throw off platform, has arm strength for days, can make every throw in the book, can layer throws in there, can do a lot of advanced stuff from the quarterback position. It's just he ends up running headlong into the fact that he can't process, and he needs his coach to essentially draw up the play for him every time to find the success. And that's a hard requirement of your offensive coach to have to pull that off every time for you. And it's weird because he can intermix some of the stuff where he can work off script. But the way this works is he goes to his first read ain't there. Okay, now I'm going to do my work off script and improvisation thing. And he's kind of a complicated assessment because of that. Because it isn't just all good or all bad. It's like, he does leave you wanting a little bit though. Thank you, Bill Film. Says even if Brando's predictions are wrong, he's still correct in his analysis is top notch. Ah, you're very kind. Thank you for that, man. Have a good night, man. Appreciate you, Seahawks 360. Yeah, Drake Thomas will come back 360. They'll keep him back in the float. Guard Knight, thank you for the $5 donation. Brando, favorite 90s Seahawks draft pick and team moment. Lots of bad 90s memories in the chat. The dark ages, Garth. The dark ages. Man. It's got to be Joey Galloway, Garth. Joey was such a freak show coming out from a talent standpoint. Guy ran like a 4.2, benched like 500 pounds. Just as freakish as you get from a talent standpoint coming out of the draft. He would probably be the one for me in the 90s. Where you just felt like you were getting a guy that was going to be sensational, like the most talented receiver we had ever had at that point, by far. That would probably be my favorite 90s one. And you didn't ask, but Bosworth would have been the one in the 80s. That was the wild one you got that everyone was like, you're getting Bosworth? How are you getting Bosworth? That was just a fun one on the face of it. But I can't go with Meyer because everybody really wanted Bledsoe, and you kind of like, you were taking the consolation prize of Rick, but everybody wanted Bledsoe. I'm going to go with Galway though. His tape at Ohio State was next level, and you could just see his speed was legit on a football field. Yeah, no, Drake Thomas will be back. Catalyst, if you can go through your progressions, your ceiling rises as a quarterback. One read quarterbacks can only go so far. Exactly. You eventually are going to get topped out, and great defenses can take away your first read. Great defenses can create the appearance of the first read being open, close it down post snap instantaneously, and force you into going through the multi-read approach. And you got it or you don't. And one of the good things that Sam Darnold did this year, and he's got it, is an ability to go through those multiple reads. You can see it in his footwork. You hear how he talks about it, letting his feet lead him, the feet are taking you to the next lead as long as you're keeping them active throughout the whole progression process. But some quarterbacks just don't have it in them. It's too much. You're asking them to walk and chew gum and rub their head at the same time. It's one of those kind of things. I can't do all three of those things at once. I can do like two of those things. It's just why it's such a hard position to play. Who can forget Billy Joe Tolliver, man? Don't ever sell Stan Humphries there, Garth. Stan the man. Had a little old gut sticking out the bottom of his jersey. Quarterbacks were fat in the 90s. Like they were legitimately fat. They had them baseball bodies. I was thinking Galway as well. Boz was a show. Brian Blaze was awesome, man. That was supposed to be my grammar needs to be thrown in the trash. It's all good. I know you, man. Arm strength and progression. Like there's a lot of things quarterbacking you can get caught up on as far as skill set goes. Intangibles, leadership, control of the offense. There's a lot of stuff that goes into quarterbacking. That's why I've tried to grab those two things out, because I think you can get better as a leader. You can get better in your control over the offense. You can get better at trying to throw with anticipation. You can get better with understanding protections. You can get better with footwork. But I don't think you can get better with arm strength, and I don't think you get better with progression. Not if you don't have it walking in. The same way if you don't have mobility, you're not going to create mobility. You got it or you don't. Can't remember what your Cortez got picked. He wasn't as exciting as Joey G. No, I think it was in that 90-ish area. And yeah, it was a good pick, but you didn't know he was going to be quite what he was going to be. Both him and Walter in that way were both kind of surprises. Like they were thought to be good players, but it was a little bit of the front office of the Seahawks at the time doing a little bit more advanced math on those players, doing a good job of really projecting out where they were going. And not necessarily just what they had been in college per se. Brian says Bill Kilmer wrote the book on fat quarterbacks. They were chunky monkeys back in the 90s, man. They did not, it was not six-pack ab city back then. You know, I'm sure they told themselves it's like they're eating their ice cream. And they're like, no, it's for the cushion. Okay. They're going to get to pushing. I need that cushion. Yeah. Kennedy was the top 3 pick. That's right. That is right. Garth Knight, thank you for another $5 donation. Says Jeff George is the 90s prototype quarterback. Indeed. Handle nice big old mustache. General kind of disconnectedness in your eyes a little bit. Big old 6'3" with a rocket cannon arm. The 90s love their cannon arms. You can have the gut, but you better have the cannon arm with the gut. We'll take the gut. We need the cannon arm. They go 2 and 2 together. Perhaps it's your gut that causes the cannon arm. But we got to have both. Can't be a one or the other there, Garth. Donnie says, I must go now. Brando, thank you all. Have a great week. Go Hawks. Go Team USA. Hey, go Team USA. Thank you, Donnie, for riding with me here throughout the stream. Appreciate it. You got a 300-pounder pushing that cushion, man. You better have some cushion to push. That's how it goes, addicted. You don't want to be down there with a little light pillow when that 300-pounder lands on you. It will not protect you. Your bones will snap. Go watch poor little Rich Gannon there in the playoffs with poor Tony Saragusa landing fully right on top of his collarbone. Snap like a wishbone. Tough. William Masapaco, go Hawks. William. Go Hawks. All right, well, we've gotten down near the end here on the chat. Let's go ahead and we'll finish up the last couple of questions. We do pass 5 hours on the stream. It's a good time to call it at that point. If you guys can for me, please do hit that like button, as I would really appreciate. Also, just again, big sponsor shout out here to Sleeper. Sleeper, #1 sports app running today, running the game. Take advantage today. Sign up on Sleeper. You can get a free $20 entry, no deposit needed. Just create a login and they will put $20 on into your account right now. Terms and conditions do apply, but just a free $20 entry for creating a login. There is going to be those terms and conditions that do apply on this. Don't bet money that you don't have to bet, all that type of stuff. I know in the state of Washington, there are still some limitations ongoing, but I love Sleeper, man. Best sports app running the game. They just expanded some of these picks out. We had the pick who the win is. Yes, on the winner for this last Super Bowl game. We picked, of course, our Hawks. We're able to get some money on that one. I've got Fernando Mendoza right now being slotted to be the #1 pick in the draft. You can lay down a pick on that as well. Go make some money on that side of it. But take advantage of Sleeper today. Big shout out to them for sponsoring the show as they have. Big shout out to you guys for utilizing the code over there, for utilizing Sleeper app in full and getting it done. Nicholas says, please put a link in there for the shirt in the chat. I think what was it? So I believe it's T Public was the site that I got the deal on. So I think it's T Public is I think the one you want to look for the Sam Darnold shirt. If you're looking for this exact kind of shirt on through there, T Public. I'll put it on in the chat there though, on that side of it. Addicted. Have a good night, Brandon. 12's one day close to the draft. Sigh. Hey, there we go, man. We're getting there. It's going to go fast this offseason. In fact, we got the 9th unofficial start of free agency, so we're just a couple of weeks away from that. Then you're going to be inside a month and a half there for the draft. We got the combine coming up this next week. So we got a lot that's going to be cooking up here. This is going to be a fast process for us this offseason, Addicted, even with it being a little bit of us tapping our toes going, when's the year going to start again? When are we going to begin this thing? Let's go. Let's go. But it should go quick. It should go quick. Thank you, Nicholas. Appreciate you, man. And Garth, thank you again for all those dumb knows, bro. Hope you're doing well out there. Fakes, as someone who hasn't watched Seahawks football pre-2000s, Galloway's my favorite OG just because of his name is kind of cool. He was so fast, Fake. You play back in the days, and this is way back in the end, those AstroTurf. And AstroTurf is part of what built the greatest show on turf with the Rams. Because when you put a really fast player on AstroTurf, it quite literally looked like you put Nas on their back and hit the injection. It just hit the button. It's wild how fast they would look, how much faster than other guys on the field they'd look. And Galloway was a guy that had that kind of speed to where, you have those guys that there's the legends out there with the Bo Jacksons and the Deion Sanders, with running the 4.2, running the 4.1 in Bo's case, which reportedly he ran the 4.1. Galloway, I think on his 40 time on his pro day at Ohio State ran somewhere in the 4.2s. So he was just a kind of speed that we don't have guys at 4.2s in the NFL very much around anywhere as it is right now. Say nothing of back then when finding guys that were 4.4s was rare, much less having a guy that fast. He was really, really good player, had a hell of a career, played in a lot of different places. Unfortunately, he just didn't stick with Mike Holmgren because the West Coast style of wide receiver is a very particular one. And you have to run the routes in a particular way, and you have to be a good route runner. And it isn't just go run deep and get open. You got to run the full route tree. And that's where Galloway and Holmgren, I think, kind of struggled up against that. It just didn't work out as a fit. But he was a hell of a player. And as fast as a Seattle Seahawk as we've ever had here, including Tariq Woolen. He was awesome. And his highlights are still fun to watch. If you ever go back and check him out, he's still got some pretty legit highlights. Yeah, you be good too, Gardner, man. Appreciate you, brother. Appreciate you. I hope you're doing well out there, man. Killing it, Brandon. Enjoy the offseason, everybody. Thank you, brother. You too as well. Fake news, final question. 15 years of Jets Geno with 1 Super Bowl, but 14 horde years. All right, so we got a final question. 15 years of Jets Geno with 1 Super Bowl, but 14 horde years of 15 years of prime Russ, but you keep coming up just short. I'm always going to go for the Super Bowl. This is a great question, Fake. It's one we definitely have debated about a lot here. It sometimes gets mentioned as well of like, if you take a 10-year period of consistently being in the playoffs and winning some playoff games, but never getting the Super Bowl, or instead would you take 9 bad years and 1 magical year you got to the Super Bowl and won it? And I'm going to take the 9 bad years for the 1 year to go win it. Like, I'll take the trade-off, in my opinion, on that. This differs by fan. Some fans are okay with having the consistent winner, and that's enough for them. I want the ultimate prize. And I think this year kind of shows a little bit as to why. Because it's such a different, more special kind of spirit you capture to go win a Super Bowl. It sets up historically in your mind just much more firmer than those playoff teams that can kind of become forgettable the second that you get to the next season. So it's really one that's just the most important thing to me at the end of the day is winning Super Bowl championships. And you get one every 10 years, I'll take that. I'll fully take that. Coke and Brandon, this is my first full season watching your channel. I just want to say you've made following this team so much easier and funner. You're, in my opinion, the best Seahawks channel out there. Oh, man, that is very kind of you to say there. That's high praise because there are some great channels out there doing some great A work. Absolutely, there are. I appreciate you, man. Thank you for watching in here. I've really loved what I get to do. It's been really fun to cover a Super Bowl winner and to cover maybe the best season in Seahawks history. But it's just been a delight to be able to do it with you guys and this community and what we have here connected and just how this whole thing has kind of unfurled in the way that it has. It's been a blessing. It's an honor to get to do this. It is never lost on me every day I get to wake up that what I get to do is the dream. I get to come up with shows and talk about Seahawks football and just chop it up with other Hawk fans that love this team as in-depthly as I do. And that is a dream. Make no mistake about it. And it's never one that I don't have every day that I'm reminded of just like of how special it is to be able to have this thing set up as it is and to be able to do this like we do. And it's because you guys make this place go. It would not be what it is without y'all. So you're much appreciated here, man. Thank you for watching. And we're just getting warmed up, man. Just getting started. Sean Springs was very fast too, man. He's definitely one of the all-time fastest Seahawks you'll ever have in our history as well. Right there with Galloway from a speed standpoint. Thought there was a chance with him when we drafted him. He could be kind of the next Dion. He had that kind of swag to him coming out of college. Never was able to quite get to that realm of things, but still a very good corner for a very long period of time in this league. Spider Mike, if Reek is $11 million per year, we should bring him back. I think some estimates are up near $20 million per year. Yeah, hard to say exactly where his market's going to land at, Spider. You saw a couple of years ago that Shaquille Griffin got $14 million a year 4 years ago when the cap was much smaller. Who's had the better career coming into their contract year? Reek or Shaquille? I think you could probably make the argument Reek has, and that he should at the very least be able to match a deal that was brought about 4 years ago. But hard to say quite where he's going to land. Some of this would have to do with a little bit Spider, their feeling about Reek and his connectedness on the field at all times, and is that something that they've solved, or is that going to continue to be a little bit of an issue that pops up from time to time? Hard to say there. But I do think that where this is leaning and where this seems to be guiding towards is Reek probably moving on at this point. Have a great night, Ollie. Appreciate you. Nicholas, if Kanan only estimates to be worth $9 million per year, there's no way in hell Reek's worth more than 11. Yeah, Kanan's going to make more than that. That number seems to be behind on where he's actually going to make. And I do think that Reek's going to be up more in that probably 14 million-ish territory. And I know that seems like a lot, but again, remember with the Shaquille Griffin 4 years ago, 14 million per year signed by the Jaguars in free agency. And Reek has done more on the books than what Shaquille had done. Just kind of the way that this goes in the sport when you're due to be paid like this. And as well as you get a little bit of that Super Bowl bump for being a Super Bowl champion. Seahawks 360 running back isn't valued like cornerbacks are. Correct. Yeah. Cornerbacks have definitely been much more higher up on the pecking order than running backs at this point. Much higher. Cornerbacks are making $30 million per year right now. Your top market for a running back is Saquon Barkley at 20. So, almost a third less in what they're making. And that definitely shows you where the value is as far as position goes. That's for sure. That is for sure. All right, folks, if you could do me the favor, please do, again, hit that like button. Big shout out again to all the folks that donated, Garth and Randall McDaniel multiple times over in Taker and Jordan. And we had a $50 donation from M. Jordan, Revenger, PGZ Michael, Jesse Lund, Jet Hawk, IOW Still Dreaming, Industry Worth, John Bello, Sean McLeodart. You guys are all amazing. Thank you for all of your guys' support here at the channel. We will be back here shortly, as I believe on Wednesday we're going to be doing the full official mock draft 1.0. Yes, it'll be a little bit different than the direction that I went on this official forecasting. Today's was forecasting the approach I expect John to go, not the direction I would necessarily go. So we're going to look at the mock draft here. It'll be one of many mock drafts here on Wednesday that we're going to be running through leading up into the draft. This will be the first one. And it'll be one really driven upon, okay, what is a couple of different moves we can make on this? What's some different directions we can kind of go to get an initial footing on how this draft will kind of set up as well. So be on the lookout for that. We'll be going live on Wednesday, giving you guys that show on that point. We got the Syndicate coming back this Thursday, I believe at 6 o'clock. We got the Seahawks Syndicate there. We got Tuesday, the NFC West Roundtable over on my side of it over on that. So still a loaded up schedule here for you guys throughout the course of this offseason. I'm working on some uploads as well here in the background to just keep the content cooking on out to you guys. I really thank you guys for another just wonderful show of great discussion, great questions, very kind support. You guys always bring in every single time I go live. Really much appreciated. I can sense the enthusiasm out there here for this team. Nobody's checked out. Sometimes you get a point in this process in the offseason, everybody's like, okay, when's baseball? All of you guys, I can tell, though, are tapping your toe and you are ready for the start of the season. And that's what I dig about you. I love that about you guys. So we're going to see this thing go fast, I think, as an offseason as far as that goes. I think we're going to see this turn very quickly into the right place where you guys are going to be like, wow, we're already to June. Here, let's get, we're there. Let's go. But we'll be covering every step of this offseason. Free agency will be live on the first day of the draft, and a couple of those days live the first day of free agency will be all 3 days of the draft for the Seahawks Syndicate. Got a lot loaded up for you this offseason here. We're going to keep this thing going hot as ever because this is a Super Bowl championship football team. There's a lot to pay attention to here. Oh, we got me coming in the house with a $50 donation. Let's go, me. All righty. Finish us off beautifully, as me does tend to sometimes do that. Thank you for all of your support, me, as you drop so many big major donations here with another $50 donation here. Very, very kind of you on that. Finish there, me. Says, hey, B, Just got here. Hope you're well, brother. I'll catch you on the next live. Go Hawks. Go 12s. Go USA Hockey, men's and women's. Yeah, go USA Hockey. Got to watch a little bit of the Miracle on Ice movie, the thing. Got to go back and watch that one again. A little Kurt Russell to hype you up, That's good off-season content. How about the hockey teams ripping it up, making it happen. Love to see it. Sorry you caught me a little bit late out here on this but thank you for, your major support. You throw this channel's way all the time, many times over. It's much appreciated, and you're very kind. Very, very, very kind of you. Sorry you caught me a little bit late on this one today, but we'll be back around on this on Wednesday. And of course, too, if we get any breaking news, if we get a signing, if we get a trade, we get some rumors popping up, I'll be right there on it. We'll also be discussing a little bit about the Combine this week. So by Wednesday, I think we're going to get some updates on the Combine, a little bit of discussion in regards to that. We got a lot loaded up here. We're going to keep this thing going hot and heavy as ever this offseason. We ain't slowing down one iota on this side of it. But me, one thing is for sure, you are tremendously kind every time you pop in the chat. And you've been tremendously kind here throughout the course of this year, helping us get through, of course, the last couple of years, helping us get through here, keeping the lights on, as me does tend to do. And you all helping to keep the lights on with all of your support. You guys are just amazing in what you guys do to this channel and helping this channel roll. It's really much appreciated. As you guys allow me to do what I get to do. I don't have to go get some bad, stupid regular job. I get to make this my regular job. This awesome regular job. So thank you for that, me. You're very, very kind, man. We will definitely catch you up on the next one too, as we will be back very soon here this week. Got Combine, got mock drafts. We got some stuff to do. I thought that was Justin Trudeau on your thumbnail. That was me, man. That was me. I don't know if that's a compliment. It's been 30 years for us. High five. Hey, there we go. Jerry can't last forever, little Dallas Cowboy. You know what I mean? The end's got to be coming somewhat soon here for you. Relief is going to be on the way eventually here. Eventually. That hurts. Yo, B, thanks for your work ethic as a whole is on another level. I'm blessed to do what I do, Darren. It's to do this. It's so motivating, and you guys have me just rolling anytime I get to go live. I could be at a low energy day. I could be at a tired day. I go live. You guys got me right back up on a live wire status. It's amazing. And it's just a testament to what you guys bring as far as the energy, the discussion, the intelligence, the humor. You guys always have me laughing on this as well. On top of it all, it really is what you guys do as far as the engine that makes this place go. And, I love what I get to do. I can't believe how well we've gotten to be fitted in as far as just hitting our rhythm here, and we're rolling and we're going. And I'm really looking forward to the future and covering this team with you guys and where this channel's going and all the potential that we've got to cook up here on this channel as far as the future goes. So thank you, Darren. I appreciate you, man. Have a good night, Koken. Appreciate you as well. Me, you are the best. Thank you for all of your support. You are just amazing. Amazing. And we'll catch you up on the next show. Coming back Tuesday roundtable. Wednesday, we'll be doing a mock draft, looking at a little bit of the Combine. Thursday, we got the Seahawks Syndicate, and we're just going to keep this thing on rolling through the offseason. If you can do me a favor, please hit that like button. As well, we're on the road here to 30,000 subscribers. We've crossed past the 22,000 mark. We're rolling. We're cooking. Help us get there this offseason if we can. Sub up today. Doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free, and it helps out channels like mine in a major way. Your Seattle Seahawks are coming off a Super Bowl title. Your Seattle Seahawks have $61 million and change, the sixth most amount of cap space in the entire National Football League. Your Seattle Seahawks are only sitting on $500,000, a meager, a minuscule, a tiny, an insignificant $500,000 of dead money. Flexibility, versatility, cap space to burn. Starters being returned almost all across the board. Very few free agents that you can't afford to lose. I shouldn't have to remind you that this team is as well set up to go out there and repeat as any NFL team in modern history. The third youngest roster in the NFL last year won the Super Bowl. First year of Sam won the Super Bowl. Second year of Mike McDonald won the Super Bowl. This is only going to get better. This team is only going to be improved next year. Are the injuries going to hold up like they did this year? In a good way? We'll see. But it will be a more talented roster next season than this roster was this season. You've got the means to go make that happen. And I'm expecting John Schneider to go make that happen this offseason. It's going to be fun to watch which direction he goes because there's so many different avenues to go make this happen. But when you have this kind of means that you're working off of, when you're not going to be as shedding the tears for the free agents that you're going to lose, then it's really you just adding on top of the stack. Now, those teams behind us are going to be chasing, and they're going to be chasing strong, but you got the means, you got the methods, you got the brain power, you got the monetization to go make it happen. So I shouldn't have to let you know. I shouldn't have to remind you about what we're going to get done this offseason for the stage we're going to set next year. But I'm going to let you know anyway. Don't you ever forget. Don't you dare. Don't you dare. We're going back to repeat, baby. Go Hawks.